Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready. I'm ready to move. 100% now. been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes, no telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes, no telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me who. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I'll say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds above can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am. Oh, baby, take me as I am. Oh, Lord, take me as I am. Oh, take me. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together. Because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys they made you run away. You can bet you'd only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow. But today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me?
Day 3, lucky day number 3 for us, Winter, as we are back for Dream League Season 28's Grand Finals Day. We have the lower bracket finals and the Grand Finals to determine which one of these last 3 teams is going to take the one slot to the main event. We already got OG waiting in the wings, watching their competition more than likely, trying to see which one of their Southeast Asia brethren will make it. Will it be Execration, who are already waiting in the Grand Finals, or will it be these first 2 teams in the lower bracket, KUKUYS or Nemesis?
Is this considered a Rambulan of some sort?
Well, you can't really consider it Rambulan, right? Because Nemesis is a bit mixed. You got like
1, 2.
2 Filipinos on Nemesis.
No, 3. They have
3? Oh yeah, wait, hang on. Who's the 5?
It is the Rambulan. It's general.
Okay. No, but you can't. It has to be an all Filipino affair for it to be right. You throw a Thai dude in there, that doesn't count.
I mean, I thought he's adopted by the
He's
Filipino.
You'll have to ask the Filipino crowd for that one. I'm not too sure, but you heard it right here, folks. It is Nemesis up against KUKUYS. For our first match of the day, it's going to be a best of 3. And so far, we haven't had the chance to watch Nemesis on our stream just yet, but we did have the chance to watch KUKUYS, and we were very impressed with what we've seen so far.
I mean, overall, I feel like both teams, if I had to choose someone to be a favorite, it's probably a more impressed with KUKUYS. I think Team Nemesis, they look a little bit, I think, a lot more rusty, I would say.
Yeah.
Their team play is not as good, not as clean as KUKUYS, but they've come a long way from the losers bracket. They've played their way through a lot of games, and now they're here. I'm sure they've already learned a thing or two about their team. They're like kind of like a new stack with some players that already played with each other. So not exactly new, but kind of just maybe rusty, you know, because they didn't play with each other for a long time. But I think after the loser bracket run, they already warm up, so they're ready.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly hope so, because you take a look at their record coming from the lower bracket. It's 2-0s on Trailer Park Boys, Yangon, and Ivory, but none of those series were easy, right? Against Trailer Park Boys, they had to win an 80-minute game, and then Yangon, they had to win a 70-minute game, Ivory 60. So maybe today they take a 50-minute win, who knows? Follow the trend, 10 minutes less each game. We've heard it before from 23 Savage, though. He loves playing these long games. He feels like late game is where he shines the most. Maybe he can bring the heat to KUKUYS. I mean, these two teams built with players that have also played with each other before, right? Of course, 23 versus Kuku himself. We know how that's been before. And then, of course, some of the guys on KUKUYS have also been on teams with some of the guys in Nemesis. But we'll have ourselves a draft very shortly. Okay, I didn't get the chance to watch as much Nemesis as you probably did. Do you have any impressions of this team so far? Because you said they're a bit rusty. What do you feel like are the main components that are missing for you that make KUKUYS a favorite?
I think individually they made a lot more. I think individual mistakes. The game is not as clean. There's a lot of when I say individual mistakes, it's mostly referred to the random deaths that happen on the map. Right? I'm sure it will happen once or twice or more in a game. It's very common. I think for KUKUYS, I see less of that. Right? I feel like everybody is pretty clear about what they needed to do. I think the worst game we saw so far is the game where they the game that they had Ogre.
The Ogre Magi,
the Ogre game kind of was the that was the worst game I seen them play recently. I think
the Ogre game. The Ogre game was like you have a whole bag of fresh fruits, right? And then there's just one rotten apple inside.
10 seconds remaining.
Is it just one? I remember two. The Kling's kind of also fat.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, let's be that's cruel. I know every single Dota 2 player has felt that before. But yeah, you were saying about KUKUYS, you said that it's just that game, right? Other than that, the performances, I feel like from what we've seen, they've been pretty smart about the map.
Yeah, I think overall they know how to delegate resources well. They don't overcommit. They send the right amount of heroes for ganks. And hopefully we get to see a Treant Protector from KUKU. I think that is by far, out of all the games I've seen, right, that is his best hero at the moment. Would really like to see him get his hands on that hero. Maybe in the second phase.
Yeah, it is still available, but starting things out with a Tinker, our team Nemesis, definitely interesting.
Nice. I think this is a very good 9 pick. I myself thought this is going to be like a hero that will come out a lot more in this patch. I think he suits the environment, the ecosystem of the game right now, because everything is really, really fast. He likes the big map. He can travel around the map very easy. It's sort of like he just profit mid. You have global presence, you can farm, you can help your team, you scale. And he's also very, very good against tanky targets, right? Because he does percentage-based damage with the laser.
Sure. I mean, so far, on the side of Team Nemesis, we've only seen Zhao play on position 5, which is pretty interesting because I think up until this point, based off the other qualifier games that I've watched, we've seen Paravision bring it out. Sometimes we see some teams like to play it mid, but on the 5, that feels like something of a few patches ago. Tinker always strikes me as the type of hero that's pretty farm heavy, right? You pick him on position 5, are you not worried that you're gonna get run over by something like a Timbersaw?
Definitely worried, yeah. Because it's slow and the game is very fast. You don't really have a lot of time to farm on a position 5 hero. But I would consider Tinker position 5 a little bit similar to, like Chen. Where you have creeps, you keep pushing on the lane anywhere you want. And then you farm all the team items. And then when you group up, you have a lot of auras to provide for your team. So you can play fast in a way, if you look at it from that angle.
Okay. Well, Tinker into Timbersaw certainly is an answer that we don't see very often. I wonder whether Team Nemesis are picking this up early for the potential flex to the mid, because obviously that might be an option. It could also be played by Jokem. Although I feel like every time I see Jokem play position 4, I want him on some sort of playmaking, action-making hero, right? Putting him on a farming hero just feels a bit wrong.
More like setup hero. I think he excels at setting up. I think he's really good at setting up. Some of the setup heroes, right, it's also like a hybrid. You kind of need to farm certain items before you can actually do that. I think, for example, right, if you're playing Dark Widow, Jokem is really, really good at Dark Widow. I know we don't see a lot of Dark Widow now, but I'm just using it as an example. You need to get use on this hero to be a setup, right? So there has to be some sort of balance, right? You need to farm a little while before you can actually be the setup hero. And so they're showing that the Tinker is not going to go mid right away. So they go Tinker, probably Tinker support and a Storm mid, unless they're feeling fancy and they want to run a Storm carry. I kind of seen a few teams do that. So it's actually quite good, especially against Timber. Because Storm Spirit does a lot of magic damage, right? So you can actually kill Timbersaw quite easily in the lane.
Yeah. I mean, what are the other benefits of Storm Spirit carry? Why do we not see it more often?
Slow. He's very slow because you're playing for your timings with the shard and with your level 25. So the moment you have 25 with the bouncing, what's it called, the overload, bouncing overload, and then you have your shard, you are the strongest hero in the game. Nothing can stop you.
Okay. Well, 25 is a long way to go, especially in a game where KUKUYS might be trying to ramp up the pressure.
10
You already
seconds
said Winter, Tinker and Storm Spirit, depending on which positions they go in, yes, they can
5
play
seconds
up-tempo,
remaining.
but generally slower heroes compared to what KUKUYS have. This partner is just telling me, I want to run along with the Timber Saw, I want to blast down all these tier 1 towers, and I want to push into your jungle.
Yeah, with the partner behind him, this is going to be a very, I feel like very quick attacking formation, you know, from KUKUYS. They are not going to let you farm the map. They're going to take your towers, they're going to run around, they're going to pressure you. Yeah, they're going to keep the ball rolling. And once again, you know, they pick their puck, you know. Amel just wants, it seems like he just wants to play puck, you know.
Bro, Amel stopped picking puck challenge difficulty impossible. He'll just pick it whenever. He doesn't give a shit.
I mean, he
10
sees his
seconds
lane, so
remaining.
he probably feels like I can just pick it, you know.
5 seconds remaining.
If they have the ability to switch it to the safe lane, then maybe the puck early pick could be a problem, right? But I don't think 23 Savage will play this hero.
Right.
Team Nemesis
What kind of
turn to
what kind of way can you punish the puck right now? The Shadow Shaman's a pretty good initial response, right? The hex and everything. You're lacking some control on Team Nemesis at the moment, and that's what Shadow Shaman does.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of annoying to play Shaman into puck now because all your spells have a very high mana cost, so you could just die to the puck now.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Before you get a shackle or a hex off, you just kill yourself. Could be pretty
Yeah,
funny.
It's
5
quite annoying,
seconds
I would say.
remaining.
And the decrep plus heal kind of also makes it difficult for him to burst off targets, right? Because your snake cannot really target that target in decrep. So it can be very difficult to play against Puck now. But the purpose of the Shaman here is just to make sure they have a catch against the Puck.
Right.
Somebody
right-
else has to deal with the Puck now.
Okay. Well, is Storm a good enough answer to the puck now? Like you zip into the backlines, you just pick him off?
Yeah, Storm is quite nice against Puck now.
Okay.
Wherever he's hiding, wherever that pesky Shamble of Bones is hiding in the trees, you can just find him. So with the Doom being picked up, so it means more or less
10
very
seconds
likely that
remaining.
this is going to be like Tinker, Shaman support duo, Storm mid. And they're going to last
5
pick their
seconds
carry,
remaining.
unless Doom can be swapped to carry. I remember a couple of months ago, 23 was also kind of playing Doom carry, but I remember that he wasn't really good at it. But I
Right.
imagine it might act as a flex here. Might.
Is Doom carry still a thing? Because I remember Doom was all the rage back when you had that Devil's Bargain facet, right?
Now probably a lot harder to. Yeah, probably no, actually. You're right.
So why do you think we're seeing the Doom here? Apart from the fact that Doom obviously is great into Puck, great into Timbersaw, it doesn't feel like the offlane hero that fits the mold of, I want to build auras, I'm going to run along with the team, I'm good at this 20-minute timing. Why are we suddenly seeing it come out?
Raven just wants to play the hero. And interesting enough, right? He was always the person drafting, like in the earlier rounds. And all of a sudden, I don't know if yesterday he stopped drafting and now 23 is drafting. And the pick order totally changed. So every time when Raven was drafting in the OQs and in the early rounds of the CQs, he always last picked the offlane hero. Always, almost like 90% of the time. But
Right.
right now, they changed drafter and it seems like they're picking the carry last, you know. So there has to be some sort of a swap up and change up in the priority in the draft, you know.
10
And Doom was
seconds
one of the
remaining.
heroes that Raven really likes to pick when he doesn't see his matchup.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
now he doesn't see his matchup, right? He's uncertain until the Shadow Fiend pops up. So this is a lane where it could be potentially dicey for something like Doom. You could get pressured in the early game, and he has to find a way to play around it. Lucky for him, he has a Shaman in the lane.
Yeah, the Shaman's going to be really strong. Maybe that's why he feels a bit better about the Doom as well, because if you have something like a weaker position 4, the Doom could just get run over, right? SF and Pugna, that's so much magic damage to deal with.
Dire
But maybe
team
you catch the Pugna out of position, or maybe even while the Pugna's pulling, you go on the Shadow Fiend. Very realistic that they kill him. KUKUYS, they are, I want to say, lacking a bit of control. All they really have right now is the Dream Coil and the Silence. They don't have a single stun.
Yeah, probably coming out from the last hero, I imagine.
10
And some
seconds
Spellbreaker
remaining.
hero from DJ. I think Spellbreaker seems pretty useful here with the
5
lineup. It's
seconds
pretty good at,
remaining.
you know, hunting down Tinker. Very nice against Shaman. You can cancel the Shackle. And you don't care about Shaman targeting you, right? Because you have the status resist.
Yeah. Yeah, that status resist looking real juicy and nice right now. Are we missing anything else in terms of solid heroes? Both teams... Shadow Demon taken out. Hero taken out.
I mean,
10
in terms of
seconds
catch,
remaining.
there's Spirit Breaker, there's Bat Rider, I think there's also Lion.
5
Lion is still in the
seconds
pool.
remaining.
Those are I think the standard ones. These are the
Mhm.
common ones. If they feel like they want to go more fancy with a Ricky Maru, go ahead.
Dire team pick.
I always like Ricky.
Ricky is crazy.
Yeah, Ricky is nice into Shaman. Think all
Right.
these like backline supports that want to cast their spells. I know some of the position 4 players like to play it. Probably not DJ. I think Jokem is the person that might play it, but he already has his Shaman, so not him this game.
Sure.
10 seconds
DJ is
remaining.
going to play something like a SP, I think.
Is there a chance we see DJ
5
Pugna in something like a
seconds
Clockwork for Cuckoo? Because Team Nemesis banned out the Treant and the Tusk. Those two feel like good partners for the Shadow Fiend, right? We've seen Cuckoo play that Shadow Fiend with the Clockwork before.
Team Nemesis turn to pick.
We're gonna go for the Naga Siren instead. So a bit more of the standard combo from a few patches ago. The few times we've seen Naga Siren, it hasn't really been very impressive though.
You don't really lane that well into Doom either. Because Doom can clear out your illusions with the Scorch Earth. I mean,
10
I get the
seconds
combination
remaining.
with SF, the sleep, Requiem, and your bodyguard in the lane. And
Sure.
you can kind of
5
catch the
seconds
storm.
remaining.
You sleep and you ensnare him and you can kill him. So that's kind of nice. But the hero is, like you said, you're pretty nerfed, not that great at the lane anymore. So let's see what 23 Savage is going to go for.
Hero.
Moita here.
Huh.
Why Moita? This is what I think is the Pugna counter. You can hit the decrab so you don't care. Oh, what's the name of the
Yeah,
innate?
but-
Supernatural or something?
I don't actually. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that's one of the few things that I don't know. I'm gonna have to
It
pull
must be
that up.
supernatural, I think.
Supernatural is correct. 100 points to Winter.
So you can hit through the decrab, you don't care about that. And the second thing useful about Moita is you have a silence that's very nice against Puck.
Right. And we did see Amel struggle a little bit against a position 4 Muerta yesterday. It wasn't enough to do him in, unfortunately. He still had an excellent time. But every time I see a Muerta, maybe I don't understand the hero enough. But my thought is always, okay, I want to pick it against a physical heavy lineup because then I pop Pierce the Veil and then nobody can touch me. And that might be true for the carry-to-carry matchup, but KUKUYS have no shortage of magic damage. There's a very real chance that you pop Pierce the Veil and they burst you down anyway with the Timbersaw and Puck damage.
He doesn't really have any heroes to save him either, right? Except for
Yeah.
like the heal from the Tinker and maybe the, what's it called? The shield, the barrier.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
that's-
Defense Matrix, right? Like, that's
Yeah.
about it.
That's about it, I mean, he's going to be very reliant on the Doom and the Storm finding their initiation, right? Because if you find the initiation, then it's going to be a lot harder for the enemy to target you. But at the same time, they have like heroes like Park, Timber, all very mobile heroes, right? And then they have the Song with the illusions to expose your positioning. So I don't think it would be that straightforward for Moita. This pick is, I think, very, 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 very
Risky?
difficult
It
to
feels
make work.
risky.
Yeah, risky, hard to make work, and not many players will be willing to play Moita in this scenario.
I don't really see the vision, but I hope 23 shows us something because you were talking about something super interesting with the pick order and whatnot. Clearly, this is his trump card, right? He's waiting till the last moment in the draft to pull this one out. I wouldn't be surprised if KUKUYS didn't really expect this as well. Some tips
Yeah.
coming through from former teammates.
I feel like most people wouldn't expect this last pick.
Yeah.
Not a very conventional one. I mean, if you can read it, then good for you, props to you. But we are all the common folk, we don't understand what the hell's going on.
True. It's so nice. I feel like Southeast Asia is like they got like a little club of everyone who knows each other, right? Cuckoo asking whether March is drafting.
Yeah, that actually might make sense.
Me. For
Trying-
real?
Trying to mislead them.
Yeah.
Actually, he might be right, It's definitely not him. It doesn't feel like it's somebody on the team because the draft is a lot different.
What do you think are the benefits of this new style, right? Because we've been seeing them draft a certain way, prioritizing Raven. Do you feel like maybe this team needs a different Coach Estini help one day? Ooh, some privileged information there. I reveal March. That's cool. Okay.
Just pick Ringmaster, you can reveal everything.
That's true. Put the
Yeah.
spotlight on him.
No, the ball, the crystal ball.
Oh, true. Crystalline ball, I think.
I think people have been theorizing that actually that facet is not that rubbish. It's actually useful. But no one actually goes for it because they feel like the whoopee cushion, the strongman tonic, they're more stable and more useful in the game.
I can agree with that. I think there's been so many times where we see ringmasters pull off some pretty nice plays. I've never seen a ringmaster use a crystalline ball and I went, wow, that was game changing.
The bicycle? No?
I just laugh. When I see the bicycle, I just laugh. I can't take it seriously. Well, for what it's worth, I think we still have a very same sentiment towards each of the drafts, right? I think Nemesis, whether it's good or bad, I'm not sure, but their draft looks so greedy to me.
I mean, wouldn't you say that for the other side as well? Like both teams feel like have greedy drafts.
Yeah, I guess so.
Battle begins.
I'm just more so looking at the support duo. And then your carry, like, I've seen Shadow Fiends get active early and then just come and act as a turret. Ooh. A little bit of damage coming through onto JG, forcing the
this
Timber
is
Chain
bad.
level.
This is really bad.
He has to TP, that's tough.
I think
1 second left until the chicken fingers.
He needs to send us south.
Yeah.
Now, these are all the early game things that could go wrong and that could change the lane, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't expect this because how many times have you played against Moeta carry nowadays? He's a very strong laner. You get caught in the river, you take a lot of damage. Yeah,
Oh, that's a
very
great
nice.
shot.
That is very nice. This is how precisely you want to use that spell and then hit both heroes.
Oh,
If
the
oh
time.
my god, I think
Dude,
this
if he
is-
lost the tangles, it's actually over.
No, this is still bad because he has to send us south at some point and now he doesn't have a career.
Yikes.
I mean, this is still equally bad.
yeah.
Like what?
It
is
could have
he-
been worse if he didn't get the tangles, but at least
Like,
he
he
has
needs
a
to
little
pull
bit of
the
healing.
wave. Oh, they're okay. They're pulling the wave. This is still bad. Oh, gosh.
Dude, 23 just doesn't miss on these double shots. He's so clean with it. My goodness.
Yeah, that is one of the hardest spells in Dota at the moment to land. Not gonna lie.
I don't know, he's making it look like it's point targeted. He's getting 2 every single time.
I mean, is there even like a
Dude,
normal,
what the hell?
Is there even a normal spell that's harder to land than this? Like, if you exclude the ultimates, right? Is
I'm
there even,
thinking.
like Punch Hook? Like, sometimes I feel Punch Hook might be easier to land than this.
Yeah. Because you need to like bounce it off and then you need to think about the vector.
Yeah, vector target. Like, it's so annoying, you know, the vector target.
Yeah. I think they first introduced it with Pango, right, with the swashbuckle. Then people got a bit more used to it. But this is still... The thing is, the bullet, it's so thin that you could just miss it until you get something like the Aghanims where it covers like a
Yeah, we-
decent width.
Definitely not gonna see that this game.
Yeah, no.
On carry. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the more interesting new, I would say new and modern spells, right? Vector targeting. It's very fun to watch. High skill spell. I always like to watch skill shots landing. Like Hook, Mirana Arrow, vector targeted spells. They're all very, I think, fun to watch.
Yeah. I think especially once mid players got a better hang of the Puck curveball as well, right? Because
Oh,
when
yeah,
that facet
that
first
one.
came out, everyone was like, oh, this is awful. And then now you get all these beautiful curves and arcs that I feel like, how did that orb even end up there? And then they jaunt to a location you'd never expect. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's also the extra damage, right, that that facet gives you on the Puck. I mean, this is why like I feel like Puck became like a completely different hero. You can last hit the creeps easy. You can run around. I mean, not to mention the innate, right? The innate is just super broken. When you can
How
do
many
it
times
with
did they nerf it at this point?
no idea, man. I mean, I think it's still, it can't be that bad now. Right? Still, I still think it's decent.
Yeah. Well, we were a bit worried about the Doom lane, right, into the Shadow Fiend, because the Shadow Fiend obviously can put out a lot of pressure, but backed up by the Shadow Shaman and last picking a Naga, it doesn't feel like the Naga's presence is that scary, right? Raven's still very much able to hit some creeps. It's not a lot, but he's getting his levels, he's getting his some farm, so you can't be too sad.
Wait, he's gonna get pressured now on the SF. Yeah, this is why the Naga can't really do anything. That's the thing, you know, the Naga can't do anything in this sort of setup. That's why I feel like I didn't really like the Naga so much. You can't stop the Shackle. You're not strong enough to force them to focus you. They don't care about your illusions because of Scorched Earth. And
Yeah.
the moment that they just find an opening and go on SF, it means SF is just going to die, you know. That's why
Yeah.
when you mention Clockwork, I also kind of agree, you know. Usually like Clock, Ogre. These are the better bodyguards in the lane. Even Treant Protector, but they got banned in the last phase.
Yeah, and you think about bodyguards, right? Melee bodyguards, even something like a Warlock, he would at least be able to contribute a heal to that situation and maybe keep the SF alive.
Yeah.
So I don't really
Yeah, what's
see.
Naga supposed to do?
Yeah, like she just. I was just watching that entire initiation. She's just pressing illusions.
God.
They might kill the SF again.
SF might be dead. Yeah, he's dead. Like that. Oh my god.
Oh,
There's a
big Lotus though.
Is he gonna run him down? Body block? I mean, this is still really bad, man. The both of them took so much damage. The next time the Shaman is back in the lane, they're so screwed.
And not to mention Raven getting that frost attack from, I assume, a ghost creep. So that really makes the chase down that much easier. Windlace boots already.
They're gonna die in 10 seconds. He's gonna escort her back
Oh
up.
shit.
Yeah,
Get away, Gabby.
what do you do? So the side lanes are like one lane going really well for Nemesis, one lane going really well for KUKUYS. This one is the bad lane. This is going very well for Nemesis. On the other side, you look at the Timber is getting shat on as well.
I mean, KUKUYS is like getting shat on both side lanes, I think, then. They don't really have an option. The partner's gonna TP up here, but like I said, the frost attack, it just runs him down. The Shadow Fiend has no movement speed. And Zhao's actually come up here very early on to, I don't know what, maybe put on more pressure?
I mean, he doesn't have anything to do bot. He already secured the lane. He's here to watch the party on top. And he always makes early movements through gates, you know. Like from the games that I've been watching them, he likes to just be around Raven, you know, just in case. He's going to be useful now on the Tinder.
Controlling up the Shadow Fiend now. Blinded. The auto attacks are not going to do much. They do find the Doom, but they trade it out for Gabby again. So you got to imagine this Shadow Fiend is not happy about this at all.
Yeah,
yes,
really
you get
bad.
the kill on Doom, but then what?
I think he has no TP, right? Yeah, he has no TP. Like, what? He's going to walk to the jungle. I mean, General, is he going to stay still? No, he's going back to his lane. His presence is no longer needed there. Yeah, I mean, this is really, really, really bad for the side lanes. Both side lanes going very bad for KUKUYS. They fortunately have a Puck which is going to, at some point, come and help them. But even his CS is lower than the Storm. I mean, he has more denies, sure, but CS-wise, the Storm has more, so this is not exactly also going really well for him.
Yeah. Jokum's going to get spotted by a ward, and unfortunate Sentry doesn't find it.
Yeah, this is like one of those things where you watch the replay, you like slam the table, you know. What on earth?
Yeah, like what were you supposed to do about that? Like what could you have done better, right?
It's very annoying. Dewarding is a skill at the moment.
Yeah,
It's an art. You have to study the map and make sure that you cover as much ground as possible. I used to have a teammate called Nat. Remember Nat?
Yeah, NE and then capital T, right?
He would always just spend so much time at the boot camp, right? He would be just sitting down there on his own, just putting sentries and ops for like half an hour, 1 hour.
Whoa. Like just to find good spots
Yeah,
or...
just to find spots.
Wow. That guy sounds like a maniac, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he was the one that would hide in the trees. I think the meme came from him. He hid in the trees for like 3 minutes to kill a hero.
Well, that was a different time back then when you could do that. This time, I think currently in Pro Dota, if someone hides in the trees for like 3 minutes,
Why not?
you
Wouldn't
might
you
have to check their
consider
PCs.
Treant hiding?
Ah, that's true. Not 3 minutes though. Fighting for the 8-minute rune, unfortunately, it's gonna be top. Jokum will take the haste rune away from Kuku. I really like the priority coming out from these supports. They understand how important the runes are for both the Puck and the Storm. They're not letting either one
He's
get
using the haste to gank. JG is nice.
so
Jokem
cool.
is the man. This is... And this guy is just...
This guy's so damn good.
He's so damn good, you know. Like, he instantly knew that he could do that after he took the rune. It wasn't even like he spent some time to think, you know, he knew what he needed to do.
I think what impressed me the most is the fact that he used the first part of that haste rune to go up to the high ground in his triangle to make sure he wasn't spotted by any wards. Because he already put the sentry in mid, right? But he doesn't know where the rest of the wards are. We might have just cursed him here though, unfortunately. Taking a bit of damage to Amel. Still surviving, has a Lotus and the passive, but the last auto attack defense matrix, it's not enough. Zhao will now be chased down. Mac trying to play bodyguard for the Tinker, but not a lot of mobility on this bad boy. With the TP from Raven, they won't chase any further. And in fact, it's Mac who comes back in. They want to use the Doom onto the Timber. JG, he's chased a bit too far. Nice response there from Nemesis to punish the over-aggression.
Yeah, very nice move by Raven. First Doom usage, gets a core kill. Always what you want.
Dire's bottom tower is
I mean,
under
interesting to
attack.
see as well. If you saw what Shaman did, he actually maxed the Shackle because he knows that there's no stuns to dispel him, you know. Like, it's very rare that you see a Shaman position for walking around with 2 points Fog Lightning and 3 points Shackle at level 5.
Fog Lightning, Winter, you're revealing your age here, brother.
Oh. He's-
I don't even gotta say shit. You're out here self-exposing, not gonna lie.
but you don't have to out me, right?
Yeah, sorry. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. Sorry,
Oh
brother.
my god.
10-minute runes coming up now.
Tower is under attack.
Both sides guessing different directions, and it'll be an illusion rune for Mac. Not really the type of rune that necessarily inspires action, but a nice defensive tool for, let's say, the silence or maybe even the net.
Now I can't concentrate, you know.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't
I
mean
have
to do
to
that
think
to you.
twice about saying a spell name now.
Oh damn! I mean, you hit the money on the head with Supernatural. I think that cancels it out. You know, I didn't know that one. DJ's just getting right click down. That's very sad.
It's not a fun game to be partner, yeah, against American.
I think that's the first dead shot miss that we've seen from 23, but it doesn't result in anything. Meanwhile, Nemesis still on the prowl though, going for a smoke move, and they want to get Gabby again. He's found for a bit too long for their tastes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when you pick Seraphine. You automatically have a target on your back because you're so easy to
Radiant are
kill.
scanning.
Oh, he's running. He knows, he knows. Are they gonna be able to follow him? I think
Radiant's
Joachim
middle
knows he
tower
left
is under
through the twin
attack.
gate.
Radiant
But if you go through the twin gates, even if you're smoked, you'll see the animation on the wall that they place, right? Because you'll see the gates twirling and everything.
Yeah, if you have your screen there, for sure.
That's true. Okay. 23. Gonna spot out Gabby. A little bit awkward. Immediate ping is there, but they want action mid. Looking towards a fight there. Pulling in Kuku. That's so much magic damage, even with the Nether Ward. And Mac will continue to chase forward. Has to watch himself, though. The infused raindrops keeping him alive for now, and they'll turn around, finally deal with that Nether Ward. Punishing the over-aggression there, they respond to what looked like a Dream Coil attempt onto Mac's life.
And you're starting to see the power of the two supports on the Nemesis side, the Tinker and the Shaman. They have a bunch of sustain, a bunch of lockdown. And if you don't get the Tinker, you're basically not killing anyone else, right? It's very, very hard to get through everything. And then if the Storm is not dying, he's going to just dish out damage after damage. And what's your solution, right? Because you don't have stun, like you already brought this up. They only have coil. What can they do?
Yeah. Maybe a net for good measure. Who knows?
I
That's
mean,
about
that
it,
is not a... Fine, it's not exactly a disable, you know?
That's true. We're rooting up Jokum right now, but that opens up Mac to just jump in with his AD rune. Hungry for blood here in this mid lane. You can tell that KUKUYS really want to bring this mid tier 1 tower down, but that Nemesis, they're not going to let this go without a fight. It
They're
is...
not even denying it there.
Yeah, they're just keeping it alive because the Tinker can come back.
It's like they're hanging some food over the dog's mouth, you know, like just making him run and chase. Yeah, you can come get it, you know, but we're not denying it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In the Pugna's turn decides towards the bot lane. This lane should be pretty free for the taking.
You know what, Mike? He should
Radiant's
smoke and
bottom
go kill the
tower
tower.
has fallen.
Like, just smoke, hide behind the
Yeah,
tower
I mean, why
and just
not?
blast it.
Why
Yeah,
not?
right? Like, actually, like, even if he dies, it's like, whatever, right? Like,
I'm sure it's worth it if he does that.
yeah. Just stop the fact that the Tinker can keep TPing there. I think it's very important.
I mean, it's rather strange they don't deny it. If you have a Treant Protector in the game, I can understand why you don't deny it. But right now, why? Why?
Isn't it just a teleport point for the Tinker so he can do what he's doing now and go
Yeah,
mid
but
clear the
it's
wave?
not exactly that big of a
They're
deal.
doing it. They've done it.
Oh, he
They've
smoked?
done it. He smoked and he blood. Well, you asked for it and you get what you asked for, Winter.
He's like,
Lucky
why,
day for
why,
you.
why are they leaving it for me?
Yeah. Maybe a bit greedy there from the side of Nemesis, just wanting to maximize the Tinker's map movement. An attempted smoke there from Nemesis up to the top lane to try and find Gabby again, but you can tell how scared Gabby is. Earlier on, we didn't mention this, but when he went down to the bot lane, found 23, Raven actually got a kill on him. So at this point, He's died like what? 4 times? He's not having a great game at all.
And right now, Amel is finding some targets here. There's a 2-man call. They are only stunned, by the way.
Their second stun just came out. New stun
What?
just dropped. Song of the Siren.
Yeah,
And it's gonna end, and Mac is gonna run up to the high ground and just chase down Kuku. Really, no way of stopping him. Even with the Pugna heal, the Naga has no way of surviving. Now, you still have a Doom, so you have to be so careful initiating onto Raven. But they're turning their sights onto the Shadow Fiend. Pop the Doom. Nothing spared to make Gabby's life hell. He stands his ground and just fights because that's all he can do. 23 has shown up to the party, though, ready to put out some bullets. Raven, you've already used your Doom. Don't want to get too frisky with it. Even though it's just a 3k gold lead, Nemesis, they are just controlling the map. They don't have the stuns to stop the Shaman,
so
and he's
hard
just
to
standing his
play.
ground and controlling everyone.
So hard to play with no disables against Shaman. Yeah, sure. Root the man.
Okay.
And then
He still has a mech. There you go. Shaman's just doing the thing where he walks away from you.
And he's healing.
Yeah. Okay, they'll finally kill him. They'll finally kill him. All it takes is 4 heroes.
Yeah. Imagine, just to kill a Shaman, they need to bring 4 heroes.
Yeah. That is the current game state that we're in, Winter. It's not looking too hot for the side of KUKUYS. If you're a KUKUYS fan, you're hoping that they...
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't know, can you even itemize to fix this? I was thinking, can anyone get an Athos or an Orchid? Not really,
Athos,
right?
Timber can buy Athos, but he's so poor, so yeah, maybe that's out of the window. I mean, this is the classic example why whenever you play Dota, people always tell you to pick stuns. You look at this game, then you would instantly understand.
23, being eyed by the opposition, but what's going on here? Zip forward, try and find a rune, ends up being bot lane instead. The way that Max zipped made it look like there was someone there.
Yeah, I think they got really confused. They're like, what's going on? They were going to initiate on the Muerta, and then they felt like something's not right, and they backed away.
Yeah. Hey, why the hell is Storm zipping away? They're gonna try for the Muerta, but Muerta has a ward spotting it all out. You gotta imagine that DJ will realize this with how she moved. Mel.
Uh-oh. I get caught.
Watch for the silence. Amel needs a save. DJ not daring to come close. The Hex control is there, and Amel will fall again. This is one of the weaker performances that we've seen from his park so far. He's been so happy to pick it into any matchup, any hero, but this time round he's getting punished big time.
I mean, it's not exactly his fault too. I feel like he needs to do too much as the park because he's the only catch.
Yeah.
And then you can see him like trying to force, like he's always trying to initiate because he knows that no one else can do it.
Yeah, I agree. Kuku now gonna get caught. You don't really want to use the Song of the Siren here, so it'll be another free kill.
This game is gonna be over soon. They're gonna lose the Tormentor and the Roshan. I don't see. Maybe the Tormentor they have a chance with the Song and Requiem combination. But at the same time, I also feel it won't be easy with a level 1 Song, right? Because the AoE is so small. You could run into some dead shot, you could run into some Storm zipping in from far range, cancelling the Requiem. There's a lot of things that could go wrong.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
We live in an age where the song range is like, it's not even the whole screen. So you could be songing on one side and someone else on the other side could just still land a spell on
Yeah,
you,
thanks to
which
the
is
pro
crazy.
scene. The
Yeah.
pro scene got Nagano so much. But in pubs, like
Do you
no one
think-
cares,
And do you think anyone in pubs actually is sad that Naga is nerfed? I don't mind the fact that Naga support is nerfed, to be honest with you. I just don't want to see Naga carry. That's my only thing.
Yeah, but Naga carry is not even strong. Like,
It's annoying is what it is.
okay. I mean, can't disagree with that. It's definitely annoying. It's like a tactics, right? It makes the game last so long.
Yeah. And you know that Naga is never gonna fight you, so no matter what team fight you picked, it's like, okay, well, I guess we're just gonna get run circles around the whole game.
Yep, that's the hero, unfortunately.
Well, you look at the item timings right now for Nemesis, everything's coming online, right? The pipe is just 500 gold away from Raven. You have the Guardian Greaves into the Kaya for the Storm. Tinker's also just gotten this Holy Locket. And the Muerta, I mean, her item progression has been sublime, so they're just gonna head into the Roche at this early interval. Nothing really to stop them. At what point do you think the side of KUKUYS can actually do something?
Radiant are scanning.
Hard to say though. It's so long. I mean, I think the best bet is when Naga somehow gets dagger and then they have BKB Requiem on SF. I think that is the only moment where in the game I feel like maybe they can mount a comeback with their lineup. Right now, I don't see any other options, I'm afraid.
Aegis in the hands of 23 Savage, so he might be undead, but he will not be actually killed off. At least not the first time round. 6k gold lead. It's nothing super
Undead?
crazy.
She's undead? I
Yeah.
thought she's a different class with Wraith King. Wraith King and Klings, they are the undead, but Moeta is a different class, right? According to law? No?
Aren't they? Okay, wait. I'm not a law expert. All I know is that she's literally someone who's like, she got
Dead,
brought
right?
back from the dead because she's mad as shit. Like she was so pissed off at somebody that she came back and then Death himself was like, you know what? You're angry enough that I think you could pull this off, and then gave her 2 guns, and then now she's pissed off shooting everybody. That's my TLDR of the Moeta law. I don't know how accurate.
I thought you were
don't know
gonna
how
tell
accurate
me
that is.
something about the movie, you know? You know that movie?
The movie?
Yeah, that movie, talking about the Festival of the Dead.
Oh, yeah. Well, it is kind of based on that, but I feel like they're a bit loose with how much inspiration they draw. You know what I mean? Clearly, she's based off Mexican/Latin American roots, but
Radiant are
you can't spell SEA without SA, I guess. It's true.
Gotta give you that one, you know? That was the best one so far.
Thank you. I strive to improve with every single cast.
Yeah, I mean,
20
it
minutes.
only took you half an hour, you know? We just started half an hour.
True. I have so many more hours to go. In fact, folks, in case you're not sure what you're watching, this is the grand finals day of Southeast Asia Close Qualifiers here for DreamLeague Season 28. And Execration, they're waiting to find out who their opponents will be in the grand finals. Probably pop a coil for this one. Finally, just get your hands on the pesky shaman. But yeah,
Don't let him get the Lotus!
he got one. So he denies the greater healing. Don't let him get the Lotus. Jeez. It's so cruel. At least give him a consolation prize, you know what I mean?
Bro, they are like 7-8k behind, you still want to give him a Lotus?
That's true.
A greater healing Lotus could be a tight turner.
Yeah, didn't you watch that Kazu video about XG supports feeding healing Lotuses non-stop? These items are a real game changer.
That was also when they had Mirana, right? So you have a 50% extra bonus on them.
Yeah, I feel like people don't talk about that innate enough. It's honestly crazy.
Oh, I don't know what's it called. Now you got me-
Salamene's Faithful.
Now you got me interested.
I think it's Salamene's Faithful. That's my guess. Are you checking it?
Yeah, correct.
Yo, okay, we're 1 for 1. You got Supernatural, I got Salamene's Faithful. And right now, Max got his hands on Kuku. No hope of a song. You're gonna try and disjoint it. The Hex is there immediately for Amel. Kuku might be able to get it off. There's the ultimate. You're looking for the Requiem setup, but the problem is the Moeta just dealing a lot of damage from the side. Let it rip onto Mac. Finally, the fight that they were waiting for. KUKUYS able to take down the Storm, but now they're on the run. The rest of these heroes are gonna get chased down to the ends of the earth. The Doom out onto JG. And as much as they found themselves the Storm, it's a small sacrifice for the 3 heroes they get in return.
Yeah, that's only your one kill that you can get, you know, with this combination. I mean,
Yeah.
they did it without the Naga having to get a dagger, but it's still so difficult. I mean, they have no way else of taking the team fight. This is the best way, you know. I mean, at least they killed the Storm, but that was your first BKB charge on Shadowfiend, so you definitely do not feel good about that.
You get 1 kill, you get out of there. Trying to TP out on the Tinker. The coil is a bit too late. 23 is still brazenly walking forward, not scared of a thing. Knows he has that Aegis and is just running straight onto Gabby. Defense Matrix coming in now. Gabby, no way of slowing him down, unfortunately. Raven looking for him with that speed aura. And now Max coming back into the fray. No BKB charge on Gabby. They'll turn around with the physical damage, though Mac has to watch himself. He just died not too long ago, but they will find the kill onto the Shadow Fiend. Raven still on the front lines, doing so much damage, forcing Armel away. Kuku to run as well as JG walks on forward. Again, this is still a Muerta with an Aegis. You kill her the first time, it doesn't even matter. And you can't even get her the first time. Kuku will be the last one to drop. It's a full 5-man team wipe. And Nemesis, they are looking on fire this morning.
Yeah, the curtains are coming to a close for this game right now. It's just going through the formalities, I'm afraid, Mike. Not much they can do here.
I feel like this is the second time in a row we've seen KUKUYS kind of... I don't want to blame it all on the draft, but it feels like this Naga pick kind of shot themselves in the foot.
You can blame it on the draft. You definitely
Okay.
can.
Okay, nice. I got approval from Winter. What were they thinking?
I think in their head, they probably felt like they could get away with the laning phase better. Because also the fact that the Timber got bodied, right, at level 1, that didn't help their cause, right? Maybe they felt like the early game would have been more stable. Like they didn't expect the Timber to have a bad start. And then everything kind of snowballed from there, right? Because the Tinker was able to leave the lane so early. And then he went top, he ganked the Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend died like, what, 3 times in a row or something like that? And then the game just became so hard, you know? Amel was just doing his thing. He's like getting his farm, getting his levels against the Storm. But the side lanes just completely collapsed, you know, on that.
I think I agree with you. It feels like Amel, he had so much to do this game. But on the flip side, you look at Jokum, he's had a free time setting everything up. Nothing to stop the Shackles from the minute 0 until now. They find themselves another kill onto JG. This Timbersaw has not had a great time.
I think that is the problem, the main problem. They have no way of stopping the Shackle. And not to mention the Storm, but I think the Shackle was a major issue. They needed a position 5 with a Storm in this game, for sure. Like, no way another could have worked. Like, even if the Timber had a better start, right, I think they would still run into problems where they only have the puck to cancel the Shackle.
I feel like most of the times if the Timber, or rather if the Shaman presents himself, you try and maybe throw spells on him, burst him down, but even then you have a Tinker backing you up, you got the defense matrix, he's healing from the Shackles. These heroes are proving to be a lot tankier than I believe KUKUYS were expecting. Now into the high ground with 23, he still has that fresh BKB charge to pop if needed. I was just gonna play around with them, pop a coil onto 3. Raven's in some trouble. Being pulled back in will turn around but fall to the physical damage. Still something you need to respect. Here comes Gabby, looking for the Requiem. Not able to pop the BKB in time at 23. He's managing to still escape though. Hurricane Pike creating the distance. Mag back into the fray as well and fighting on the high ground with the calling, trying to TP out. 23 will be able to escape. A clean extraction there from Nemesis in what looked like it could have been a tricky situation.
I think it was kind of weird for the Doom not to pop. He had BKB, you know, so when he got ensnared, he was just sitting and he was, I guess he was trying to bait, but then he ended up baiting his own team. Like, he could have just BKB'd and everything would be all good.
It almost feels like he didn't expect to take that much damage from Gabby.
I guess.
Because Gabby was beating the shit out of him, like 400, 500 damage per right click.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the armor item, right? Except for his face boots.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even his enchantment, he has the regen enchantment. Brawny. Yeah, gotta really pay attention to the SF's right click right now. Yeah? He definitely packs a punch.
That's the scary part about SF. I feel like this hero can have such a bad early start, but his scaling when it comes to physical damage is crazy.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you look at their heroes, right, the SF shouldn't be able to hit someone for so long because they have no stuns.
Yeah. How?
Like,
yeah,
what?
the only thing they used was a net. Like, they netted him in, pulled him, and then Gabby was like, yeah, sure, I'll take this fish for free.
Yeah, and then he had BKB, it's like, I'm not gonna die, you know, and then he dies.
Yeah. Unfortunately, fellas, BKB does not prevent physical damage from right clicks. Today I learned. Okay. Gotta keep it clean and simple here, like you mentioned, going through the formalities. So just being a bit more careful, being a bit more wary about the Shadow Fiend's damage. Perhaps you get a pick off into the Roche. Still a 15k gold lead, so nothing that... I don't think KUKUYS, it gets easier for them, right? They still need to rely on maybe 1 or 2 missteps from the side of Nemesis in order to get these
I
kills.
think there's a chance now after that misstep, you know, because Daedalus is out on Seraphine. I think that's like, I don't know how small, maybe Gaben would say around 10%. Okay, 7, fine, whatever.
You got a 5% error margin, I'll give it to you. It's rising though, it's rising. I think Gaben agrees with you that that small misstep might have opened up an avenue for KUKUYS to come back into this game. Both teams smoked up, trying to challenge each other around the Roche pit, maybe find a pick-off beforehand. A gem freshly picked up by Raven as well to clear out whatever vision is left outside the base. I mean, it feels like you have to find the Shaman and the Tinker first, right?
They need a big song. Oh no, they found him.
onto Kuku.
Oh boy.
There's no
Kuku
song
is
to be
dead.
had. Armel getting
Oh, he's
hexed
alive?
up. Still surviving for now, hiding away thanks to DJ, waiting for his opportunity, but it doesn't look good enough. Kuku thinks twice about that song, and in the entire time he's waiting, Huck goes down, winding up the Requiem onto Mac. They're looking at the storm, but Mac silenced up now, no help on the horizon. JG's doing a great job keeping the rest of the heroes back. Jokum able to just blink away back out to safety. Zhao will do so as well, but the chase is on now. Timberchain's there as well as the Chakram. Slightly off the mark as Nemesis able to cleanly disengage, but they lose their storm in the process off of a buyback from Armel. Now into the pit they go. Nemesis, are they really just going to give this one up?
They definitely should fight. There's no song, there's no Requiem. They have to go. Storm has buyback. They can't give this away.
Jokum's gonna come in, throw the Hex out, Storm's gonna buy back. Might be the TP being too late though. BKB from Gabby, he's just gonna grab the Aegis for himself. 23 though, beating away from outside the pit. He'll be able to TP out but loses the Aegis in his base. They sacrifice Kuku for it, but overall, I think that's
good.
not too bad.
That's very, very good. That's better than not too bad.
Is under attack.
They took the Aegis away. They got the kill on the Roche. They only lost the support. It was 2 buybacks from Storm and Shaman, right? Yeah, from the Nemesis side. So this is really, really good for KUKUYS. I'm sure the 7% has shot up to some like 20% right now. Maybe 50.
I'm so confused because I thought that after you lose your Storm, the natural move for KUKUYS would be to go into Roche, but then Nemesis, it's almost like they didn't expect it to happen. They were all starting to walk towards bot side,
Carefree.
and then,
a little bit too carefree, you know?
yeah.
Yeah, they need to get the Shivas on the Doom. They badly need it for the team fight. He's dying to the right clicks.
Got a lot of gold stocked up.
Somehow Naga didn't die, you know, when they jumped the Naga with the Shaman there. Like, I think the Shaman didn't feel like he could shackle. It's understandable because he can't see the puck. So Naga was able to
Radiant's middle
run away
tower
from the
is
D-Crab
under
and the
attack.
heal from DJ. And then the fight
Yeah.
totally turned around. They Requiem and they kill off the Storm.
And what do you do to deal with it? Do you just have to pre-BKB every time a fight starts?
I think if he no, I'm pretty sure if he songs you, you should be able to BKB.
Like right as it comes in,
Yeah,
right?
unless I'm wrong about like if you get it in the same frame on the like the Requiem is like with Mirana arrow, right? If the arrow is
Yeah.
already inside you, you cannot BKB. Like same
Yeah.
frame.
I think there's some element of that with the Requiem, because if the first line of Requiem is already in contact with you right as you come out of song, it fears. I think that's how the whole combo works. That's why the timing is so hard, because it's like a wind up, wind down synchronization thing. But right now,
I mean, if we have time, I'll tell you a hack on how you can do it.
okay. For now, Gabby's looking to hack off the head of Raven, taking a lot of physical damage again from the Shadow Fiend, but able to BKB and escape. You can tell the tides of this game are shifting just a little bit. Despite the 17k gold lead, right now it feels like it's Gabby who's the big bad raid boss you need to deal with.
Yeah, so an easy tip for those trying to time it. So as the Naga, you don't want to release it early. You just let it run so that the SF can time it with your song duration ending. Have you tried that before? It's a lot easier instead of waiting for the.
As in letting it go for the full duration,
Yeah,
basically.
just letting it and like because you can see the bar on top of the Naga's head, right? Instead of trying to look at her animation when she stops it to time it.
Right, okay. I'll keep an eye out for that. I don't think I really play enough Naga to notice the bar and everything.
It's okay. Nobody plays that hero. Most people.
That's
don't.
what I'm saying. That's why who gives a shit? Literally.
All right.
Pro tip for all you 5 Naga players out there who already know this.
Yeah, nobody plays the hero, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that? Is that a rapier? Nullifier? What's that?
I think it's a nullifier. He has a Helm of Iron Will queued up. I mean, makes sense versus the Tinker and the Moeta, right?
Against the Moeta? You can't dispel. You can't
Oh,
dispel
yeah, I got it.
her
Yeah,
ghost
sorry.
form. That
Okay,
is-
mostly the Tinker, I guess, and the Pipe.
That is the only rule that is different for every ethereal form. This is why they say Dota is all about the rules and exceptions, you know. The general rule is this, but there are some specific exceptions.
But there are like 4 specific exceptions that work in this particular case. If you suddenly, if it's a Sunday and it's before 2 o'clock, hex up. They found Gabby. DJ needs to come in with the save. The song is there. BKB, Gabby being chased down still by 23, but not enough damage to finish him off. DPing out now is Kuku, and the extraction is complete, but they've left a man behind. It's DJ, still a worthy sacrifice for getting your Shadow Fiend out of that crazy smoke gang timing.
No song, no BKB though. I feel like it's still gonna be difficult for them to hold here. I mean, good news is Park Knife's gonna revive. 40 seconds, the push is not gonna arrive that quickly. But how are you gonna hold without song and without BKB on the SF? Like, this is a very, very difficult task right now.
BKB on the SF back in 50. I think by the time they get the wave into the tier, or rather the barracks in the bot lane, might have that available again, but song is the big cooldown, right? 80 seconds left for that. You know, you said something yesterday, Winter, that I think I'm starting to agree with. Every single Timbersaw that we've seen so far feels like it's just been completely hamstrung in the lane, and then you rarely feel its impact.
Yeah, I say that?
I mean,
I said that?
no, you basically said that Timbersaw's just not as solid as it used to be. And I didn't really... I just thought, hey, you know, a little bit of a nerf, no big deal. But then maybe it's that people have gotten good enough at dealing with Timbersaw.
Mike, this game is also not a very good example, in my opinion, because he started the lane so poorly. Like, it's not something that happens every game, right? Like, at level 1, you already lose all your health, you lose your career. It's like a rare situation.
It's like an outlier, right? Yeah. Okay, I can understand that. I think maybe small sample size. Amel, being spotted around the tree line, will get hexed, will get shackled. Here comes the Tinker, the 2 supports trying to finish off this. Oh, wow.
I think they didn't even need the wards, right?
I don't think they needed the wards, yeah. Well, I guess the ward is what... Oh, okay. You mean like the serpent
I mean the
wards.
serpent wards. Okay, sorry.
Right.
Not the observer ward, but...
So I got a little confused then, but I should have known what you meant. My bad. Amel getting caught with his pants down, trying to de-ward on the sides of the map. You've talked about the importance of these wards on those ancient camps on the sides, right? That's where people go to farm when they're behind. And Amel... Can't really blame him in this game, to be honest. I feel like he's trying his very best to do what he needs to for the team. It just feels like there's so much weight on his shoulders to set up for Gabby to right-click.
No buyback. How are they gonna do this? They have the song and Requiem up. So that is the only thing that I feel like Nemesis has to be worried about. As long as they are not positioned, they are not too clumped up, positioning is fine. They should be okay.
They also have a buyback available on Kuku now, so if he runs in, gets picked off before he gets song, they can go for another round.
They can't really initiate properly. They can only counter initiate.
And Nemesis, the only thing they're initiating is the destruction of your racks. 1 lane down, use the banner for it. Feel like they can just rotate over to the bot lane and repeat the same thing if they're not too scared of the puck coming back up.
They'll probably wait for Roche, I think. Just to be safe, you know, considering what happened the last time.
Yeah, true. Even the last time you went up high ground, Gabby auto-attacked you 5 times on the Doom and you died. Butterfly complete now for the Shadow Fiend.
Well, I say probably, yeah, but I think they maybe they feel like they're just gonna end the game, you know. Like, who knows? Raven says there's no way I die 2 times like this to the Shadow Fiend. I have Shiva's Guard right now.
This is another case of Dota 2 not having very productive tooltips. If you look at the Pierce the Veil spell M from Muerta, it just says 12. What does that even mean? Like 12 times 2%. I wish they would put the amount there. That's 24% spell M.
Oh, he has 24?
Yeah,
Oh.
so basically how the shard works is every kill that you get in Pierce the Veil, you get 2% spell amp. So 12 charges of Pierce the Veil spell amp, you would assume it means 24. But is it 2%? Is it 12%? Who knows? Only Gaben.
Yeah, it's actually pretty substantial, you know, for this hero.
Yeah.
It's a crazy number.
I've seen a lot of carry Muertas go for that shard just for... It's a flat overall buff, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's also the Mjolnir, yeah, you have Mjolnir, so it helps a lot.
Okay, I've just checked the Muerta stats. It's actually 18% spell amp. So I think it's 12. Like 12 means 12%. Not 24. Glad we figured that one out
I trust
together.
you. I trust you. Because I have no idea.
That's true. MKB already purchased by the Muerta, so the butterfly is not going to have much of an effect, and Kuku is just going to get found and killed. Jokum, this whole game, he's just been serving up these KUKUYS heroes to Mac on a silver platter. Found another. JG.
That's gotta
Do
be
you
like
think
the...
they'll let Jokum play Shadow Shaman again? Quick question.
Why not? You're talking from the perspective of KUKUYS or his teammates?
I think they want Jokum to play Shadow Shaman every single game.
He's-
Because what
yeah.
the hell?
His teammates definitely won, you know, but maybe not KUKUYS.
Did you see Amel die in like 4 hits from the Muerta, by the way? He's found another! He just can't stop finding them. It's done. It's done. KUKUYS, they tap out game number 1. Enough suffering. 32-9. What a one-sided slaughter this has been. 1 or 2 small moments where it felt like from their combination of the song and the Requiem, they might have been able to find something, but realistically, every time they pulled that combo off, they just found 1 kill and continued losing anyway. It's a really rough one to be a KUKUYS fan.
This is the similar game from yesterday where they picked Ogre and Klings on a safe lane and they got destroyed against what Touch Stormbreaker, and then they just lost the game. I think this is very similar to that. Probably you can just write it down to a draft problem and then try to fix the draft in the next game. You know, they probably thought the draft would work in a very different way. Clearly it doesn't, and they have to just adjust. I think it's just as simple as that.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that throughout all of this, despite KUKUYS using it pretty well yesterday, they just ignored the Koto in favor of the Pugna. I can understand the whole wanting to take towers versus a Tinker and everything, but it kind of felt like the support duo from KUKUYS just fell flat, similar to that entire attempt with the Ogre as well. I don't know, something needs to change with the support prioritization there. At the end of the day, you're looking at everyone other than Armel trying his damn best to like pull something together, coil heroes, set up for success, but it's too much for one man to handle. And because of that, Team Nemesis will be able to walk away with a clean victory. I mean, we were so worried that Nemesis were going to have a bit of a sloppier start, but so far they're looking clean, and maybe game number 2 they'll show the same level of prowess. We'll be back for that after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
See, I know I made the right selection to keep me in the right direction. You got the ability, and I know what I need. You're everything I want. Got everything I need. Everything I want. Got everything I need. You're my desire. Yeah. Ooh. You're everything I want. You're everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I need. Yeah. Everything I want. Got everything I need. All right. Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Sure gonna be a cold winter, baby, without you loving around. I will more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. I've had days of struggle, nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up, nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I not a man for crying, for a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Go and tell your mama to get up off her seat. Go and tell your mama to come out in the street. 'Cause
Game 2 of KUKUYS versus Team Nemesis here in the lower bracket finals for the one slot going to DreamLeague Season 28. It's Permasneeze and Winter taking you through the action. And a bit of deja vu, Winter. Yesterday, we already saw KUKUYS lose a game in a very similar fashion. They picked Ogre Magi for Kuku, he fed it up like nobody's business, and then they just got crushed. Same thing happened today, earlier on against Team Nemesis. They tried a Shadow Fiend Naga lane that just did not work out, and KUKUYS, they couldn't find their footing. Team Nemesis are now one game away from securing their slot in the grand finals against Execration.
Yeah, backs against the walls. They have to figure out what to do here. They have to go back to the Treant Protector. I wonder why they didn't go for the Treant Protector.
It was banned in the end.
Yeah, but it wasn't
banned at the start.
Yeah, like why not just snag it up so you don't have to worry about what Kuku is gonna play, you know? You definitely don't want to be down to, oh, do we go for the Kukumancer? Are you guys sure?
It would be a fitting way for them to go out, that's for sure. But KUKUYS showing respect to the Jao Noel Tinker there. I think he did a lot of work from that pause 5. Of course, it had to do with how rough the laning start was for JG on the Timbersaw. But still, I thought he did great. He had great timings on his items. He was everywhere he needed to be, kept participating in the mid-fights and helping Mac out on the Storm Spirit. So yeah, makes sense that they just banned it out.
Okay, let's see what they're gonna do.
There is Slardar, there is Kotl, there is Tiny.
I think KUKUYS is second pick, so I'm pretty sure they won't get into a similar situation as the last game. So remember we had a conversation about how to deal with the flex pickers, flex
Mhm.
heroes. We remove the flex, and as you say,
Make
or
his
as
life hell on every lane that he could go to.
yeah,
10 seconds.
you said something
remaining.
about unflex, right? Or was it me? And there was no such word, right? You have to
5 seconds
unflex the
remaining.
flex pick.
No, I think you didn't know the word flexible until I told you.
Team Nemesis.
Okay.
That's what that conversation was about. There's that Trio Protector. Let's go.
Alright, rejoice. Rejoice.
We back. We back.
I mean, this doesn't exactly stop the flex, but it's a very good hero against Slada because of the living armor. You block the damage. And the root is very nice also against Slada.
10 seconds remaining.
Stop him from moving around. Because I think the Slada hero is annoying when he can go in,
5 seconds
stun your teammate, back off, cooldowns ready again, blink in, stun again, and run out again. So you need
Yeah.
heroes that can stop him from going in and out. You have to kill him once he comes in. I think Trian is perfect for that.
Sure. Some might consider Slada to be good against Trian as well, just
Huh,
because
why?
you have that reveal. You
I mean,
technically
bro,
corrosive
if-
case also counters out living
if
armor.
that
you know.
someone tells you again that Slada is good against Trian Protect, you gotta just tell him you don't know how to play Trian Protector.
God damn.
That's all I'll
God
tell you.
damn.
Tell your friend that
Okay.
you don't understand Trian Protector if he
10
says Slada
seconds
is good
remaining.
against Trian Protector.
Okay, I'll tell him. I'll tell him. Don't worry. At Trio
5
Protector
seconds
though,
remaining.
we did see Kuku already succeed with this hero, and you said that you think this is his best hero he
No
showcased
doubt.
so far.
Yes, no doubt. He's best hero. At least in the
I'm-
qualifiers. Maybe in scrims he has something else up his sleeve. I don't know. But
Mhm.
in the games that we've seen, I think this is his best hero.
The funny thing is, I
Radiant
never
team
really
back.
pegged Kuku as a Trian Protector player. The
Why?
playstyle that he... Don't you think so? Like, I feel like Kuku, a lot of other heroes maybe come to mind, but Trian Protector isn't the top of my mind. And the way that he played the Trian Protector in that previous series was also very interesting and unique. I feel like I've never really seen Kuku do that.
10
I think it's a
seconds
captain
remaining.
type hero. Because you don't have to farm a lot. You're just walking around
5
giving
seconds
information and telling your
remaining.
team where to go. So if you're a very alpha person in the game, you want to
Radiant
dictate play, I
team
think this is
picked.
the type of hero for you. And Kuku is that type of player.
Team Nemesis.
Like-
He's an alpha wolf.
Hey, you definitely want to do what he tells you in a game if you don't want to get into some trouble later.
I mean, the team is literally named KUKUYS. If you're not listening to Kuku, I don't know if you're on the wrong team.
That
Maybe
is
you should join Team
yeah,
Nemesis.
that's a good point. So next time
10
when I'm making a
seconds
team,
remaining.
I'll make sure that I put my name in the team name. So when
Yeah.
when I talk,
seconds
people have to
remaining.
listen, right?
Yeah, call your team Winter Soldiers. And then everybody, when they join the team, there's already that, like, they understand what they're signing up for. You know what I mean? You call yourself Team Nemesis, who's the boss?
Team
The
Nemesis.
mascot on their flag? Who knows? That doesn't look like March at all. Here comes Tusk. Pretty solid. I would argue to say, apart from the Shadow Shaman, Tusk has always been one of Jokum's best heroes, full stop. So it's also a great hero in this current
10
meta.
seconds
I
remaining.
think you always like to talk about this, but it feels like he's the king of all these rune fights, right?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's also very nice against Lash, right? I like Tusk into Lash because Lash is very vulnerable in the early stages of the game to physical damage, and Tusk is perfect to kill him. You block him in the shots, tag team, bye bye. It's great with Slada too, not to mention the corrosive haze. Roshan's easy, Tormentor's easy. Yeah,
Radiant
hero kills
team
are
pick.
also easy.
Wind Ranger at your service.
This might be the game that I would advocate for maxing living armor. Did I have a conversation with you about not liking the map?
Yeah, you
I did, right?
You were basically talking about how you preferred Kuku's playstyle, where he left living armor at level 1 and prioritized like the
10
leech seed
seconds
and the
remaining.
nature's grass.
The grass first. He only maxed the
Yeah.
grass. He doesn't max leech seed.
5
So
seconds
basically,
remaining.
why I think maxing the nature's grasses is important is of the reason to push out the waves, and you can actually get some gold for your shard or your dagger. I think it's very, very important for Trian Protector to have that. I think the living armor is nice. He has a very good, I think, value point, I would say. So you don't really have to take more. And the players that were taking more, it was the Carstens Trian and it was
Pardell,
the
CML.
CML, yeah, Execration. So those were the trends that I didn't really like it so much, because if you lose your towers when you do that, you're gonna feel like, okay, so what is my purpose in the game now? I can't even farm, so you don't feel good.
Sure. So you were saying that this game you might actually advocate
Yeah,
for the
because of
living
the
armor max.
Tusk and Slada, and Leshrac really needs the living armor.
Sure.
I
What
mean,
about this Wind Ranger? What are we making of this pick here?
if it's a carry, it's great with Slada. It's great with Tusk. So I think it should be a carry this game, but maybe we might see a support. But I feel like it should be perfect as a carry here in this game. But there's a chance that it's going to be Jokem on Wind Ranger and
seconds
General on the
remaining.
Tusk. Mars is probably going
5
to
seconds remaining.
make carry Wind Ranger a little bit. You probably don't want to do that against Mars.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think we're seeing the Wind Ranger picked up at this stage? Because most of the time, I feel like when you see
It's a
your carry,
flex.
you want to see your lane matchup or you want to
It's a
see your...
flex. I think it's a flex
Okay.
number one, and number two, it's a lane secure as a support.
Team
Like, it's very very
Nemesis
strong in the
turn to
lane.
pick.
If you look at the position 5, like what does Treant Protector do to you in the lane? He punches you, and if you put a Wind Runner there, then what?
No punching.
Yeah,
No punching.
I think that's the logic. If you ask
Okay.
me.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the major reasons why Wind Runner is such a
10
great...
seconds
Wind
remaining.
Ranger, sorry, is rather a great position for, because that Wind Run just makes it so that trading
5
against the...
seconds
On
remaining.
top of the power shot being an insane nuke.
Yeah, if
it's
it's a
impossible.
right-click lane, Wind Ranger is very very nice. And we speak about the Dark Widow the last game, and now it appears. It's one of the better heroes against Tusk because of the root.
Team Nemesis
It makes it very
turn
difficult for you to
bet.
move around in the team fights. Stops you from snowball save. Very good combination with both Treant Protector and Mars. That is some humongous team fight already. Arena, Overgrowth, and Terrorize. And Nemesis like, I don't give a shit about team fight. I am going
10
to minus
seconds
your
remaining.
armor and I'm going to blow your heroes up.
And Mars isn't even
5
wearing
seconds
a lot of
remaining.
armor, but they're gonna strip him down to the bare bone. They don't want any of it on.
Like-
Team Nemesis going for a pure physical draft. I
Yeah.
wonder whether TA is... I can understand why, but at the same time, every time I see TA, I just think damage over time, get through the refraction, and KUKUYS have so many ways of doing so.
They just need like some. I feel like they just need some hero that can live through the burst. Like all this armor. TB comes to mind
Yeah.
against TA Slada, but I don't know if they need. They have room for this sort of
10
hero in the
seconds
lineup, and
remaining.
maybe the lane with Treant Protector is not that great. But before that comes,
5 seconds
we have to
remaining.
look at what Nemesis is going to do. Like, is
Team
Slada going to go
Nemesis,
off lane?
turn
I
to
think
bat.
Raven is not going to. I think that he's not going to play the Slada. I think they'll pick another off laner. He doesn't really like to play Slada, from what I understand.
It just doesn't fit his playstyle, like he doesn't like to initiate or...
Yeah, he doesn't like playing this sort of heroes like Pango,
10
Slada,
seconds
in and
remaining.
out, initiating heroes. X, for example. I
5
think he's
seconds
going to
remaining.
play usually the more greedy ones here. But what
Okay.
do they need? I think they need a tank. Some Underlord, some Tide, more minus armor. Those are...
He's played Slada somewhat recently. Is it... Are you thinking maybe the Slada is an okay matchup into Lash, so you don't really mind putting it mid?
Not just that. I
Entertain
think
back.
it's mostly like he's going to usually play a more greedier hero.
Okay. On the
A
off
hero that looks more like a carry. Because he's from the carry.
Well, look back at Raven's match history. It's Tidehunter, Doom,
10
Brewmaster, a couple of
seconds
Timbersaws. There is
Yeah,
Slada
Tide.
and Axe in there.
Tide, I think,
5
might fit the bill
seconds
here.
remaining.
Give you some team fight. It's very nice in the lane with Wind Ranger, Gush, and she right clicks.
Okay, I can see it. Then you get something like a early Vlads or something like that. We
Yeah.
saw JG on KUKUYS build a very early Aghanims. It ended up being the wrong itemization choice, but maybe you get an early pipe, perhaps, on Raven, and suddenly your team is a lot more buff against what KUKUYS have right now.
Then there's also another hero that I think might be a potential offlaner. It's like Brewmaster. I see a lot of Brewmaster in the European games. The hero
Yeah.
seems good.
Team Nemesis turn to
Gives you big team fight and a lot of magic damage. Pretty nice combination with Wind Ranger as well. I'm gonna go for the Abyssal Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to the Tide. It's very nice with their lineup. It provides them with because they need someone to hold a position on the map, the anchor. Like Tide Underlord is nice for that. Gives you auras. You want the pipe. That's all magic damage.
10
Treant, Lash,
seconds
Mars,
remaining.
Dark Widow, almost fully magic damage. So pipe carrier is nice.
5 seconds remaining.
Only
I guess
down-
what Underlord gives you is also magic damage compared to the Tides, mostly physical, right?
Yeah, but at the same time you have Slada, right? So the Tide kind of also utilizes the minus armor nicely with that.
True.
I mean,
I don't know, Winter. You're the one who taught me don't pick all the same type of damage. If not, it's gonna be.
I know. I mean, Underlord also uses the damage. You have a lot of damage from the Demon's Reach, and Slada is going to amp, not amp. You know, you're gonna tell me I'm old again. You're gonna use your corrosive haze,
fine.
and then you're gonna
There we
blow
go.
people up.
Drow Ranger. You may now
Wow, that
select
is.
your
I mean-
heroes.
That is
Whoa.
an interesting one. I mean, it's very nice with the lineup. It's good with the Treant Protector lane. It's very nice with the Mars. You trap heroes in, and then you just shoot arrows in as Drow. Against Underlord, I think Underlord's a nice. It's kind of like a nice counter to Drow Ranger. I think in the early game as well, you gotta be careful. You know, it's gonna be Wind Ranger Underlord. They definitely have a lot of burst damage to kill the Drow in the lane, and combining with the fact that you have a pos 5 Tusk, those gate ganks minute 4. I think you need to have a ward. If you don't see the Tusk coming through as Drow, you're screwed.
Yeah, the whole draft from KUKUYS looks cool on paper,
Until the
but I
Drow.
also feel like
the Drow is like, you see it, it's like the SF, right? There's a target on your back.
yeah, I'm just worried because you already mentioned that Armel's Leshrac is pretty susceptible to ganks, right? Now Zhao and Jokum are gonna be able to run around the map, and whichever lane they show up to, it feels like the core is
Yeah.
gonna be pretty easy to kill.
I think this Drow pick actually destabilized the draft quite a bit. I was kind of expecting them to pick something more stable for the lane, you know? I think,
What would have been a better
I
option?
mean,
you
Troll
think?
was
Like,
bad.
are there any-
Troll was bad.
Okay.
Troll would have been really nice. Even something like what else? Like I think there was I'm not
You
sure.
say you didn't like the TB.
Yeah, I didn't really like the TV. TV is good for a game, but not good. Maybe with their drop, it's too slow. You know, maybe
Right.
something else like gyro. I don't know. Maybe it was banned as well. So
Yeah, gyro
They-
plus ban, unfortunately.
they are stuck with this draw, and I mean not to say it can't work, but there's a lot of I think there's a lot of potholes they need to avoid. Right? They need to make sure they have a observable on the gate. I think minute 4 you have to place it.
Prepare for battle.
Minute 3.5, minute 4. Make sure that he cannot come through and kill your draw. I think that's the first thing that you need to really keep your head focused on as the support. The draw needs to have 0 death in the lane. Like the first, 5 minutes. That needs to happen.
Well, it is Cuckoo on his Treant Protector. This is the hero that we praised him endlessly about. Seems to understand it better than anyone else in this competition at the moment. We'll see whether that understanding helps Gabby have a free lane, because seen some instances where Cuckoo ends up sort of feeding away a little bit more in the lane than he would like. Raven spots out the ward. I think he's just trying to bait, but
Wait, what
You gotta-
is he doing?
why did he
Why do you do that? Is he fine? Oh, he's trying to bait. They're coming from
He
behind.
was trying to bait. Yeah, I thought he was gonna die, and now Gabby falling for the trap. Nemesis, they were completely ready for that. The second blood grenade comes through. The chase down
That was
JG.
so smart.
Cuckoo to fall as well. I thought for sure that Raven was gone, but it was a wraparound move coming out from the side of Nemesis. What a play from them.
We see this every game. When you're playing against Treant Protector, you try to go there to cut the trees, and then the team that has Treant comes over with his whole team to stop you from cutting the trees. And now this is the next level shit. You put your offlaner there, they see the offlaner, they think he's alone, they go for him, but your team is already behind wrapping them.
Yeah, what a play there. I was wondering because he saw that Ops ward, right? And he was still standing
Yeah,
around
that
in a
was the play.
relatively precarious distance.
That was the play of the SDA qualifier for sure. Best play. Best play, best
Hey,
bait.
Are you saying that that play outdoes Talos ratting the base with Wind Waker Hex on Luna?
Yes. Because I'm a biased person.
Okay,
I like it when I see good preparation in the game. This is all prep
that's
work.
true. The Palos play was more like adaptation and smart moves on the
Yeah,
fly, right?
individually, it's an individual play. This is a team play.
Yeah, macro gameplay, netting them 2 kills and putting Nemesis to a pretty good start in this early laning stage. Does it affect things very much, you think,
Yes.
those first few kills?
Yes, who got the kills? Let's see. Oh, Mac got 1 kill. That's going to be good for him.
Okay.
And this lane is
Mac and Zhao.
This lane is definitely something that he needs. It's the extra gold. Oh, Joker ran the Entangle facet on Wind Ranger.
Yeah, seems that way.
I've been seeing a lot of support Wind Rangers actually do this, you know. didn't think it would be a thing for supports. Seems like it's going to be the better option to secure lanes, because I've also talked to some support players that told me that in the lane, if you actually have this facet, you can actually do a lot more compared to power shot facet. I mean the kill shot facet, because your trading is not as efficient. You're just waiting to land your power shot, which sometimes can be bad if you miss like 1 or 2, right? So this one is a lot more reliable. You just shackle, stun them to a tree, and then you already have the damage bonus to trade, right? So you're getting value immediately. And then I think the mana cost is the mana cost lower, right? Yeah, shackle is lower than power shot, so you're saving a lot more mana in the lane.
Yeah, I've always liked this facet a lot more. I understand that people usually get it only when you're playing Core Wind Ranger, but I found that maybe I'm underrating the execute, but it feels like the classic facet discussion that we always have, right? Is it always going to give you value, or is it circumstantial? And it feels like the execute is circumstantial. You have to land the spell, and they have to be below a certain threshold for the facet to come into play, compared to Shackle Shot, where every single time you cast the spell, there's a chance for you to stun like the entire creep wave along with their carry and support.
Yeah, but some of the carry Wind Rangers also go kill shot, you know. For example, Yatoro. So it's
That's
also hard to say like what exactly is the reasoning behind some of the choices, right? It could be just preference. But based on what I've seen in the games, usually as a support, I think nowadays it's actually probably very highly likely better to get the Entangle facet. And also the fact that you can actually stun multiple heroes later in the game, you know, which is very useful as a support.
As I think one of the big complaints about Wind Ranger is, as a pause 4, before Gale Force was introduced, it was always like, oh, you know, she doesn't really bring a lot of control because Shackle Shot is such a difficult ability to land. Right now, if there's a whole squadron of opponents charging at you, you just throw Shackle Shot in a general direction, you get maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Basically like a
precisely.
3-man stun. It's kind of crazy.
She became a more reliable setup hero with this facet. Somewhat.
I guess it makes sense when you look at the rest of the side of Nemesis, right? They don't have any shortage of damage. So all they really need is to keep these heroes in place.
But do you think that kind of defeats the purpose of having the 2 facets on Wind Ranger? It's supposed to be one is a core facet, one is a support facet, right? But right now it seems like it's better to even have just Tangle on both rows, you know?
I wonder about that because, like you said, it's still up for debate, right? I think where Wind Ranger's facets are is it's actually pretty nice because then it comes down to preference. Are you playing more for power shot or are you playing more for control? I don't mind it. I like it when it's not a core or support facet like so outright. I like it when it just gives the hero different things that it can do. And that's kind of what we see here with Wind Ranger. Right now we're seeing 23 take a lot of damage. He's got to watch himself. Does have refraction to play with, but dropping very low in the lane. You'd kind of expect maybe Tusk TA to be the ones putting out the pressure, but between Underlord as well as this... Oh, sorry, the Mars as well as the Dark Willow, they're returning a lot of the harass.
I mean, this Willow plus Mars is very, very strong when you get your levels. Especially if you can spear it through. Okay,
This is the gate gank you were talking about.
So early, it's not even 4 minutes, 350. There's no way they have a ward here. He's gonna die, I think. Yeah,
Shackle off the mark. Gabby in trouble though. Using that wind run. Living armor protecting him for now, and the stick charges will not be enough. DJ's gonna TP in, throw a blood grenade. Jokum trying to dodge away from the brambles, but unfortunately caught between some trees and the cliff. Won't be able to get out while KUKUYS salves up. So they get what they came for in the drow kill, but they do lose Jokum for it.
it's totally worth it. Every death drow has in the lane, it's gonna be so bad for the game. Because you want to just get level 6 and go to the jungle, so you don't ever get ganked, you know. Now DJ has to kind of stay here to keep tabs on what General is doing, you know. He has to be mirroring his every move.
Looking to cut off Zhao here, but meanwhile Armel with a solo kill in the mid lane onto Mac. Despite getting that first blood, not good enough for him to outdo the Lesh.
Yeah, this is a very difficult lane nowadays. Because you're getting mana when you're hit right-clicking with this facet. You keep spamming the Lightning Storm, so it's actually very oppressive towards melee heroes. If Slada is dying in this lane, imagine all the other melee heroes.
Yeah, true. Slada's probably one of the most survivable because of that river and the move speed and everything.
Seaborn Sentinel, right? Yeah.
Yeah. We're on a bit of a guessing the innate name spree today. What's the Drow one? I actually don't know what the
No
Drow one
idea
is.
to ask me.
Oh, Precision Aura, of course. Precision Aura.
Yeah, this is the old one.
Yeah, her old ability, right? It's a classic case of they just put an ability into an innate.
Yeah, Trusex. You know that name?
Yeah, of course. I'm from Southeast Asia. I have to know that name. If not, they execute me in the land shops, I think. 23 Savage gonna get caught by a Brambles and a Spear. Great rotation from Amel. Will find the carry of Nemesis with no help nearby because they're a bit too busy trying to dive Gabby. Looking towards Kuku, he's acting as a pretty good bodyguard. Zhao is gonna drop under the tower though, so you're trading support for support and your carry dies. I think you needed to kill Amel to make that worthwhile.
They need to kill Gabby.
Sorry, Gabby, sorry. Not Amel. I meant
Gabby,
Gabby.
they're running him down. Like, it's not good
gotta
that
try.
the Drow is alive.
Try and make it happen.
He's-
Living armor coming through. Quite a bit of damage block though. Gets removed immediately. Jokum holding the win run till the very last moment and they manage to run down the Drow.
Oh boy, the tree is gonna die again. The task is back. Yeah, they're just getting.
Try to TP
And this is
in.
the problem with the Drow. This is going to happen when you have a weak laner like this, you know. Like kills gonna happen too much that your supports have to TP back after they die, and then when your support TPs back to try and save you, they can't save you, and then they die as well. Like it's a very very bad snowball effect when you have this type of weak laning heroes.
Yeah. Kind of
Is-
feels like
this is
Gabby,
why-
2 games in a row, he's picked this somewhat weaker laner that
Okay,
I
maybe
can't even say SF is a weak laner, right?
Maybe not weak, but easy to gank hero. Like maybe
Yeah,
weak
yeah.
is not the appropriate word, you know. Just susceptible hero, you know, to early rotations.
I mean, I don't know if you guys know anything about Southeast Asia, but if Gabby puts a target on his own back, I think every single Southeast Asia player is going to run straight at him. No one wants Gabby to have a good game.
Hey, what are you trying to say? You know, you say everyone tries to target him, even in pubs.
Is under attack.
I think he's an easy target.
Because of the way he plays, or because of the hero he plays.
No, it's just like when you see someone super notable, right? It's kind of like if you run into Arteezy in a pub. It's so easy to just hone in on him. It's someone the entire enemy team can just rally together and focus down.
I'm
No one's gonna be like, I want Gabby to have a good game. Nobody wants that. They're worried that Gabby has a good game, free game, and then he just owns you.
I'm looking at it from a completely different angle. I
Oh.
thought you were saying that this guy has a specific greedy farming pattern, so it's easy to kill. Same like RTZ, so it's easy to gank him.
I mean, in this particular case, he's picked some heroes that are easy to gank, so a little bit unfortunate for him. Haste Rune bottled up by Amel here.
Oh, it means somebody is going to die, but who?
For now, it's the creeps in the triangle.
Yeah, this is
There you
this is
go.
what we call blind pressure. You don't see where the lash, you know he took a rune, but everybody has to hide in the jungle.
Radiant are scanning.
It's actually so important to find out what rune the enemy mid laner actually took, you know, even if you
Yeah.
can't contest it. Like, look at the TA, he's
sure.
like so goddamn scared, you know, he's hiding in the jungle.
Yeah. I guess it's also because the Mars is level 6, right? So any +1 feels like the TA is just gonna die. They're not done pressuring the bot lane just yet. Kuku's gonna go invis. Any detection available on Jokem. No sentries or dust. It's still flying out. They'll get a sentry for himself, but now they're looking towards mid instead on the side of Nemesis.
And it's going to be a quiet couple of moments here, but DJ is already setting up it. He gets the ward. They're both just trying to, I think, position themselves in a lane to harass the enemy mid lane. Because at 9 minutes, right, usually if nothing's going on, you try to pressure the enemy mid laner so they lose health. So when they fight for the 10-minute rune, they're not full HP.
Kuku's been doing a
Ah,
pretty
yes,
good job.
He actually has the armor build this game. I should
Yeah. I mean, it's really
this
good,
game,
right? You were
yeah.
saying.
This game is really good. Like, this guy clearly really understands this hero.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I feel like even though Treant Protectors naturally like to play around trees, I feel like Kuku's been really good about positioning so he doesn't get shackle shotted. I've seen so many shackle shots come out from Jokum where Kuku's just sidestepping an obvious tree path or something like that. 10-minute runes. Gonna be Mac who claims the Invis rune. Lesh was in position in the bot lane. And I think they saw it, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they'll see it now they're showing in the mid lane.
I mean, he just needs to show to farm his dagger. I mean, the thing with Slala is even though he feels like a hero that you want to move around, but actually contrary to how you should play it, you should actually sit. Okay, maybe now I'm cursing him. Sit in the mid lane
Yeah.
and farm and die.
And get caught by JG and his gang. Invis Rune ain't gonna save you there as Mac takes a tumble in the mid lane, and Raven, he'll take up his job as the anchor in the mid to clear out this creep wave. Don't think without the arena that they can kill him. Especially if that Vanguard complete.
Yeah, definitely overplaying his hand there. Like, how did the Mars just walk up to him and catch him in the arena?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Might have been smoked. Not too sure.
Yeah,
Didn't have our eyes on it.
The moment
I like
you,
this response though.
the moment you praise him.
Are scanning.
Yeah.
Radiant's
Should have kept your
top
words to yourself perhaps, but now that
should've.
there's no threat of the arena, 23 and the gang trying to pressure this top tier 1 tower. Zhao is taking a lot of damage though. The spear completely missed. The snowball didn't even need to dodge it. They're thinking about aggressing, but this is a bit of an awkward position amidst all the brambles. Here comes the Treant Protector,
Gabby's
trying to
here.
slow them down. Gabby is in fact here, but with the trap slows just making them crawl basically towards the dire side. They're not going to get any chase.
Yeah, wasted TP, oh. That's really good for Nemesis. Mac is very, very close to Dagger, so he's going to take a chill pill and just sit in the jungle for now to make sure he doesn't get ganked. TA is sitting top, so they're happy. Very happy on Nemesis side. Oh, so very
What about
interesting.
KUKUYS though?
So he went for the Tangle build, then he maxed the power shot. Oh, okay. I guess
Radiant's
that
bottom
also
tower
kind of makes
is
sense,
under
yeah, as a
attack.
support.
Yeah, you play for the power shot nuke because that's just objectively better. And then the value of the shackle shot in lane goes up with the value point,
It's
right?
not just
you don't need to
the
max it.
lane, it's because you can stun a lot of heroes also.
Yeah.
I think maybe the damage is not really that important. Yeah. Okay, very interesting.
A bit late on the shards there. I thought we were going to try and trap him in the pit, but Amel able to just diabolic edict down that tower. So they finally crack open the mid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pause for Wind Ranger. Killing your tower with ultimate. That's what we wanted to see.
KUKUYS trying to threaten the overgrowth to scare him away. I don't think it's going to work.
He doesn't want to let the tower go down. He has
No,
max
living armor that bad boy.
Max armor build, man. Keep everything alive.
Yeah.
No doubt.
The saddest thing of playing Treant in pubs is when your team doesn't defend towers.
Yeah.
Like,
Tell them, guys, you ping the armor, and then they're like, nope, I'm playing stacks.
yeah.
And then you're like, why did I even pick this hero?
Yeah, what am I doing? But Treant is such a fun hero, honestly.
Uh,
Something about cosplaying a giant tree.
I mean, in pubs, it's actually not really that fun, you know. I'm afraid. People just don't understand what to do with Treant in the game. I tell you, it's very few people that know what to do in the lane when they're with Treant. And majority of people don't know what to do when there's Treant in the game, outside of the
Yeah.
lane. Like, I think it's a very misunderstood hero.
So what do people think it is? And what do you feel like is actually how you should play around Treant?
People think Treant is like just like a AFK farming hero. They don't see him because they think that he's just going to sit in the trees and defend the towers, right? But he's actually not that, yeah. Like, he's a hero that is very, very flexible. Obviously, you can do that. You can sit in the lane and defend the tower. But in the game, you are also very useful at scouting and you are BKB piercing disable. And in the laning phase, people don't understand how strong Treant is as an aggressive hero. They see him as, I plant my seed down on the creep, I heal you, I use living armor on you, that's it. There's no kill threat. But that is actually totally wrong, you know. At level 2, if you go Nature's Grass, you can actually kill most of the offlane heroes if you actually time it with a blood grenade. I think a lot of people do not understand this. And when you get a kill at level 2, you snowball, you get level 3 faster, you get another kill. These are small little things that make life very, very nice for Treant Protector.
Yeah. I think people see Nature's Grasp as this whole, okay, you know, it's a nice damage and slow, but then they just walk out of it. But it's exactly what you said, like timing it with the blood grenade to keep them in that radius. It's a really big deal. As Jokum still down here, trying his best to
how long
take
is this
tower
gonna
down.
go?
He's not getting it. He's not getting it.
Oh boy.
KUKUYS about to living armor this bad
Yeah,
boy.
he's
Watch.
just gonna stay here and fix the tower.
Eh.
Nice.
Yay, 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 yay.
That is so damn annoying.
Someone help joke him out, bro. Someone help his ass out.
He doesn't have a Pugna, so they can't smoke and kill the tower this time.
Yeah, even if they do, by the time they reach that tower again, it's gonna be healed back up to half HP.
Quiet game. Living armor trend, this is what you get. It's
Yeah,
a very
true.
quiet game.
I thought that after the Blink Dagger from the Slada, we'd see a bit more action. He's had it for a while, but Max electing to instead farm towards the shard first, and is not really interested in making anything happen.
It's kind of difficult, you know, because the Lash is really strong with the Greaves. You can't really... Okay, maybe you can kill
But
it.
now they'll
Nope.
start the fight.
Greaves.
Arena in, catches two. That's huge. Raven's coming through as well, but the Greaves Lash, like you mentioned, way too tanky to deal with. And Raven has to try and
boy.
evacuate, but a split earth under his toes will stop him from doing so. This is exactly why Mac might have been a bit too scared to chase. JG there with a huge counter initiation, and will find his team another kill onto Jokem. I say that, win run at the very last moment, disallowing the God's Rebuke to come in and finish him off. Huge fight there for Amel.
This is what he was afraid of. Going into the Lash with Greaves, and they're gonna lose their heroes. Like 3 heroes going down, almost a 4th one. Windrunner just basically managed to just slither away towards the end. 23 is gonna come and try to get just one return kill. Yeah, but the power of the Lash, you know, cannot be underestimated.
I mean, surely now that the TA is finished there, so you want to connect 23 to a few more of these kills, right? You imagine,
Yeah, you can try.
even with the Greaves, you blink crush somebody, you get a corrosive haze out, 23, a few auto attacks, that's all you need.
You know what they really need is the pipe. I think if you look at all the early game items, the pipe is the one that's going to
Radiant's bottom
change
tower
things, you
is
know.
under attack.
So he has a Vanguard and he's not upgrading. He realizes it too, you know, he's not upgrading it to a Crimson and he's going for the pipe first. He's stopping at the Vanguard.
We've seen some Underlords go for the pipe rush immediately. Is there any reason why he felt the need to go for the Vanguard? I mean, I understand it's good into Drow, but everybody else is doing magic damage.
It's good for the lane. I think mainly for the lane. He needs the Vanguard to sit in the lane and become like this unkillable object. And then after that, he just needs to sit back and get his pipe timing right. I think the mistake was they tried to make the move on the Lash without having a pipe. And now I'm sure they already realized it, so they're kind of trying to sit back and chill a little bit and farm, you know. But the damage is already kind of done. The Lash is very, very big. Now look at the Lash. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Kaya Stage with Greaves.
Yikes.
How do you take this man down? This guy is going to have living armor, and he has the level 10 talent, armor talent. Yeah, this Lash is a problem. But maybe, right, if the TA is there, and then they go on him with the Slada right away with the Task Tag team, maybe they can actually just burst him from full. Maybe.
Yeah. He does have to be out of position, and you're kind of hoping that the Dark Willow and the Mars are not ready to counter-initiate.
If you get the jump, maybe.
Top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
Blink Dagger complete for 23, so that's definitely an option. And this game, it's about to be an absolute garbage on the floor, litter everywhere. You look on the Radiant side, you've got trees, eyes in the forest. You look on the Dire side, you've got traps. These supports are going to have a really hard time locating their opponent's vision and just cancelling it
Yeah,
out.
that's actually true. So annoying. Traps, Eye of the Forest, and there's just all these random brambles on the ground. There's gonna be so much on the ground, you know, Firestorm.
Yeah. Lash spells, like, I don't know, it's gonna be annoying. I mean, I'm just looking at this game from the perspective of a support. I don't even know how to be sure where
can't
on the
walk.
map I can play.
Can't walk in.
Can't walk, can't go anywhere. They see you, no matter where you go.
Uh-oh. Kuku is going to find 23.
They have a sentry
Oh,
there though.
they
They,
actually
find
see him.
Cuckoo instead.
Nice. They actually see him. So does
Yeah.
this mean that the
Dire's middle
Tomata is
tower
dead?
is under attack.
20 seconds for Trim Protector. It's going to be close.
Yeah, it doesn't have a tier 1 to TP
Oh,
to, but
oh,
now
nice.
it's 23 in trouble.
Nice spear.
The TA just gets caught. A bit too ambitious, thinking that now with Cuckoo dead, the rest of KUKUYS would not want to fight, but of course they'd want to avenge their captain.
That was a brilliant fear by DJ. Catching the Tusk behind. I don't know if he was in vision or he just kind of felt like maybe he needed to place it a little bit back so that in case the Tusk was behind. And good presence of mind on Jardel.
Radiant's middle tower
What the
is
hell?
under
Did you just
attack.
first name him?
First name him? Isn't that his?
Yeah,
Oh no, that's not his. Yeah, Mampusti is his last name. I guess you're right.
Good presence of mind from Jardel here. Zhao is another one, right? Januel is his literal name
Yeah. So
that his mother gave him.
so are we going to have to call everyone by their names now? The actual.
I'm glad
names?
that's not the case. I'm glad that's not
So,
the
so
case.
Jokem is Tri Kunchoro.
Yeah.
You have to call
Yeah.
him Tri.
Wait, isn't Amel literally also his name?
Yeah, that's his name.
And Raven, of course, is also named Raven in real life.
Oh,
That's
really? I
just
thought it's Mark Polo.
no. I made that shit. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I can never trust.
Got
you.
your ass.
I can never trust.
Got your ass.
Yeah, Kuku is a Carlo Pallad.
Palad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we actually know their names. Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of it. Like, you know, if you've ever done like esports, like writing those articles, they always get you to write first name, player name, last name.
Dude,
So I have
if
all
you
of
can
these
do
just
this
like.
in Europe or Eastern Europe, especially Eastern Europe, you're the man, man. Those names.
There's
so
some
hard
there's
to
some that
say.
I got. To be fair, remembering the full names of the Filipino players is difficult because sometimes they have like a lot of middle names.
Very,
Like they
very
got their
long
first name,
names.
last name, middle name, and then like a bunch of names after that. So that one's tough.
They also have their nicknames where their family gives them specific names.
True.
It's a
Yeah.
common thing in Filipino culture.
I think JG's name is his initials. It's Justin or Joshua or something. I'm not.
You don't know. Finally, you don't know one.
Yeah. You got me.
Actually,
You got me.
I don't know as well.
It's all good. Free kill onto Jokum, spotted out by the eyes in the forest. Very frustrating game to play with all these little bits of vision everywhere. You think you're safe next to your tier 1. Kuku says no.
I am pretty sure if they lose this game, they're not gonna give him another Treant Protector.
No way, dude. Treant Protector. I
Has fallen.
agreed with you yesterday, and I'm agreeing with you again
Yeah, but
today.
why did
I
they-
think it's his best hero.
Why did they not pick it just now? They were given a chance and like, nope. Our backs are not against the wall yet. We don't need
Radiant's middle
Kuku's
tower
Treant.
is under attack.
Maybe they just thought they'd get it at a later phase, which
Yeah,
is a
but
bit
how?
naive,
There
but
is no way, man.
yeah.
Dire's
Well, they learned that
top
lesson the
tower
hard
is
way,
under
right?
attack.
Well, at least it's gonna give them one win if they actually can close out this game. It's looking good right now, but it's not over. It's just a very small lead. But they have a lot of advantage in terms of how they can play on the map. The vision game, the wave shuffling, the pressure. And
Yeah.
even if you talk about late game scaling, I think Drow is going to outscale everything that Nemesis has eventually. This Drow,
Yeah, I agree with
this
you.
Drow hero is crazy late game.
I feel some sort of worry starting to set in, at least for me, and probably for the fans of Nemesis as well, because when you look at this draft with the TA, with the Slardar, you kind of get the feeling that they should be able to play a bit faster. But now it's just the Drow free farming. Sure, her net worth isn't very high, or she's not top net worth, but it looks like it's KUKUYS who are controlling the entire map.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like Nemesis should be getting more done right now.
Feels like this Slardar not being able to actually be a real flex for them might be the issue. Because the lane matchup is difficult against this Leshrac. And you know, like, remember the draft, right? So they opened with Slardar, and then Treant Protector was picked at 10. And then after that, it was the Leshrac follow-up, right? So
Yeah.
it means that KUKUYS knew that this Slardar is not a flex.
Kuku's gonna get caught immediately, but that sets up for JG to put an arena down. Nice fear, catching Jokum, so it's a 1-for-1 trade for now as Matt has to pop his BKB to fight. They're trying to fully focus down Amel, but he's able to heal, get the distance away, and still survive.
Oh boy.
Nobody's killing Amel.
GG.
23, trying to come through to the high ground to get the kill on Amel. Any way to stop the TP? No spear.
Yeah, that is as bad as it can get. You may have gotten Kuku Protector, but you have to pay a huge price for that.
Did you just say Kuku Protector?
Yeah, Treant Protector. You told me to come up with names.
Okay, yeah. It's just...
You said the Kuku
It
monsters.
might be a little bit inappropriate, you know? Kuku Protector. What are we, 12?
I just realized. You should.
Okay,
You should
well-
have let it roll. You know why? Why do you have?
Yeah, that's true. I should have just let it go. I'm really bad at that. I latch on like a little dog. But 6k gold lead and that team fight, you can kind of understand what Nemesis were thinking. They wanted to burst down the Lash. They had that BKB timing on the Slaughter. But then the Lash is way too big. I keep coming back to something you already said, Winter. I feel like that mistake when they were fighting for the 16-minute runes where they got Lash like 3 kills, he's basically 1.5 items ahead of where he should be. And he's not possible to kill.
Yeah. Very, very difficult to kill. I actually don't even mind this game, right? Okay, never mind. They already have Solar. They have Solar on DJ and they have the living armor. You know, it's just totally debates the TA Sada burst damage. You know, it stops them from bursting one hero. You know, I think you already mentioned this. If you have too much of the same thing, you said because I influence you to think that, usually it means it's a bad thing.
Yeah. Too much of anything is bad.
Plus, Lada, TA, and Wind Ranger, they're all single target heroes. And guess what? Living Armor, Solar Crest counters that, you know, you can't kill.
I'm starting to see what you mean by Trien is a flexible hero, because even apart from the setting up kills on the map, right? Like, you think about Trien, one of the benefits that he brings to this draft is obviously the single target damage protection, right? You can really bodyguard a certain hero. But then at the same time, right now, with the Eyes in the Forest, this pick-off lineup that Nemesis are trying to play, they cannot find anything on the map because everywhere they go, they're being spotted out. I feel like this Slada would have loved to try and find some blink initiations, get some Deso charges for the TA, but there are no opportunities. They're just being cordoned off to their side of the map, basically.
They're stuck. I would say they have like only 30% of the map to play because of Trien. Yeah, that's why the hero is very, very valuable in Pro Dota. Like, it's one of those support heroes that makes you change the way you have to play the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And also, this is like the benefit of having this this Lash. You know, you can actually kill buildings with your Edict.
Yeah. We were so worried about the Lash because historically speaking, this is a hero that's very susceptible to physical damage, right? But then now that he has a Grease first item, I realize it's a completely different different monster.
Greaves, level 10 talent, living armor, and Solar Crest Rush. Very, very.
I didn't even realize Lash had a +4 armor talent.
Dire are scanning. Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower
it all
is
adds
under
up.
attack.
And how much armor is he sitting at now? Just baseline, he's basically at... Wait, why can't I count? The hell?
48.
Yeah.
Why can't you count?
And that's without living. Yeah, I don't know. I opened
Why?
the big stat sheet and then I just got lost. Like I couldn't... when all this stuff popped up, I didn't know where to
Mike-
find armor. I looked at everything
Mike,
else.
our ancestors are crying.
That's true. That's true. They're very disappointed at me. I think I just felt some water. I think some of them spat on me in disgust. Damn. Shit, sorry, guys.
Yeah, as a,
5k gold lead isn't insurmountable though, Winter, but it does feel
it's
like...
the matchup that makes it feel like it's bad, yeah, because you have this
Yeah.
type of all physical damage lineup, and it's a very fast-paced lineup, but you're not really gaining control of the game, right? So this 5k lead kind of feels like, I think, is it fair to say 10k to a certain extent?
I'd agree. I think so. I mean, with the amount of items that KUKUYS are amassing for themselves, with the amount of map control they've been able to gain, even though you're keeping up in net worth, you're not really using it, right? A lot of the net worth on this tier, like this Desolator, you barely got any charges on it.
Yeah, how are they going to stop this dash, yeah,
Dire's top
with
tower is
Aegis?
under attack.
He even has a Ghost
So the-
Scepter.
Are fortified.
Yeah.
Like, what now?
Okay.
Literally, what now?
I don't even know whether they can play the map is the thing.
Yeah, you don't see
Dire
Carlo
are
Palat.
scanning.
Like, how? You have to guess where he is. Is he actually just haunting you? Is he actually just following you? Is he just beside you? Where is Carlo Palat?
Can you imagine if you wake up in the middle of the night and your sleep paralysis demon is Cuckoo? Just stands there with that damn smile. I'd freak the fuck out. I'd start screaming. Yeah, he's showing us the... Yeah, that's terrifying. Why does he look like that? He looks like some demonic gambling godfather. Like he's got the cards in his hand. kind of the feeling that you get playing against his tree, and he knows exactly where you are. He's just waiting for you to mess up. Very sinister stuff. As this game, even though it's slow, it's going all according to KUKUYS' plans here. And of course, important to take things disciplined and take things one step at a time, right? Because with the way things currently stand, Nemesis are one game away from squashing you out of these close qualifiers. We talked about it before, KUKUYS. This is no longer the team that just messes around. They are, honestly, taking things a lot more seriously than we've ever seen before, and there's good reason to believe that they're putting in their best effort. See on display here in this game number 2. We weren't too confident in the Drow Ranger pick, but now starting to outscale everything on the other side. What do you do about this Lash though? That's the major problem. Raven already taking a lot of arrows from the Drow as Amel being pushed back into an awkward position. Will get pitted again. You gotta watch yourself on Amel, dropping very low at this point. Still have to respect the high ground defense. In comes Mac, trying to aggress onto JG. Nice double spear though. The arena's up, and there's the follow-up. But a snowball save coming out from Jokum. Did that manage to turn the fight around? Raven, he's standing his ground, but the thing is, the rest of the team, they're in a precarious position and they're just getting gunned down by Gabby. No one's stopping this Drow Ranger from free hitting away, and she will just get herself kill after kill after kill.
I mean, you see what Jokem did there? He just wind run, stand next to Gabby to disable the ultimate.
It doesn't even
It
matter
doesn't
though.
even matter.
I mean, the two supports, they're trying their best, right? Like, Zhao came in with a very nice snowball save to try and dissuade the effect of the arena. And then you saw Jokum with whatever he could do, right? That's the only thing he could
I
do.
mean, it was just funny. I think it was the right thing, but it just looked funny and it was useless. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's too much damage.
The 23 is so farmed, but the problem is he just can't really put the damage out.
You're only,
Get that, courier.
You're only as strong as your team. And that's the thing with TA. You need your team. I think if the starter and Underlord they're not really hitting a stride in the game, I don't feel like you can do much as TA. I think especially the starter.
Maybe they were worried about this Slada, but I think Kuku, they'll now realize that they have a really good counter strategy to this Slada, right? The Lash in the lane, like you already mentioned, is so difficult for Mac. I feel like we've just not seen Mac get anything done in this game at all. Nope. With a Slada, you're always expecting to take these early objectives, get these pickoffs, squash the supports, but it was never the case.
You know what?
They,
Do you remember what happened at the start of the game? He got first blood,
yeah,
but still.
it doesn't even feel like it. Still get solo killed by Amel.
Yeah, the Lash, I think
Wasn't
it's
even
the
like a
lane.
level 6 or
I think
anything.
the lane is very hard. The more I think of it, I don't know how much the train armor actually mattered because he took armor early. Because you think about Lash against melee hero, he's just right-clicking you, he regains mana, and he spams his lightning on you. I feel like that's a kind of maybe close to impossible to take it. As even
Yeah,
as
like what do you even do as a Slada?
stand in the water and regen?
And then get more electricity. You know what happens when you put electricity and water
Okay,
together?
don't give
It's
me
not a good
that.
look,
Don't
but-
give me that Pokemon shit now. But super
sorry.
effective or what?
Sorry, no. I was just gonna say you get electrocuted and die, but
Okay, fine.
yeah, it wasn't the Pokemon shit. It was the real world shit. Amel leading the charge as a shield rune, not afraid of a thing, just brazenly blinking forward because with that E-Blade, he understands if he's in trouble, he can just make himself ethereal. And unfortunately, there's nothing that the side of Nemesis can do about it other than run to the hills.
And somehow the lead is not even that big, you know. Like it's still 6k lead for KUKUYS.
Yeah, 23 is doing a great job keeping up in farm. But it goes back to what you were saying. TA, you need your team. You can be the most farmed hero on the map, but if there's no one stopping them and letting you hit, it doesn't even matter.
I mean, a hero like Wind Ranger kind of feels very useless if the game is not snowballing. And you compare that to something like a Dark Widow. Dark Widow is going to be very useful in the team fights, but Wind Ranger, I guess you have Gale Force. I mean, that's about it. And if you land a really, really nice Shackle, maybe you can be useful.
You know, yet to even see that be
Yeah, I mean,
relevant
if
yet.
you compare that to DJ, DJ has been super impactful in the team fights. Like his Terrorize has been really, really good. He has an arena to follow up. He's gonna lose the gem because I baited him into doing something that he doesn't want to. I take
Good one, good one.
I take the blame.
Guys, take the gem though. Okay. A bit
The
too
gem
scared.
is the bait, guys.
Oh, that was not too bad. They get themselves a free kill onto DJ because of Winter Dota.
Dire are scanning.
Trying to keep the game interesting, I suppose.
Yeah? Maybe you can talk a bit more about Gabby right now? Or
Okay, let's go, Gabby. So, alright, Gabby is doing really well this game. He's doing the deeps. He died a
Can you
couple.
give it a bit more? Can you give it a bit more heart? It's just such a half ass, isn't it?
I don't want to get in trouble now, because
Okay, no, I get you. I get you.
Radiant's middle tower
2 strikes in a row, bad.
Yeah,
Radiant
yeah.
structures are
Okay.
fortified.
Alright, now Roche is back up and an AD rune. Very fortuitous timing for Gabby as he heads into the pit. Roche is gonna raw. Nemesis, not really in position to contest and doesn't really seem like they are thinking of doing so anyway.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Easy Aegis for Gabby. Banner picked up by JG.
Yeah, JG has a very good itemization this game. Crimson Guard for the physical, Lotus to remove the debuffs from Sada and the TA.
Radiant's
And then now he's going
bottom
AC,
tower is
just
under
full
attack.
on armor items on Mars.
Yeah. Something you mentioned, Jokum's finished the Nullifier on the Wind Ranger pause 4.
For what? Or just the living armor? You can't even dispel the Crimson buff. I guess just the living armor and the Solar Crest. Yeah,
Probably the E-Blade as well.
yeah, E-Blade, Solar Crest.
Yules
living
from the
armor.
Dark Willow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Up to the high ground they grow. Roshan Banner keeping these creeps alive. I mean, Firestorm's not going to do jack.
You can't actually
I feel
use,
like you
use
need-
it on use anymore.
Can you use it before?
Yeah, you can use it
Can,
before,
right?
but if he already
Yeah,
has
yeah.
it, you can't dispel it. Basically.
Yeah. So it still works, just not like through the existing Yules.
Yep. So it's a lot harder.
Okay.
Just like Nemesis.
Big stun.
Defending his high ground now. It's very, very, very hard.
Trying for some sort of a wraparound. They're going to
Don't
think
kill
about killing the courier.
Oh, Satanic.
Oh, that's full Satanic. Zhao's going to die for it though. And
He has
then just
buyback.
because of that, the wraparound move is done.
He has buyback, so I think that move was okay.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Quick blink away there from Mac. Hiding away from the Godfather. Yeah, I mean, 9k gold lead doesn't seem like much if you're just joining us, but realistically speaking, with the way this game has looked, it honestly feels like KUKUYS' game to lose. Gabby's gonna breach up to the high ground, start taking some damage. Very close to losing that first life. And
Very
just
nice.
like that, Drow Ranger's gonna get eliminated now. Where's the follow-up? JG finally there with the arena, controlling 23 Savage, not allowing him to get the damage out. And now Raven, the target of aggression. The arrows flying through from Gabby, trying to take down this Underlord, but he is a very tanky boy with all his auras. Pretty decent defense so far, as meanwhile on the backlines, DJ will get taken down. A snowball to chase onto JG as well, and they'll find themselves second. Great defense there and chasing for more. Here comes the Underlord with his Fiend's Gate. Gonna get silenced up. Buyback is there from the Mars though. They don't want to let Gabby get away. Galeforce gonna push him in. 23. He's found a great position and guns down Gabby. Too much damage and the Drow Ranger is dead. Buyback's coming out en masse from both sides. They know how important this fight is. 23 still beating away on the high ground. Will look to take down DJ, but there's the Yules. Nice Hurricane Pike away to dodge from that split up. 23. He's doing it.
He's saving the game for Nemesis. He's keeping their hopes and dreams alive in this game. I mean, this is the first time we've actually ever felt this Slada plus TA combination.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah.
That was a very nice, I think initially Gale Force by Jokem. He pushed the Drow Ranger into the base. I think that is what made it so difficult for them to take the fight. On the KUKUYS side, they kind of forced stuff her down eventually after the Aegis expired. Or after the Aegis was used, but then that put the whole team in a very bad position, right? Because JG on the Mars, he had to go into the middle to use his body to save the Drow, and that kind of gave Nemesis the opening they need to win that team fight.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah,
is under
huge plays from 23 as well. I feel like multiple times within the fight, he was just blinking in or using the Silver Edge to get into compromising positions. Just completely eliminate the Drow and whichever target they were focusing. And just like that, 40 minutes of slow, disciplined gameplay from KUKUYS falls apart. As even though they get themselves the racks, they cause some buybacks from the side of Nemesis. Nemesis still get their first racks of the game, and now it's a less than 1k gold lead. All you really need is that clean initiation from Nemesis, and you kind of get the feeling they still have a chance.
Yeah, maybe I was wrong about the goal lead actually not looking that small, you know. Maybe it's actually that small, you know. When I said that the 5k felt like 10k, maybe it's just 5k, you know. I'm just seeing ghosts. I mean, it's the weakness of the Drow Ranger, I feel like. No matter how far ahead you are, the hero is just easy to kill if you get put in a bad position. And oh yeah, and also because he didn't have his Satanic before. Thank you, Eric.
Radiant
All the
are
cards
scanning.
stacking up very nicely here for Nemesis to have that defense. And even the Lash trying to save her with the E-Blade. Then you end up dying to the Firestorm and the lingering magic damage. Really rough stuff. Suddenly, not feeling quite as confident to breach the high ground anymore. You couldn't do it with an Aegis, and maybe now you'll just wait for the next Roche in about 3 minutes time.
Yeah, it's not the Aegis, it's the Satanic and the positioning. I think they need to be more wary of this Gale Force. It really ruins the team fight.
This way.
Level 25 hit already on the Lash as well as the Drow, so 10% marksmanship chance and Pulse Nova triggering Lightning Storm. A lot more damage for Amel to be able to put out.
Yeah. I think they have to change the way they approach. They cannot just sit back and let the Drow hit away. They have to actually spear someone out.
Scanning.
They need to make the first move.
Gonna start things out onto Mag, but unfortunately runs
Spear
himself
back.
into a
Nice.
stun. There's the spear back you talked about, but Zhao there again with the save. Very nicely done, but the problem is, can Slada escape? 23, he's already on the sideline, eliminating Kuku, but Gabby firing the arrows into 23. He needs to get out, force stuff up to the high ground. 23 is safe for now. You've lost the Tusk on the backline and Raven to fall as well. That is a dieback on Raven. Joe comes down. He has to buy back for himself, and they still get their initial target in Slada. There, he'll buy back the refraction. It's not going to be enough to keep 23 safe. He'll have to buy back. Even in front of their fountain, they're taking way too much damage from Gabby. The adjustment is exactly as you said, Winter. All they needed was to start the fight first, and they do so perfectly on the Slada. Looks like backs against the walls. 23, he's pinned up against his own Ancient, and he'll call GG. Despite a nice, valiant attempt at that high ground defense, KUKUYS, they're not going to go down without a fight, forcing it to a game number 3 here in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, very, very nice execution there. They started with a Hex, and then the Spear back fight was just a very, very easy start, you know, for them. It allowed Kuku to land a big, big overgrowth in the back line because they were forced to go in to save the starter. And I think that was it, you know, in the fight. The Drow just I think he was like on the right, on the bottom right of the fight, and then he just stood there, just laid down the arrows, and Tia just got destroyed.
Yeah, can't really blame 23 for going in there because he needs to start
Yeah,
killing
he had
heroes,
no
right?
choice.
His team's already died.
He's screwed already. He has to go and try to salvage the fight, so what can you do?
Yeah. What do you think was the problem this game? Do you think they kind of got baited into picking this Slada? Because it felt like KUKUYS had all the answers.
Yeah, I think the starter not being a real flex for them might be a huge problem, you know, and also the fact that that fight that you mentioned, that they, 15-minute fight or something, where they took a fight without finishing the pipe, and then they lost 3 heroes, that gave away so much momentum to the Leshrac. Amel was 17-0 this game. I think he's by far the MVP this game. Like, he's the man of the moment here, and they need to address him. They needed to address him, right? And I don't know if the heroes actually could really do a lot because it's very one-dimensional, all single target physical damage lineup.
Yeah, Chief Amel stepping up to bring KUKUYS to a Game 2 victory. Whether he can do it in game number 3 or whether Nemesis will punch back, we'll find out after a short break.
Is the time reaching for blossoms in the sky? Sun setting low,
Forever's here, today's the first day.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
You to be all mine. I got all these choices, but I so made up my mind. Yeah, there's nobody better. Gotta be you. A thousand voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be you.
These myths are busted.
The grass is greener on my side.
It's done and dusted.
I'm never getting off this ride.
Life with you is golden.
So how can I go back to silver love?
I'll be holding. Oh, I'll be holding on, can't get enough.
Wanna be closer to you.
Closer to you, yeah.
You to be all mine.
Oh, yeah.
Got all these choices,
Yeah.
but I so made up my mind.
Made up my mind.
There's nobody better. Gotta be you.
Got to be you.
Thousand voices,
Yeah.
'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's
Gotta be you. Yeah. It's gotta be.
Gotta be you. Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Gotta be you.
Yeah.
Gotta be you.
Oh. It's gotta be you. Yeah.
All these choices, but I so made up my
So
mind.
made up my mind.
Better, gotta be you.
Oh, it got to be
Thousand
you.
voices, 'cause it's so good to be alive. Yeah, there's nobody better, so it's gotta be
you. Hey. Nobody else, no.
It's gotta be you. I want good music playing and dancing to the groove, and I want to sing at the top of my lungs. The evening has just begun. Hips are swinging and feet are stomping. We will party all night long. This will be magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be magic night to have together. No more limitation. We unite as one nation. I want keep on moving. The sweat is dripping. I want shake it to the beat of the drum. No need for hesitation. Bass is pumping and everybody's smiling. We will party all night long. This will be a magic night to remember. A joyful celebration for a whole new generation. This will be
creation. The spirit of the hot summer day, controlled by her emotions. Tomorrow seems too far away. Now I've got my shot. I'm meeting my soulmate. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady. Some might think I'm crazy. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I feel head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can't hear me, my
It's Perma Season Winter, so of course it's got to be a Game 3 here in the DreamLeague Season 28 close qualifiers for Southeast Asia. One slot remains, and it's either KUKUYS or their opponents Nemesis, who will try and take the grand finals against Execration. There's one game left. Both times, I think we got the chance to see each team show their strength, right? Game number 1, very much Nemesis favored, very one-sided. Same thing for game number 2. KUKUYS, they got their Treant Protector and they just showed up, played ball.
Team Nemesis.
Well, on the other hand, I think that second game was a lot closer than the first game, you know. So
Team
judging as a
Nemesis
whole, I feel like
turned
Team
back.
Nemesis, maybe they played a little bit better overall. Because when they won it,
Yeah.
it was like straight up demolition. But second game when they
10
lost, but they
seconds
still had a
remaining.
chance, you know, in the game. It wasn't like a complete loss.
True.
5
I mean, there are
seconds
caveats on both sides, right? Because I think we both agreed that in game number 1, KUKUYS had some options to make their draft look a bit more convincing, but they didn't take those options, which we were quite confused about. And they also kind of got blindsided by the Jao Tinker. So now we're not seeing the Jao Tinker anymore. I don't expect that Nemesis will give them the Treant Protector, but we'll have to see because KUKUYS have first pick.
They definitely should first pick the hero. I mean, they could ban the Timber here if they're worried about the Timber Treant matchup thing. Let's see. I think if they ban Timber, they definitely want to pick Treant Protector.
The Slada also feels a bit like a bait, right? Because if KUKUYS first pick Slada, then I would be surprised if Nemesis don't answer with a Treant. We've already seen how much work that hero does versus the Slada, whether it's a mid lane matchup or just in general. The living armor makes it so hard to burst heroes down.
Yeah, on the other hand, I don't know if Nemesis would play Treant Protector. So,
Team Nemesis turn to ban.
They play a lot of it on Jao.
They-
They spam pick it when they can.
oh, in the qualifiers? Okay, didn't see those.
Yeah,
games.
in the qualifiers so far.
10 seconds remaining.
So both teams, I think they both probably understand that Treant is very high value.
Remaining.
What?
Also the Kotl that has been ignored so far by both sides.
What's up with this Huskar ban? Because 23 has been playing carry Huskar some games.
Yeah, maybe you just don't like the way the game plans out when Huskar's in it, because he really messes up the tempo of a lot of things, right?
You worry about the flex pick. You have to worry about the lanes not panning out.
Exactly.
Annoying.
You don't have the right combination of heroes, you just straight up
Team
lose,
Nemesis.
Just
right?
look at the bans, right? Tinker, Bone Fletcher, and Huskar. Like, what the hell?
Team pick.
You're disgusting. I mean, it makes sense that they're bans. And there goes the ban on the Treant Protector. Slada's being taken out of the pool as well. So KUKUYS, they can go for that Keeper of the Light for DJ/Armel if they'd like.
Team Nemesis.
So what do they do here?
The other...
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say the other hero that's still available is also the Jakiro. But they opt for the Storm instead.
Yeah, seems like they really prioritize Storm and Lash as mid. With the Grease, they think that it's very, very stable heroes.
Mm-hmm.
I got to agree with that. Because usually when you play Storm and you get counterpicked by
10
Ember,
seconds
what do? You
remaining.
buy a Manta, right? So it kind of slows your game down a lot. But right now with the Grease build, you don't
5
care.
seconds remaining.
So what can you do against this Storm in the lane? Like, what would be a viable response?
Queen of Pain. I think you pressure him with Queen of Pain. We saw it from, was it Ken? Like yesterday?
Yeah, Ken had a monster game.
Against
Queen
it
of
was
Pain.
against Bob, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't remember who. Maybe it wasn't Bob. But Quap could be a straight up
Dire
answer right
team
now.
ban.
Wow, they go ES. Alright.
Whoa!
It should be the Mac ES. Should be. I don't think Jokem wants to play this hero. I think it's just a mid hero. Because the enemy pick a mid Storm, then they just respond with a mid Spirit.
10 seconds remaining.
Out of all the heroes you could pick, though, why this?
5
I would say
seconds
normally it's
remaining.
either Ember or Queen of Pain. This is different. I think the idea here is like you have a silence against him later. Or because I don't think it's a lane matchup thing. I kind of feel like Storm likes to play into Earth Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. Because Storm versus melee, right? He should be fine. Unless he gets kicked into tower early on. That's really the only...
I think he just likes
play.
the Earth Spirit. I know he plays a lot of Earth Spirit. Because the hero is kind
Okay.
of good now. But you have to pick it in the right matchup. There's some matchup where you can't really play as Earth Spirit. I think he's...
Well, the hero does give you a lot of team fight.
He's-
That's pretty
yeah,
nice.
he's very
Seconds
bad at the bad
remaining.
matchup. Some heroes are still okay in the bad matchup, but Earth Spirit,
5 seconds
you lane
remaining.
against
Nemesis
Corp, Huskar,
turn
whatever
to
it is,
ban.
you just screwed. So Disruptor is removed. Doom and Disruptor. They see those heroes as potential troublemakers for Storm Spirit.
Makes sense. Raven had a pretty
10
nice game on
seconds
his Doom.
Still a Keeper of the Light. Is it going to be in the ban right now?
That's
5
true. Keeper of the
seconds
Light.
remaining.
Jakiro too, still available as 5 if any
I think
team wants
the
it.
Keeper is very high value right now because of Storm Spirit. You either have to ban it or you have to block pick it. Now, if you think it's
Team
good with the Earth
Nemesis
Spirit,
turn to pick. Dire
okay,
team
they
pick.
ban it. 2 cores right away.
Pretty interesting that they felt the need to pick the Earth Spirit before the Timber. I guess it doesn't matter, but
No. You're right. It does matter. Because the
10
Timber could have been
seconds
banned,
remaining.
but the Earth Spirit probably wouldn't have been banned.
oh right, okay, I get it.
5
That makes
seconds
sense.
remaining.
I mean, nowadays you see
Yeah.
a lot of this like 9 pick into what 13, 13 pick core heroes. You pick 2 cores in a row. I mean, this is going to be like a trend. I think it feels good. Because in the
Yeah.
second phase ban, you only have 1 ban for the Nemesis side. So sometimes you feel like you need to ban another hero, but you can't ban it. So you try to fit it into your lineup
Right, like a pseudo. It's like almost like a block.
in a way.
You pick it so that you ban it for the opponent.
Yeah,
team
but it
in-
mustn't
in a
be
way.
too bad for your lineup also. If it's terrible, then probably not a very good idea as well.
We've seen this matchup a whole bunch of times. Jakiro probably position 5 into the Timbersaw, one of the position 5 heroes that can bully this offlaner. But it goes both ways, right? I think for a
10
long time we were
seconds
talking about
remaining.
Timber and the new reactive armor being good against the Twin Terror.
5 seconds remaining.
It still depends on who's your pos for. You need a good position for a hero to allow you to play the lane. I think Skyruff would actually be okay if they want to play Skyruff. I think Skyruff is actually really good here. You can lane against Jakiro and you have the silence against Storm. It could be a potential pick here. And it amplifies the ES damage a lot. I actually kind of like it.
Sorry, what was this? Which hero?
Skyruff, Sky Mage.
Oh. Ooh.
Skyruff for
Yeah.
Nemesis. Sky Mage.
Team Nemesis.
You just kind of
turn
wait for the
pick.
Greaves to be used on the first silence and then you silence him the second
Yeah, or
time.
you gank him before he gets his griefs.
Yeah, true.
Actually, legit. It might be really good here. Skyruff. Pretty decent against Wind Ranger as well.
Nice into Jakiro in the lane, I would say.
Yeah. You get the magic barrier.
10 seconds remaining.
Helps you trade.
Doesn't really strike me as a Jokum hero though.
I mean,
5
I'm sure he can
seconds
play it
remaining.
if he wants to.
Sure.
I mean, it's not a
It's no Jokum task.
it's not a complicated hero, you know. Like,
Team
I'm sure
Nemesis
if,
turn
Okay.
to
if it's a
pick.
good game for him, I'm sure he'll be willing to play it. But they go for the SC. This is very good with Timber. Disseminate on the Timber, and you like to lane with stacking clearers, like heroes that can clear your stacks. Shadow Demon, Bristleback, Shadow Demon, Timbersaw. Those are very, very
10
good
seconds
options.
remaining.
Shadow Demon, Beastmaster as well. And you have the Purge.
Kind of
Seconds
makes the... I feel like it makes this 3v3 around the runes a bit weaker though.
For Nemesis, right?
Yeah.
The Earth Spirit, whatever is the next one, Shaman. Not too bad actually, but they are all very close range spells. You know, they don't have like a long range poke like Wind Ranger and Jakiro. They poke from far.
Yeah.
Might get complicated, but on the other hand, they have short range support heroes, but they have a long range mid hero.
10
Earth Spirit can
seconds
initiate from
remaining.
far away, so I think they kind of should work on paper
5
together.
seconds remaining.
Winter, I'm getting a vision. Okay, I'm getting a vision of
Dire
maybe 20, 30
Templar
minutes into the game
Assassin.
where the Earth Spirit initiates from long range, and then the Wind Ranger and the Jakiro use Gale Force and Ice Path to keep everyone else at bay, and then Earth Spirit dies, and the supports can never make it into the fight.
BKB solves the problem.
Yeah, BKB, Shadow Demon, Shadow Shaman. That's
No,
the timing for Nemesis.
Bro, BKB Earth Spirit.
5
Relax,
seconds
man.
Yeah. Okay, KUKUYS will pick up the Templar Assassin for themselves here. I guess it's just a good lane matchup into Timber.
Yeah,
Not
good.
much that the Shadow Demon can do to
Good
you
lane
either.
matchup
Team
into Timber.
Nemesis
The shot
turn
is
to
very
ban.
nice into Shaman
Dire
SC.
team ban.
We always like to highlight the importance of having a shackle cancel, you know. I mean the Shadow Shaman shackle cancel, not the Wind Runner.
Yeah, yeah. Just to clarify, guys, in case there's
Damn.
some confusion. I'm getting a little mixed up today.
Yeah,
but
I mean
it's all good.
It's like
10 seconds
double shackle and then
remaining.
there's Shadow Demon, Shadow Shaman.
Yeah.
5
Sure, it'll be
seconds
fun for
remaining.
you.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Last picks coming in here. KUKUYS is missing an offlaner, while Nemesis probably one. I mean,
Yeah.
it has to be a carry
I
of some
like
sort.
the-
I'm wondering if they'll ban the JG Mars.
Well, there's a chance. I think they banned Beast because the Abaddon was banned. So they kind of feel like maybe the Beast could be coming. Because JG, I think he has room to play a
10
greedier hero
seconds
with a
remaining.
carry TA. TA can help the team. He's faster paced, he's not slow. So I think the
5
offlaner can
seconds
be a little bit
remaining.
more expensive in this game.
Do you think Mars is a cheap offlane here?
Yeah, cheaper. Economical offlane hero. I think expensive would be Doom. But Doom's banned. I think
Dire
Tide.
team pick.
There's still
You could do Brewmaster.
Tide. Yeah, Brewmaster,
not too bad.
can work. Brew, Tide, Underlord, all these are still good. I think
Do you
there's-
want Tide into Timber Earth Spirit though? It feels a bit
I think
clunky.
the hero is still good. Very valuable.
Hashtag Tide TA gives you everything.
Yeah, you can't go wrong. Can't go wrong with that.
10 seconds remaining.
And there's a lot of options. It's really up to them what they want.
Nemesis, turn to pick.
So they go for the X. I kind of like it also. More aggressive. Strong in the lane with the Wind Ranger. Battle Hunger plus. Is this a game you actually go kill shot? I think you go kill shot with X.
Yeah.
So you can
yeah,
actually
yeah.
bully the
Double
lane.
execute.
Yeah, you can bully the lane. And it's against Shadow Shaman. You want a
10
kill shot.
seconds remaining.
I think it makes
Just
it
so
makes
that his
sense.
passive doesn't
Yeah,
prop,
it
right?
makes sense this game. I hope we
It's
see.
funny how we've gotten to a point where you're trying to bargain for a rationale to get kill shot because we just saw the tangle earlier on.
Like,
right?
what's wrong?
We're trying to make it make sense.
What's wrong with
Yeah, what's wrong with kill shot?
Yeah, what's
wrong
no,
with kill
what's
shot?
wrong with trying to have a different meal every day? You know, you don't want to eat
That's
the
true.
same meal every day, so you want to see something
Yeah.
different.
Now
Medusa,
select
this
your
hero
heroes.
does not care about minus armor,
No.
but you know what I want to see? He get chopped by X when X gets level 6 and Medusa has no HP items.
Nah, that's a rookie move. You're 23 and you better have a fluffy hat, I'm telling you. If not, the people are never gonna let you hear the end of it. Medusa, last pick, answers a lot of what KUKUYS has, but is it good enough in this
Yeah,
current state of the game? They have some
very-
weird picks, right? Medusa, Earth Spirit. What are we thinking?
Very, very slow. Very slow.
Okay.
SD, Medusa, Timber. I mean, Earth Spirit is their fast hero, but I don't think he's gonna have a good lane. The thing is, right? If I look at the lane matchups and then the rune control, Earth Spirit
10
probably will lose
seconds
his lane a
remaining.
little bit to Storm, and then Jakiro and Wind Ranger feels like
5 seconds
they should be
remaining.
able to boss the power runes. So if the Storm Spirit wins his lane and the Storm Spirit gets all the runes, that is not a good look.
Yeah, and if Armel once again gets early Greaves, wins an early fight, it kind of feels like Nemesis are going to fall back into the same problem. The only difference is that now 23, instead of being a bit more of an active hero, he can't even really join his team and help out in the fights.
Yeah, I actually don't really like this overall setup for Team Nemesis. You know. I felt like they needed a more active carry hero here with the Timbersaw. But this is, I mean, it's not impossible to win. It's just you have to hold the game for 30 minutes. If you don't lose by 30 minutes, then you have a chance for the Medusa to come in the game. And the other way to win the game is also like if they can win the lanes hard enough, right? But I don't feel like they have like winning side lanes, you know. Shaman and Medusa is like, you're not going to win your lane. The Shaman's going to secure the farm, but you're not going to win the lane. SD Timber, you're playing for stacks. You're not going to win your lane. Earth Spirit's not going
Yeah.
to win his lane against Storm Spirit. So inherently, they have 3 lanes that they're not supposed to do really well. You know, maybe they can just hope to break even.
But as we've seen time and time again, I think this is a harsh lesson that a lot of these Southeast Asian teams have learned throughout this close qualifier. You can't just naively sit back and hope that lanes will be fine. If you're in a losing setup, all these teams are good enough to punish you. Winter, I think it's very interesting that you were talking about the drafting sequence. Who's actually sitting in the drafter seat? Because 23, picking this Medusa for himself really says a lot, right? I think there was a recent interview with him done by Sang Dota. I don't know if you read it, but he basically talked about why he was struggling so much on OG. OG wanted him to play fast, but he feels like, in general, he's more of a slow player. He loves to play these long games. He loves to scale into late game.
Looking for me?
I mean, the Medusa definitely shows that, but is it a bit too naive?
Depends on where you're looking from. I think it could be naive, it could be comfort, it could be a lot of things, right? But if your team is well suited for you to play slow and you find a balance for it, I think it's fine. Like the keyword here is balance. You need to find balance for everything. I think there's multiple ways of playing Dota. There's a few ways to win. And finding the right balance for the whole team, I think that is the key one.
30
Not
seconds
just
to
thinking about
battle.
fast or slow, balance is, I think, also very, very important.
We talk about the balance and Mac having to be the player who moves around on the map for
Yeah,
Nemesis.
he's-
It's so much on his shoulders, man.
His shoulder's gonna be tired after this game.
Better treat him to a meal if they manage to pull this one off.
If they win. If they lose, I don't know.
If they lose, obviously it's going to be despair solo queue for 4 hours
No,
straight.
no. If they lose, it's gonna be some Domino's party.
So soon?
That's the running
Just
meme,
the-
right, in SEA. The moment you
Yeah,
lose,
that's
you go straight to the pizza parlor.
Domino's is pretty high class. I want to say Domino's kind of expensive, brother. You think esports organizations opt for a top tier pizza?
Yeah, I see Domino's always. Everybody's buying Domino's.
That's true. Domino's is, I think, the safe option.
The safe? What the hell? What's the dangerous
'cause-
option? Pizza
No,
Hut?
it's not. No, it's not dangerous. Okay. My personal read on the pizza meta is that Pizza Hut, the crusts tend to be a bit more bready. So if you like carbs, Pizza Hut's your guy. You know what I'm saying? But if you want the sort of good sauce, the flavor, the ingredients, that's where Domino's stands out. That's me.
I
at least.
sense biasness here, Mike.
No, yeah, I'm blatantly telling you I prefer Domino's. There's nothing to sense. I'm telling you, I think Domino's is great. If you told me if I lost the game, you give me a Domino's pizza party, I'll be like, turn up. That sounds amazing.
I can't believe you said that over chicken rice. You prefer pizza over chicken rice as a Singaporean.
Okay, well, if you're talking about I could choose anything I want, maybe I want some of the ramen that our observer was cooking. I could do chicken rice as well. I don't know if pizza's my first choice.
Trying to save your ass, yeah? I mean, meanwhile...
He's actually doing pretty well here.
Yeah, he's actually... CS-wise, maybe... actually, he's going to be the same.
Yeah.
If he last hits all three. Let's see. Oh, nice attempt. Gonna get punished. As I say that he's going to last hit all three creeps, he only gets one. So is that my fault too?
No, I will say though that it's a good sign, right? You talked about Mac being a very experienced Earth Spirit mid player. You can kind of see it with how he used the rolling boulder to last hit the creep. DJ in a little bit of trouble,
Wait, did
but
he-
should be able to just walk this one
Wait,
off.
did he cancel his own? He did, right? He shackled and he cancelled?
Like he cancelled the animation.
Yeah, he...
Yeah, I guess he just wanted to escape. He was
Not
worried he
even
was
the
going to
animation,
get
the
right-clicked.
spell already came out. They cancelled the spell. Yeah, that's rather
Did he
strange.
do that?
Yeah, what the hell? You just click stop, then you can move away.
Oh, as in like the animation cancel. I thought you meant he threw shackle and somehow he pulled it back while it was midair. I don't think that
What
exists.
on earth?
Yeah,
Which
what the hell am I talking
which
about?
game
right?
are you
Yeah,
talking
okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're getting a little mixed up here today. It's not the sharpest we've been.
Let's check on the
But
CS.
it's all good.
Check on the CS. Medusa's doing, I guess, okay against the X. I mean, I guess there should be pressure. X and Wind Ranger, they're probably
Dire's
stronger
courier
as
has
a
been
duo.
killed.
The fact that Medusa is going even, I think that's probably good news for 23. Mid lane is going kind of even, so good news for Earth Spirit. How about the Timber? Timber and Shadow Demon kind of eating shit here, losing a little bit. So I think that's expected with the lane matchup. So overall, actually the laning phase going well for Nemesis.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that the side lanes haven't fed any kills just yet, I think that's a big win, right? You're looking at Jakiro, TA, X, Wind Ranger. You were talking about how this duo is really scary.
Oh yeah,
Doing okay.
What was the facet?
When,
Oh, he has Q shot.
kill
He
shot,
actually
yes,
has
kill
Q. The speculation is precise. I mean, there are different players. Last game it was a different guy playing Wind Ranger, but
Yeah.
it was Joe Cam.
I think you're right. It might just be a preference thing because I was kind of all in on the Tangled train and then you were like, oh, Yatoro takes kill shot.
Oh,
I'm like, what?
this game it has value because you're laning with Battle Hunger, and then you can definitely get kills in the lane.
Mm-hmm.
And also because of Shaman, you just want to kill that annoying bugger.
Shaman is so
I just
annoying.
hate
The
that
amount of
innate-
heal that you get
I
from that
hate
shackle.
that innate, every time you think the job's done, but guess what? No.
Dire's
And then if he gets a
structures
lucky
are
shot
fortified.
from the from the Tormentor. You think he's dead and then he wands back up to half HP or some shit and then uses a blink while he's a chicken. It's crazy. Have you seen that? Have you seen a blinking chicken?
I don't think so, but I hope to see one. I hope to see one this game.
Lord Gaiman bless us with that sight. Yeah, the Dusa's just fine. I mean, it's quite a bit of pressure, right? The Battle Hunger, pure damage, just eating through some of the mana shield, but nothing that the Dusa can't sustain through. They finally deward that pesky sentry that was blocking the stacks from coming through, and KUKUYS actually gonna opt to use his own body to stand up here to Jokum instead. I really like this decision here from the Jakiro, but he might have gone a bit too deep.
I think he's dead. Yeah, first blood. Mac, get the first blood. Jokem, don't die, so Mac can get the first blood.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Come on.
Come on. Oh no. Okay, he still got it. Don't take the kill, Jokem. Hold your horses. Thank you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
A lot of wasted time though.
Yeah, but it's first blood, yeah. It's definitely okay. If they didn't give the kill to Earth Spirit, I would have been so mad.
Radiant's
Yeah, no, I
middle
get you.
tower is under attack.
Like the
Winter's very particular about the kill assignments where possible.
The man worked for... Dude, he walked over from his lane, he chased so far, and
Radiant's
you
middle
take the
tower
kill
is
away
under
from him?
attack.
Where's your manners?
Yeah, you're right. That's my bad. Sorry.
Radiant are scanning.
You gotta give him the kill, you know? If you walk that far for the kill, I will give you the kill.
Checker shot onto Mac. Popping the Magnetize out though. Do they have enough disables? Yeah. Roll is there as well. Amel should be able to zip out, but there's Joker
poison?
trying to get the vision. Can't get the disruption on the high ground. With that Lotus, I think Amel will be able to survive. And it's AD rune. I was gonna say stolen away, but Joker able to disrupt and grab it for himself. Now it's KUKUYS in a little bit of trouble. Most of the spells were already used earlier on by Mac, but he's still got a rolling boulder. Chased down onto the Jakiro. This will be the second death for the twin-headed dragon. Nice little tussle in the mid lane, and honestly, really surprised by how strong the trio of Nemesis is looking right now.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of synergy. I already mentioned that Earth Spirit goes in, SD and Shaman, they want someone to go in, and Earth Spirit is perfect for that, you know. And the Earth Spirit getting first blood is absolutely huge. And they need him to do so much, you know, because the Timber and Medusa, they need the whole map to farm. Like literally the whole map. Like if you think about mid heroes, who can actually create that much space, Earth Spirit is one of the top candidates.
That's true. The ultimate space making mid. Speaking of space, Gabby's getting a whole lot of it up here in this top lane, not really contested by Raven in the slightest. Still has some huge stacks to go back to also if he wants to claim those in the triangle. Might just donate those to Amel. Is this a problem, you think? Do we need to see Mac move up to the top lane sometime soon?
Yeah, probably he should. Try to elevate some of the pressure. I mean, at the same time, I feel like he should gank the Axe as well, because Axe is one of the important playmakers for the KUKUYS side, right? If you gank a TA, then what? You know, TA is hard to kill, and Timber, like, you don't want to gank your losing lane, right? So there's this concept in Dota where you always want to make movements through your strong lane, the lane that did well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You don't want to go to the lane that's losing. If he's already losing his lane, just tell him good luck in the jungle.
KUKUYS looks to have been found again. Not really a good sign. I feel like in the games that KUKUYS lose, it's when KUKUYS is dying. But if it sets up for Amel to find some galvanized stacks, I don't think it's too much of a problem. Here comes Zhao trying to get a Hex and a Shackle out onto Amel, but unfortunately the Haste Rune means that he can just walk this one off.
It's better trade for the Storm. You get a stack of galvanize. You're happy.
Sure, but more kills going Mac's way. The big lifter of the side of Nemesis, especially in the early stage of the game.
Yeah. I think if the game stays static, Nemesis is really, really happy. Especially when you have your Magnetize on cooldown, right? The moment you have Magnetize on cooldown and you get some even trade, you don't even lose the fight, you're happy. Because the moment you have that spell again, you're going to win the next fight. Most of the time.
Yeah, Magnetize so strong, especially on Core Earth Spirit. How are we looking for late game? Because we were talking a little bit about 23's preference to go late game. Nemesis, they've played so many long games, these open qualifiers, close qualifiers already. Do they win the late game fights? Because you're looking at TA Storm Axe versus Medusa.
with Shadow Demon, brother. Carries
Okay.
a Shadow Demon Medusa.
So that alone is enough to beat out like maybe even DJ
Yes.
with a diffusal blade kind of thing.
Medusa with... Oh, actually, maybe that might be their saving grace. Yeah, they have 4 cores. But otherwise, Medusa with Skadi is going to destroy Templar Assassin. Any range core against Skadi, good luck. You can't move in the team fights. And Medusa also does not care about minus armor.
Dire's bottom tower is
That's
under
how the
attack.
whatever
Radiant
formula
are scanning.
works, you know, with the mana shield. I don't know how to explain
Yeah.
it, but minus armor just doesn't do shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Because everything is before reductions.
Yeah, before the reductions. They calculate the damage that you're gonna take, they apply it to mana, and then there's no, they don't care about whatever you've reduced. Back on high ground. We'll just roll over to DJ. Couldn't dodge that rolling boulder.
Nice kick
It
back.
caused the disruption. Gets him in a compromising position. Ice Path to keep the supports at bay.
Oh, he didn't
The
keep...
prophecies were spoken
Wait,
of
he didn't
this.
keep the Magnetize going? What the hell?
Well, turns out you don't get an automatic kill on Magnetize if you don't keep using the Magnetize. Here's the zip into the mid lane. Mac dropping really low. The supports are not in position to help him. And Armel catching him off guard.
Oh.
Nice setup there, and Kuku gets his revenge.
Got turned into hot stone right there. That Earth Spirit. Burning in the Macro Pyre. That was actually insane amount of damage. He caught him at the edge of the cliff, you know, so he couldn't move around the fire. That is a very, very good placement
Radiant
for all you,
structures are
those
fortified.
Jakiro players. Learn from Kuku.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Specifically, he's talking about the macro pyre placement, not the 3 deaths, just to be clear.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Why was I talking about the 3 deaths? Like,
No,
you
no,
need-
it's just you said learn from
Dire's
Kuku,
bottom
and I think
tower is
Oh,
under
okay.
that was his one good play
Yeah,
so
but
far.
I think that was implied, right, Mike? Like, learn from the good things. You don't learn from
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Sometimes it's not immediately clear to the audience. You know, you gotta make sure they understand what
Yeah,
you're
I
saying.
know, I
You
know.
don't want to be misunderstood.
Yeah, you gotta give people clear instructions of what to follow, what to learn. Otherwise, you see that in your games. You know, oh, somebody said it's okay to feed 3 times in the first 10 minutes.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to be spreading the wrong information here. But one thing's clear: this TA has had a free old game, and if history has told us anything, when Gabby has free games, usually that works out in KUKUY's favor. And doesn't really matter if Kuku is dying, as long as Gabby is alive, Gabby's farming, shit's fine.
I don't really think he'll be ultimately the true carry here. I think the Storm has to be the true carry at some point. I think past a certain amount of period of time, the Storm needs to take over, you know, because I don't think the TA can eventually outscale to do so, and there's a Shadow Demon Purge. Gonna be very annoying. Then there's also the save, you know, from Shadow Demon and Earth Spirit. That's also gonna be very annoying.
I think the one concern for me is they currently don't have any save for the Shadow Shaman dealing with the Storm, right? So you're really going to rely on a BKB, maybe something like a
Oh, no,
Linken's down the line
Jakiro-
for the Storm
Jakiro
Spirit.
is good against Shaman. Ice Puff to cancel
Oh,
the Shackle.
I see it.
Jakiro is
that
actually
makes
one
sense.
of the better supports against Shadow Shaman. I think either this Jakiro hero or Silencer. I think those are the 2 nice ones.
Yeah. Storm Spirit still feeling very good about the current state of the game, though.
Where
Beating
is
out his
he
counterpart in terms of
going?
net worth.
Where is he going, Mike? There's no watch here, but he just knows that the Timber is cutting down some trees in the area.
Maybe they haven't seen Raven in a while, so assume he might be farming the triangle. But he's farming
I'm
the
gonna
safer
take this
area
one
near the tier
instead.
2.
Kill shot. Wow, what a nice guy. He actually did not wait. I thought DJ would have definitely 100% taken that kill.
Radiant's middle
Take away the
tower is
Chief's
under
kill?
attack.
Who do you
Bro,
think you are?
you have kill shot. You're supposed to take the kill.
Supposed to?
Middle tower has fallen.
Let me ask you this
It's
question.
convenient if
Have
Armel is
you-
not there, but
Have you ever seen a Wind Ranger taking this facet, not wanting to take the kills? Have you ever seen one?
Radiant's middle tower is
Tell
under
me.
attack.
see, I would say yes, but that will ruin your whole point. So just for the sake of
Okay.
Dire are scanning.
Okay, so I'm supposed to say thank you for making my point valid,
Radiant
right?
are scanning.
sure, yeah, you can say whatever there you want. Nice regen rune there for Armel.
Damn it, just...
And with that kill that DJ did not steal, they now have an insane timing on the Guardian Greaves. 14 minutes and it's already flying out to Armel. So even though it's a different complexion, and I argue to say that Nemesis are in a better or okay position compared to the previous game. It still feels like it's falling back into the same steps where Mac has so much to do. He's not really able to do it yet. 23 might be farming well, but then you're starting to reach the question of how do you kill these heroes on KUKUYS? Axe just finished a pipe, by the way, so
Yeah,
it's just gonna get
It's
harder.
gonna take so long. Now the Earth Spirit damage is gonna be negated.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's a nice singular pick off, but okay.
This
That
is
is
not,
not-
just a single
yeah, not a
pick-off, that is a phenomenal.
Not a singular pick off anymore.
Bottom tower is
I was
under
wondering
attack.
where is the other support?
Where is this
where's
shadow
the
shaman?
Dire's
Okay.
top tower
Okay, for those of you who didn't catch it on our camera, I believe it was a smoke move from the Radiant side, and the Storm zipped over to the high ground thinking they were scot-free, but unfortunately,
Dire's middle tower is under
Mr.
attack.
Mr. Zhao was waiting for him.
General, the mullet man, some may call it.
You know, I always mess up saying his name.
Just call him the mullet
Job.
man. You won't
The
mess
mullet man.
Yeah, they call him the mullet man.
The Mullet Man.
Have you not seen?
Have you seen the Mullet Man?
I mean, you're referring to Zhao or you're referring to something else?
No, there's Zhao, right? He's called the Mullet Man.
Yeah.
How many times do you think we can say Mullet Man without getting into trouble?
A mullet times.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A Mully. One in a million. Okay, I'm gonna stop. 3k gold lead. It's still pretty nice. This is kind of similar to the previous game, it feels like, except 23 is feeling a lot more confident to run around with his team, even though it's early on with his fresh Manta.
Is under attack.
Pretty interesting that we see a Medusa taking part this early, though.
He has to, you know, it's just too much pressure. Like, normally you wait until you have butterfly, but this game you can't. They're getting run over. I mean, the last 2 kills in the jungle definitely help a lot, but now they still have to make sure they have to create space, you know. Mac is going to TP down here. Oh no, SD is screwed.
Nice little self-disrupt there, but it's just going to open up JG to call him in place. Shackle holding out Mac, but Kuku will die, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and 23 has TP'd over, so things are no longer as easy to deal with.
Yeah, run.
JG making use of that Culling Blade move speed to run for the hills with his phase boots, and will be able to escape. I mean, there's a lot of move speed between the Kobold's Cup phase boots, and if he gets a Culling Blade kill, they are just speed running out of here.
Into war's teeth.
Axe players, Doom players, they all like the move speed. I mean, I like that.
Who doesn't like to go fast?
Oh, there are some heroes that don't like to go fast. Let's see. Let me come up with something. I'm sure there is a hero in Dota that doesn't want to be fast.
Cool.
I'm gonna cope. I'm gonna try to get it.
Yeah. Give us. Winter, you have until the end of this game to figure out an answer to that. Which of these heroes gets a haste rune and goes, damn! I wish I had an illusion.
Damn, no, I got nothing, man.
You put yourself in the hole there, Winter.
I got nothing. I'm sorry.
Speed is king.
I
Speed
can only
is
tell you, I guess a cheat code, right? If you get ruptured by Bloodseeker, then you don't want a haste.
true.
Radiant are
Yeah,
scanning.
but that is not.
That's the only.
That's not the
that's
question.
like the only exception.
It's not the question. I mean, the thing with the state of the game now is for 23 and his team is they can't really fight head on because of the pipe, you know. They're just trying to avoid. They're just trying to make them move around and in hopes that that creates like the distraction for the SD and the Medusa to just send the illusions everywhere. I think Jokem should just permanently sit next to 23 and just send out illusions. Like he doesn't have to do anything anymore.
Is under attack.
Yeah, that's fair. Although you might also want to sit next to Mac because he's the one kind of moving around and taking the dangerous
find the
position.
move.
Speaking of dangerous, Kuku found here, surrounded by wards, but Jokum will be the first one to drop. A nice macro pyre to prevent the chase from coming through Mac. A huge magnetize, but he's interrupted on the roll by the Croaker. He can't roll out back out to safety.
That damn
JG's
Croaker.
gonna try and turn around. That damn Croaker indeed, and now 23 being focused down. Hit away on by Gabby, disruptions there. JG's trying to do his best to scare away the Shadow Demon, but the chase is on. There's the Vortex. Gabby trying to find an angle, but it's a little bit awkward to try and chase through Raven. Looks like 23 will be fine. That was so unlucky for Mac. And now they'll look towards Jokum. Shadow Demon gonna go down. Amel with that last bit of mana will be able to zip away Raven. There's no tree there to Timber Chain to, and he can't keep the chase going. We're starting to see how the team fights will break down. I mean, This backline is so susceptible to the jump from the TA and the Storm.
And you're also starting to see the power of this build, right, on Storm. He's very durable with the Grease. And the Dispel is very useful against the Magnetize. I'm kind of falling in love with this build on Storm, yeah. It looks weird getting a Grease, but it's actually really strong.
Kind of understand why KUKUYS are prioritizing it so much, right? Between the Lash and this, it just transforms these heroes into a whole different type of beast.
Yeah, remember the timing I mentioned? You need to build for the 20-minute timing. I think this is precisely that, you know. The Greaves and the Kaya on Storm, you are so powerful at this stage. So now it's going to grant you the Tormentor, and this is going to start to build up a substantial lead, right, for Team
Dire's
KUKUYS.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I guess without Magnetize, they're not confident in fighting in
It's
this
the pipe
location,
as
so they
well,
just have
right?
to
Like,
give it
even
up.
if you have Magnetize, there's a pipe. There's a freaking pipe. Like, what do you do, you know? Like,
Dire are scanning.
I mean, that's the problem with Medusa. I don't actually like the Medusa into this sort of lineup. I mean, it's good against the carry matchup, but it's very, very hard to
Yeah.
play for your team, you know, with the Timber especially. I think if it wasn't a Timber, say it was say something like what,
Radiant
a
are
Mars,
scanning.
Yeah,
maybe a
then it's different.
maybe a Pangolier, then it would be entirely different, you know, or even an Axe for that matter. But because it's a Timber, it's like, how do I feel like I have 2 carries on my team? Nobody wants to play off lane, you know. You get into a pub, you have 2 carries, and then the mid laner kind of needs to be the support.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think that's the funny part, because when Raven first announced that he was moving to position 3, that was one of the main points of criticism a lot of people had, right? He would play pos 3, but he didn't know how to be the one doing the dirty work. He would just
Yes.
sort of play very
Yes.
greedy.
Correct.
And then over the years, especially with his recent Nemesis start, it feels like he got a hang of it better, right? He was buying these auras, he was playing these centaurs, starting to initiate.
I don't agree, sorry, man. I think he's still the same guy. He's still greedy, you know.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit better, but like the fundamental aspect about the way he plays and sees Dota is still like a carry player.
Sure.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, I mean, I
is
can.
under
It's
attack.
definitely on display this game where, given a Timber, he's not really playing for his team per se. It's all on Mac's shoulders.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a trend with this team, Nemesis. They really need Mac to do well. Both teams actually, KUKUYS and Nemesis, it's very much on their mid laner to explode the game open for them a lot of the times.
This is going to be an explosion soon. This is going to be a huge fight with Roshan as the bounty.
All right, Blink Dagger complete
Rune?
now on Raven, so he's able to jump in.
Rune of Destiny, Mike, DD, or AD.
What do we get?
Oh, it's a bait.
Dire
It's a
are
bait.
scanning. Dire's middle
Zip in,
tower
immediate blink out from Jokum. Amel, waiting and choosing.
It's a shield rune.
Running very out of mana. There is a shield rune, like you said. Amel will pick it up. A nice little kite away from the back line of Nemesis for now.
They should be happy. They bought some time, and 23 says it's back to farming. He needs to hit the Skadi timing. This Skadi timing, I think it will change the entire course of the team fights and the game. If he gets there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I kind of get what you mean by the Medusa not being... there's a reason why we don't really see this
Yeah,
hero,
so
right? It's
slow.
just... It doesn't fit the 20-minute timing fight that we talk about. Almost feels like you're giving up Roche for free if you're
The
not having
hero
this good of a game.
is literally slow, and the timing is literally slow.
Yeah.
Medusa is literally a snail. A snail of a hero.
She don't even got legs. She can't even
Wait,
run if
I
she
actually
try.
know it's Medusa. You can't use the haste if you have the other facet. What undulation?
Oh.
There is actually one hero.
Yo, nice, Winter. I'm proud of you. You
Wait,
did
is
it. I'm so proud.
Am I crazy? Right? That's how it works, right? You can't use the haze, right, on undulation. Actually, can't.
You're right.
There is actually that
Does
one.
not benefit
one,
from
an-
Damn.
one annoying hero.
Okay. Winter, you did it. That's such a big moment for you. You weaseled your way out of that one.
I mean, I'm weasel. Weasel implies I cheated.
But we had a bit of inspiration from what's in front of us.
Okay, fine. I weaseled.
No, but I'll give you the credit. I'll give you the credit.
I weaseled a little bit.
We've had a pretty slow game so far, and it makes sense, right? At the end of the day, this is the deciding match that sees one of these teams goes to the grand finals, and the other, unfortunately, putting an end to their run. I think especially for Nemesis, it'll be pretty heartbreaking because they clawed their way through the lower bracket, through these long-ass games. But it doesn't seem like a late-game situation really phases them. In fact, it's what they drafted for. That's why we see this game being drawn out in this way.
Yeah, right. Late game. They have Storm Spirit and DJ has Diffusal. I think that's the plan. Focus fire the Medusa. This late game Wind Ranger is going to kill the Medusa. Let's wait and see.
Spooky. Still a long way to go before late game though, but Gabby, look at his item timings. They're so nice. Blink, MKB, Deso, and Dragonlance already at the 25-minute mark. Into the Roche they go.
Yep, Medusa can't fight again.
The Roche is moving in 3 seconds, but I think they should be able to get it.
Oh. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Ice Puff.
There you go, Ice
Pull
Puff.
it, pull.
There we go.
Calculated, says Armel. Or Cuckoo, whoever the hell made that call.
Yeah, okay. Aegis now for Gabby. You reckon they're gonna start pushing these tier 2 towers?
I mean, they should. They should. Why are they waiting? They shouldn't be waiting. They can't wait for that Gorgon to get that Skadi, you know?
Zhao using the wards to farm camps. Because he only has level 2
You know what he's thinking? I have a Medusa on my team.
Yeah, I don't need my snakes if I got a real snake. Roll in, found Cuckoo again, Mac. Putting out some damage on the hero, but he's taking so much. The Ice Path, getting a revenge, but Disruption saving him for now. In comes Armel to finish the job, killing off his counterpart. Meanwhile, backline. There's a call from JG, controlling that Shadow Shaman, and he's going nowhere. Chopped down. Raven couldn't do the same to DJ, as he's able to blink back out to safety. Now Jokum is in a very uncomfortable spot. Or is it JG? He's gone a bit too deep, and the rest of his team has ditched him. JG will go down.
Alright, my friend JG did not get the memo to back off. The Storm already ditched.
They left him out.
Whose fault was it? Let's see. Storm still had a lot of HP and mana. So maybe JG...
Asking whose fault it is? Cuckoo's fault, obviously. What the hell?
You told me to change the
First day in
narrative.
Southeast.
No?
That's funnier that way, actually. I changed my mind.
Cuckoo is not wrong anymore. He is right. He has made the shift, the paradigm shift. He's playing Shrimp Protector. They're playing for the map. They're not playing for kills. Cuckoo is a different person right now. It's not his fault anymore, guys.
That's true. You heard it here first from Winter.
Unfortunately, it has to be someone else, right? It has to be Gabby, right? If it's not Cuckoo's fault, it's Gabby's fault. You can't win, you know?
No, but Gabby still got his Aegis. I just wonder whether that dive was necessary. I mean, it started with Mac finding what he thought would be a free and easy pick-off on the Jakiro, but heads-up play from Cuckoo to turn around and Ice Path before he went down. That actually allows them to pick that fight and
Yeah,
kill
I
Mac.
actually feel like they had what it takes to actually push forward for more kills, you know? So maybe JG was not entirely wrong to go. Uh-oh, Snake Lady.
Not who you want to run into. Absolutely not.
Wait,
You need the TA on her, but look at 20.
he
They're
has
just so scared of
diffuser. He
23.
just bought a diffuser. But he's very strong. He wants to get that Dispel later. With a Disperser. I mean,
Fight's gonna start. Skadi's building up. Someone needs to get JG on out of here, but rooted in the spot. Kakram's coming through as well. Nice shackle to hold back both the Shadow Demon as well as 23. Armel caught on the sidelines, but they're able to interrupt Zhao. And now Gabby on the front lines, beating away onto Mac. Gotta be careful on this Earth Spirit, but in comes the jump in Raven. He's starting to become a real threat, and nobody can get on 23. First life on Gabby down. Armel jumping into the back line. Meanwhile, front line, look at 23. No one's dealing with him just yet. Mac dropping low on the south side, but 23 in the middle of it all. They're trying to kite around the Medusa, but they just can't get away from him. 23 with the Skadi. This is the timing that you were talking about. They're trying to finish off Zhao, but that pesky passive. Foul play, not gonna play it out. And he misses on the power shot. They can't stop the TP. So Gabby gets out. You're still maybe looking for something on DJ, but there's nothing else that he can provide.
23 Savage has arrived in the game. 28 minutes in. Skadi, Diffuser, Manta, Butterfly. The man says, I might be slow, but I'm here right now, guys. Relax. I'm here to bring you to the path of victory.
There's a long road for sure. throughout their entire lower bracket run. It's all these late game fiestas. Might not even make it to the point where DJ can get his Diffusal Blade and become a threat because the
Dire's
Deucer,
bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
on top of the Skadi, the Diffusal, you're seeing the
started
problem.
very
This is exactly
bad.
why you said the Skadi sucked.
Yeah, but that started very weird as well. The Shaman jumped in, he didn't get the initiation well because he got silenced by the traps. And then after that, somehow the Medusa is just standing there hitting everybody, they can't touch her. Maybe it's time to let DJ farm.
Radiant's
He has his
tower
diffuser
is
now,
under attack.
so he might be useful the next fight. Might. I don't know if he's going to be allowed to stand there and hit, because there's a Shadow Demon. If the Shadow Demon purges him, bye-bye. He's going to die.
Can you afford to purge the Wind Ranger?
Why
Do you
not?
need to save it for anyone
Bro,
else?
why not? Like,
Dire are
if
scanning.
Wind Ranger is the threat, you just purge her.
That's true.
You don't want to purge the Storm. You can kind of purge the Axe or the TA, but I think the TA doesn't really care so
Radiant
much.
are scanning.
Maybe the Axe
Yeah, that's
cares.
fair.
Gotta purge that carry Wind Ranger,
True.
It's Jardel.
DJ has carried games before from the pause 4, but this game it's looking rough. And Raven, who had a really difficult time in the early laning stage being gapped by TA, has now also arrived in the game. You talked about him being greedy, now it's paying off. He's starting to become a real threat in these fights that they can't deal with.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And once you get the Axe on Medusa, oof. Like, how are they gonna move?
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Almost feels like they need to try and force the formation from Nemesis to break, right? They need to try and pull 23 to some corner and then jump the back lines or make Mac overcommit or Raven go too far away. Nemesis, they know what they're doing. They did a great job in that previous fight, making sure they were within the Medusa striking distance.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
DJ? Thought I was gonna start focus firing
You
there.
can't go in to hit him. He might die. That's the problem.
Radiant's bottom
You're not a
tower
core.
is under attack.
You're just a support trying to be a core. That's the difference.
Here comes the defense. Start out with Amel initiating things. Big Macro Pyre under her feet, but managing to just disperse her away with ease.
I have to reset. She lost quite a bit of mana on the Medusa. Didn't want to take the risk. I think it's just going to get harder and harder from here, for Nemesis. Sorry, not Nemesis, for KUKUYS.
Yeah.
Like, Medusa is getting, to a point where she's just hitting... I think she already hit critical mass. Like, she's too hard to deal with right now. You have to somehow eliminate all the other heroes. Like, you must keep Medusa for last. You kill the Shadow Demon, you kill the Shaman, you kill the Earth Spirit, and then you kill the Timber and then the Medusa. It's going to be very, very tough.
I think one of the downsides as well about this Storm Spirit, you get a lot tankier, right? Because there's a focus on the Kaya Sanj, the Shivas, and your Guardian Greaves, of course. So you're a lot more robust in the fights, but it pales in comparison when it comes to damage to the more traditional Storm where you go like Witchblade into Parasma and then you're right-clicking and blowing people up. It takes Amel a lot more time to actually threaten the supports, and that seems to have become a problem. No one is really succeeding in these kills on the Nemesis side.
This is going to be the
Might be a big
game-defining fight here.
23 on the front lines.
BKB on
They're just
TA.
baiting him. There's the call. Where's the backup? Jumping into the back lines is Amel, trying to focus on the support. Macro Pyre under 23, but he's still doing fine for now, and they have the control on Amel. All 4 heroes of Nemesis turn around and deal with the storm, and now JG next to fall. Gabby just couldn't get in range to actually stop it. The roll's gonna be a bit too late. The rest of the team on KUKUYS will escape. But that is rough. 23 with the voice line. He knows this game is all his now.
Yeah, that was a huge blunder from Amel. We've been talking about how he's been playing really well with the puck. This is like the first time I felt like he made a mistake that would have just lost his team the game, right there.
Dire's bottom tower is
Should he
under
not have jumped in then? Because you just imagine if he doesn't jump in, then out comes the disruption.
They don't.
What was
I
the
don't
option?
think they needed to commit there because they're just poking. They poked the Medusa.
Okay.
They didn't go in with any hero. They didn't use the BKB on TA. Everyone's just playing on the outskirts of the fight. I don't think he needed to jump. Like he could have maybe just balled in, click his Shiva and back out. That's it.
Right.
And then wait
Okay.
for a moment to initiate again. I think right there shows you maybe he was very nervous in the fight. You know, he's not really calm enough to identify what he actually precisely needed to do there. He saw a target and he immediately jumped.
He was trying to take down Jokum, but a bit too tanky with all those stored up Lotuses, Essence Ring, Solar Crest, and a Ghost Scepter, limiting the damage that could come out from the Storm. And then, before he knows it, Zhao is there with a very nice Hex Shackles.
Yeah, gotta always be careful when you don't have BKB against Shaman. Yeah, I think this game is firmly in Nemesis' grasp right now.
I like this choice from Mac as well. Look at his items, going for the late Midas after the BKB. Is Earth Spirit not really a hero that farms up, right? But you want to make sure you're still keeping up in terms of gold.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, he has one of the best 20-25 talents. You definitely want to get there.
I don't think I've even watched enough Earth Spirit games to see the Earth Spirit magnetizes himself.
You're basically
That
a
sounds so
rock.
lit.
I mean, you
Yeah.
you are a rock. You are the rock. Yeah.
Radiant
Well,
are
it was a
scanning.
dirty job that Mac had to do to get them through that early game, but somehow, someway, he managed to just hold them off in time. Long enough for Raven to become a threat, long enough for these supports to get survivable, and most importantly, long enough for 23 Savage to arrive. He's ready to put on the screws onto KUKUYS and send the Team Nemesis into the Grand Finals.
They are half foot. They have half foot in the door already right now. One more slip up from KUKUYS, the game is already gonna be over. This is the last stand, I think, Roche. They have to fight the Roche. Somehow find a way to initiate, burst down the SD. They need to get the backlines. Maybe the Storm has to smoke with the axe and go for the kills on the supports. The Shaman, the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? Because I feel like in these past few fights, we haven't even really seen Gabby find an opening to do damage.
And he doesn't have a BKB.
Mentioned.
That's why
Yeah.
he's afraid.
He does have a BKB now, dealing with the Medusa illusions, but the commitment is made. They'll head into the pit. Like you mentioned, Nemesis, 1 foot in the door. KUKUYS, they need to slam it firmly shut. You're already hearing the doorbell. You're hearing the knocking. This Medusa with the Aegis is going to be impossible to pry from your high ground. Nemesis, they're still being cautious. They don't want to burst onto the scene.
I mean, DJ has to find a way
Dire
to burn the
are
Medusa's
scanning.
mana. I don't know how, but he has to find a way. If you're a KUKUYS fan, you're gonna say, in DJ we trust right now. It's no longer Kuku.
Kuku, best he can do is land that Ice Path. Get a Macro Pyre while the rest of the team keeps 23 in that area.
Yeah, the poking is starting to get annoying.
Serpent Wards have expired.
Right, it's gonna be the Armel show right now. He has to steal the Aegis. He's already emptying one slot. I feel like for Nemesis, they should try to take a fight. They shouldn't take the rush. I think it's risky.
Yeah, there's so much risk involved here, right? Like,
It's a bit...
if you mistime your right click and then Armel just steals it away, suddenly your win condition
should
in this
go.
game. Here they go. Raven's coming in, getting taunted, but he's so bloody tanky on the Timbersaw. He can't make it past him, and Kuku will be the one spotted out and killed. Hiding under the Glimmer Cape, but chopped down by Raven. Meanwhile, backline, you talked about this. Armel onto Zhao. Foul play is going to come through. Disruption to save as well. Armel leaving a remnant, but the blink away. Zhao is fine. And now you have to TP out. You can't get away. BKB will bail out Gabby, but that's what you asked for. You asked for a fight, and Raven obliges. Blinks up 1 man into 3. And will secure the Roche for his team. He's not even scared. He knows they can't really make it through it. Even without his BKB, Aegis secure for 23 as they jump forward. Nice checkpoint to 2 though. Here's the focus fire. Call out disruption for save. JG trying to work on the Timbersaw, but that just is not a viable option. You'll come through again on Amel, but Zhao is right there to greet you. Where you going, Chief? Back into the grave with you on the Storm Spirit and the Hex. Zhao will finish them off. Gabby hiding around the tree line. Gonna try and at least take down Jokum, but now you are in such a bad spot. Was that really worth it?
No.
23, slowly but surely, with the help of the Sentry, will take down Gabby.
First death of the game, but I think it doesn't matter. The game is already probably over.
Might be the first or the last.
Yeah, I think he already knew. When they lost the Roche fight, he's like, it's kind of over. He's just gonna try to do whatever he can.
Nice job from the Axe, cutting the wave a little bit. They're still kicking here. They're still trying to delay things, but like you said, Winter, you really get the feeling that this one, there's not much else that KUKUYS can do.
Well, they can hope that 23 decides to stand up a little bit too early.
True, true. Happened before.
could,
History can always repeat itself there.
could happen again.
Of course, we don't have player cam, so we're not entirely sure of his current sitting or standing position, unfortunately.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, nothing much you can do to do so. You can only hope that they screw up. Their fate is no longer in their hands, Mike.
Yeah. Snake Madness on the high ground. And level 25. Hit already from the Deucer. Combination of the Aghanim's and the 40 additional int means this is a mana pool that you can't burn. Not without a couple of diffusal blades, but DJ, even with the item pickup, he's not really been able to get in and do the work.
Tower has fallen.
Have we even seen one focus fire on Dusa? Like, no, right? With the diffuser.
Even if we have, we didn't notice it because it just didn't do enough.
Yeah, you're right.
Dire's middle barracks.
Easy first racks, looking towards the second.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this is
Dusa.
tough to watch. You can only
Yeah.
stare
Has fallen.
and figure out what can you do. But and you know that you can do nothing here.
I mean, that was like 4 or 5 hits from Gabby. 1 Melt Strike, and the Deucer's barely lost a quarter of her mana. That's just rough to watch. She's still trying to work through it. Top players Dota. Nice little shackle shot. The disruption's always there to save. Jokum will get pulled in by Armel, popping the BKB, fighting away, but look at the Deucer in the middle of it all, standing and delivering. You're trying to look towards Raven, but that's not a very viable target either. Gabby, he's doing as much as he can. Will pop the BKB to try and lay into 23, but the control is there. Mac chasing onto him. Gabby, you need a way out of here. Being run down by 23, no mana, so you might be able to finish off this Deucer for the first life, but he will just come back for the second. They take down the Aegis. Gabby's still standing. It's not too bad. Buybacks coming out now from the support of KUKUYS. JG on the front lines, keeping the supporting cast at bay, but now Raven will just chase him down.
What the
Running
hell?
out of lives, running out of resources. The buybacks come out. One last lane of racks as 23, bloodthirsty.
Do you see what Janelle is trying to grief his carry? He's trapped him in the walls. Alright.
Mistook one big snake for the smaller snakes. Can't blame him. Many such cases, but 23, still the absolute beast in this game. Fighting directly into Gabby with the help of the Ice Path. Raven will just pop his BKB and
Mana
charge
getting
on
low.
forward. Mana is in fact getting low. Out comes the Stone Gaze, stoning up Gabby. You need that help, 23. He might go down here. JG coming through with the call, but the immediate Hex is there. Zhao with the controller onto Gabby, and Gabby can't get the kill. The last moment save. Disruptions there onto 23, and the tips come through. Way too sharp here with the Medusa gameplay, and they covered each other to perfection. Nemesis will make their way into the grand finals to face up against Execration.
Yeah, Execration is going to be playing against another opponent. So probably nice to play someone else, but sad to be a KUKUYS fan here. You know, they played their hearts out. They look really, really strong for quite some. I think they look the best in quite some time. You know? They played some really, really solid Dota, some good Dota. There's some good drafts, but overall just a little bit short. You know, I think this game they kind of had to put the pedal onto the gas a lot more. Like especially with the Storm, they needed to pressure. They needed to I think, take more chances. So I felt like they played a little too safe. I mean, I guess it's a game 3. You can't really afford to make any more mistakes. People tend to like be safer. But I think Amil on the Storm, like one criticism I had is he needed to push his limits more because they needed to build on the advantage they had in the early game to pressure more. And I felt like a couple of big mistakes that they made. He jumped in too early and he died, really costing them the game.
Yeah, it's tough. I feel like whenever you see a Storm and an Axe, you're thinking these guys are going to dogpile in, push their limits, like you say, and get these free kills and put pressure on the map, but it just never really happened. 23 got to critical mass and carried the game on his Medusa. You'd love to see it. And now Nemesis, they'll make their way into the grand finals, but a moment of silence for KUKUYS. Like you said, they've looked the best that they have in a while, and I hope that it's not just a one close qualifier thing, right? I hope next weekend we see them at the ESL 1 Birmingham qualifiers and they're looking just as sharp, maybe with a few positive changes. There's a lot of great things we can expect from this team. But a lot of great Dota still ahead. We have a best of 5 with Execration, probably a little bit nervous because Nemesis are looking solid. We'll come back in just about 30 minutes to find out the opening of our grand finals, who's going to take that first game. So you want to come back during that time because you won't want to miss that.
What you need is love and understanding. Find a heart whose love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have all the right answers, but one thing I know, I'm so ready for you. 100% now. I'm ready. 100%. You know I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. Well,
when it's feeling this good. Whenever you're around, my heart begins to pound. Though I know you'll take it slow, no way to stop this feeling. For every single day, whenever you're away, in this place there's a space where I'll be waiting for you. And I just can't believe in this new love I have found. Yeah, I don't want it to stop when you know you got a good thing that makes me feel fine. Ooh, wherever it leads me, you know it's all fine. I never thought that this could sweep me off the ground. I don't want it to stop. No, I don't want it to stop. I don't want it to stop when it's feeling this good. Feeling this good. Feeling this good. Ooh, feeling this good.
Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah, a chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from, just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me, these are feelings that I ought to hide. Yeah, yeah. I've been waiting a long time, just longing for a glance from you. Yeah. A chance to look in those big brown eyes. No telling what my heart would do. Hey, when we met, I sure knew it felt as good as it could be. In that moment, though it felt so good, I wondered why you noticed me. If you gave me just a little time, it would sure ease my troubled mind. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. I don't care where you came from. Just tell me where you wanna go. If there's a chance to be together, that's all I really need to know. Is it real or make believe that keeps me thinking of you? If you've got time to walk with me, I'll show you how my heart is true. And here I stand, waiting for you. Tell me, baby, what I gotta do. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide. Don't tell me that you don't feel the same inside. Don't tell me. These are feelings that I ought to hide.
Sometimes I'll be foolish. Sometimes I know I get mad. Sometimes I say the wrong thing to you that makes you feel sad. But one thing is true in all that we've been through. You've never stopped loving me, no matter what I do. So let me say, yeah, that every day I try to find the words from my heart to say thank you. 'Cause you take me as I am. You take me as I am. Oh, baby. If you stop loving me, well, I would understand. But I won't take you for granted, no, no. When you hold my hand, your love makes me feel that I could fly to the moon. Not even the birds of love can sing a sweeter tune. I needed to say that you find a way to make me feel anew. And I want to say thank you, 'cause you take me as I am.
for your previous guys that made you run away. You can bet you'll only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow, but today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? Well, I can tell just by the way that you're smiling that you're still unsure. And I can tell just by the look in your eyes that you've been hurt before. But baby, no one can promise you forever. Right now I only know that we should be together, because it's now or it's never, so won't you take a chance on me? Well, it's fine if all your previous guys that made you run away. You can bet you'll only have one regret, and that's if you didn't stay. Walk my way. 'Cause baby, no one can promise you tomorrow, but today you take away all of my sorrows. You know I'd beg and I'd borrow for you, so won't you take a chance on me? Right from the moment we met, I knew that I couldn't let my fear get the best of me. And every moment since then has proven time and again that we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Yeah. Oh, won't you take a chance on me? Ooh, oh, won't you take a chance on me? My eyes are closed so long after the sun comes up. We do a dance in the dark, down the hall, pictures fall, even the neighbors call. But then you rip out my heart, every artery, a part of me. Ooh, it's obvious to me that you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. something real, and I'll give you everything. Every now and then we can smile. You know I can't help myself. They play around with me for a while, keep tearing me up until there's nothing left. Ooh, it's obvious to me. Yeah, you love to watch me bleed. But not half as much as I love when you leave. I hate to see you go. But I love to watch when you're walking away from me. Yeah, yeah.
Took a walk down Pico, heard someone shout from a crowd of fed up people, getting told they should calm down. Didn't wanna fight, but the tears that fill their eyes are brought by the people sworn to preserve their rights. Oh, time to change. We've got to out, you caught my eye. Yeah. Ain't trying to waste my time, just standing in your line. Gotta take a shot for you pass me by. So you wanna be alone for a minute? Well, come on, tell me what's on your mind. I wanna know what makes you happy. I wanna know, can I make you mine? Ooh, I wanna know if you know that I treat you right. Wanna know, can I spend the night? Well, I had my eyes on you for a little while now, but you never noticed 'cause you had a man. Ooh, yeah, and it's plain to see how bad I want you, girl. Trying to be much more than friends. Hey, so you wanna be alone for a minute? Come on, tell me what's on your mind. Tell me, baby. I wanna know what makes you happy.
Past 3 days culminating to this winter, DreamLeague Season 28's closed qualifiers for the Southeast Asia region comes to an end at the end of this best of 5. It's gonna be a slogfest, that's for sure, because we got two top-tier opponents up against each other. Nemesis making a crazy run from the lower bracket, having played 80-minute games, 70-minute games, but they climbed their way back up to face off against Execration, who I think most people would agree were probably the favorites at the start of the tournament, and then there have been some shakiness here from both teams, so it really is anybody's grand finals, it feels like.
But you're right about the time. You said they win by minus 10 minutes every single round or something.
Let me quick check. I don't actually remember what time that game ended in game number 2. But it was quite a late game 1, right? Like, it took a while.
Let me see
They won by 40 minutes.
So you're kind of like...
They're kind of reducing. Yeah.
You're onto something.
Yeah, maybe we'll see a Nemesis 20-minute win one of these games, but I'm not too sure about that. I feel like they generally have a bit more of a greedy play style. What about Execration though? Because we did see some of their games. I think there were some moments where they didn't really perform up to our expectations for them.
Which games? Let me see. Was it the first series, right? It has to be their first series against Trailer Park Boys, right? They kind of struggled a little bit in that series. I think after that it just got better and better, right? They cleanly beat Ivory 2-0, 2 quick games, and they beat KUKUYS in the winner bracket final, which I think was kind of like a contested series, except for maybe the first game not so much contested because of the ogre. Yeah, second game it was definitely a fight. I mean, I could see them just slowly and gradually improving in terms of drafting and play over the course of the tournament. I mean, that's always a mark of a very stable team, right? You learn as you go, you figure things out, and then you adapt.
Yeah, I think especially that game number 2 versus KUKUYS was such an eye-opener because solving problems on the fly, I think they realized with their Luna they were never going to be able to fight KUKUYS Ursa head-to-head, so they ended up having a crazy backdoor strat type situation with a Swift Blink Hex Wind Waker Luna. If you didn't get to watch the match yesterday, I assure you it's not one to miss. You want to check that one out. But for now, you want to stick with us because we're heading into game 1 very shortly. Now, both these teams, I think, maybe Execration, I would say differ a little bit from at least KUKUYS or Nemesis, because my read of Nemesis and KUKUYS is it always feels like they're very mid-lane centric players, right? You kind of need Mac to have an okay game at the very minimum on Nemesis. If not, everything starts to fall apart from them because I think you already mentioned Raven and 23, they're a bit more on the greedier side.
I think Execration actually differs in a way where they have a faster carry. I think Bob is kind of like, you need to give him a lot of attention, even though it seems like they are not trying to give him too much, but he is the kind of player that needs to be given attention. And I think what is making it good for the team is because Palos is active. He's not too greedy on his carry. You see him participating in fights. I remember his Abaddon against against KUKUYS. He was always coming to fights in the ruins, defending tower. I think those are the moves that you need, to enable your mid laner. And I think that's going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, Palo's definitely looking like the sharpest carry amongst all of his competition right now. I think he's really impressed us with his individual play so far, but it's not about just the individual, it's about how you come together as a team. And at least for Execration, they have the benefit of having been together for longer, right? They've been working together, this 5-man unit, along with their coach Leon Arthur. So you might kind of lean into that expectation that even though they're on a new patch, some of the protocols, some of the formulas, some of the recipes for success are already written out that they know how to follow. But Team Nemesis still trying to work in the new additions, right? It's Raven and Mac on the previous Nemesis team, and then you got Zhao, Jokum, and 23 who were playing most recently on the Boom roster that disbanded.
So enough of that nonsense. Now Execration, they have the first pick.
10 seconds remaining.
So let's see what they go for. They have chosen to remove the Shaman in the first stage. That's, I would say, rather unusual. I think the Slardar and Viper kind of more common first stage bans. But Shaman's definitely not. I mean, the hero is strong, but you don't generally see the hero being banned out in the early phase, you know. And usually, if you don't play a position 4 hero, I would say it's Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon seems to be the most broken one. That's the one you ban.
I kind of get it though, because if you look at Execration's match history, that game that they struggled a lot versus Trailer Park Boys, it was because of the Naman Shaman. And then KUKUYS, Team Nemesis, they also both showed these two teams that they love playing the Shaman. Nemesis in particular, whether it's Jokum, whether it's Zhao, they can make that hero look really nice. But KUKUYS is going to be left open and Execration snap that up immediately.
What is the response here?
It's
There's no
Timber.
Slardar. I mean, I think a hero like Mars probably better against things. You need to catch him.
Okay.
And you need something
10
like
seconds remaining.
figure out how you can kill him, because I think the problem you have with things is if you don't touch him, he's going to kill everything, you know. I mean, I guess Storm can kind of do that. Just try to look for him in the team fights, but it won't be that, I think, easy, you know, in some occasions, because Klings is a very fast hero. He can move around in the team fights really, really quickly, reposition, poke and prod and get out. So it's not really, I would say, that's straightforward for a Storm to kill a Klings.
Yeah. The way we saw Execration deal with the KUKUYS against KUKUYS yesterday is they picked like a full commit draft, right? Like they didn't allow the KUKUYS anywhere to run. There was a Tusk, DK, Abaddon, and a Dawnbreaker coming in, even with a Harpoon, just to full collapse on the KUKUYS.
DK is very good into Klings because of your armor, and you kind of like have enough damage that you can kill Klings with one stun, you know. So I think DK I kind of like against Klings. We'll see if they decide to remove it or it's going to stay in the pool and Nemesis is going to go for it.
Team Nemesis, turn to ban.
Wind Ranger, Kotal ban, both the supports ban. And Kotal to enable the Storm Spirit, that's very, very obvious. And right now for Nemesis, what are they going to do here? They have to pick another hero right away. Are they going to pick like a core hero? Is there a core hero they want to snatch up? You know, I think offlaner might look like something that they want to go for here. I think again,
there's also Tusk Jakiro, which are the highly contested supports.
I mean, those you can get later. I think you want to pick a core here for some reason. I feel like the core should come out.
Team Nemesis,
Okay.
You need to pick an offlaner.
What offlaner would be good here
Mars,
versus the KUKUYS?
Centaur. Maybe no Axe. So maybe
Axe?
Mars or Centaur probably.
Oh, Axe band. Okay.
Okay, they don't do it. They go for the Tusk. They feel like there's only one position for a hero they can do what Tusk does in the game, which I kind of agree. We talk about this a lot. This is the king of the rune fight, right? It's difficult to contest Tusk in the rune.
Also, I think it doesn't help that all 4 support players in this game really like playing Tusk, right? It's not even like uncomfortable for the 5s in each team, so not surprised to see it snatched away here from Nemesis, because you'd imagine that even if Nemesis don't pick it, Execration will snap it up for themselves. Execration take away the Dragon Knight as a block pick, like you said, probably the mid, and then answer with a Muerta that Shanks has been liking quite a lot.
Yeah, I like the DK pick a lot. DK has a good matchup into Storm. You have an instant stun. You don't really want to rotate away from a lane because the DK will kill your tower. And it kind of avoids the Klings into running into a carry Dragon Knight, which is a good matchup for DK.
Yeah. Even though Tusk is king of the rune fights, I feel like the Muerta makes that a little bit complicated, right? Because if the Storm walks up to try and get the rune, then you run into a calling, you get stunned up by the DK, suddenly things can get complicated.
It depends on who they pick as a 5 here. They need more firepower, you know. There's still Jakiro, right? Okay, there's still Jakiro and Shadow Demon. They go for Shadow Demon. So it means that I think Jano is playing the Tusk. Jokem is going to play the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is very, very good into DK, all these tanky heroes. Very good at bursting with Disseminate. And now I feel like you need to pick a
10
stack
seconds
clearer
remaining.
for Raven. Like 23 is going to want to save his hero for last,
5
just based on
seconds
what we've
remaining.
seen so far. So you need something into the Klings. There's still the Mars. Mars is not exactly a stack clearer. If you want to clear stacks, it's going to be like Bracerback, Beastmaster,
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw, yeah, Timbersaw, Tire Hero. But it's going to make the draft slower if you take Timber. And
Yeah,
you're not exactly
Storm
winning your
Timber.
lane against Klings.
Do you need to win the lane against
Radiant
Klings?
team
I mean, at least you have to do well, you know. I like this pick a lot more. Like, it works pretty well with the Centaur. Disseminate on Centaur. And then you build into Crimson, which is always nice against Klings and DK. Laning solid with SD. You have some
It's
combos
classic
later.
combination, right?
Yeah. Shadow Demon, Disrupt,
10
Centaur Storm,
seconds
kill the hero.
Does that mean that you're for sure
5
going to
seconds
a
remaining.
ranged carry for 23 with the Tusk pairing? Because if you go double melee with the Tusk, I guess it depends on what the offlane is, but I feel like most of the time we see Tusk
I
5
think
as
you,
a bodyguard of
you
sorts.
try to have a range, obviously, with a Tusk, but if it's a good melee hero, you still want to pick. I think it's still fine.
Okay.
And for Execration here, they have to, I think they have to kind of pick their
Radiant
last
team
core. They don't want to pick their other core. Okay, they pick Jakiro. Maybe they think that there's no other position 5 that can zone the Centaur in the lane, which also kind of makes sense. They need to secure the lane. So they use it for Jakiro. It's very rare to see like an 18 pick for support. But I guess with their pick sequence, it might be okay. And now, so it leaves the last hero for Execration. They're going to ban out carry heroes, whereas Team Nemesis, they're going to ban out off-lane heroes. So I think Nemesis would try to not
Radiant team ban.
tip off what hero they want, because if you ban in a certain way, you might let Execration know what carry you want last.
Sure.
So I think you try to just ban the neutral heroes.
Yeah, like Timber still in the pool, so you want to make sure you get rid of that.
And what else Execration
10
wants to ban?
seconds remaining.
I think basically with the Nemesis draft, they can pick any carry. Any type of carry is fine.
5
TB is good into
seconds
Klings because of the
remaining.
high armor, so that makes a lot of sense. And there's definitely still something like a PA available, like a slow pace hero for 23.
I think you want some sort of way of taking objectives, right? Because the rest of these Team Nemesis heroes don't
Morphling,
really...
yeah, with Tusk, if you're range hero, maybe that you can consider Morphling.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, Morphling seems pretty good here. Classic 23 hero as well. You ban out the Timber, suddenly that makes a lot more sense. They take out the TA though.
Yeah, range hero with Tusk, very fast pace. Wait, does that what type of offlaner
10
Execration
seconds
wants?
remaining.
What is Tino gonna play here?
5
He also
seconds
wants to
remaining.
play something that will block pick 23's hero, I think. If he's banning TB,
Yeah, what kind of
Well,
offlane
what
can you pick blind?
Offlaner. There's no Centaur. I think there's only Doom,
Radiant
right? I kind of
team
feel like there's only Doom.
Team Nemesis turn to pick.
Wait, what the hell? Who's the offlaner? Oh, DK's the
Dragonite?
offlaner? Oh, okay, so they pivoted in the end. They wanted a Corp against... Bob was asking for Corp, his favorite hero, against Storm. And Nemesis says, nope. We pick a mid hero. Storm is carry.
Ooh, Cook.
That would be like amazing, you know, if they actually...
That'd be kind of crazy, yeah.
5
But there's
seconds
no mid
remaining.
hero they can pick. I think a lot of it is banned. Maybe only Puck. But I guess, yeah, not good enough. No, probably not going to see that. And I don't think Tenichi is going to play Storm.
Well, we did see how important it was for Nemesis to make sure that Mac has a good game. In the few ones that he struggled, that's where Nemesis have
Yeah.
looked the weakest.
I mean, it should be Morphling. I think he wants to play Morphling, most likely.
Winter's got a good feeling about what we're seeing out here, but there's quite a bit of magic burst damage to cut through the Morphling. I guess not a lot of ways of stopping him from strength morphing other than the stun.
I mean, it's a DK offlane. I think there's a lot of heroes he can pick because the laning is not that strong. I think he can farm a lot. I mean, there's Juggernaut, there's Morphling. Those are the slower paced heroes that's available.
The team fight's a little bit shit, eh?
There's also,
on Execration.
there's also Ursa, right? Yeah, I mean, Ursa could... Yeah, there's Ursa's in a pool. Yeah, no, he doesn't really like Ursa. Lone Druid? Nah, Lone Druid.
No, what the hell
I
is
said
that?
Ursa, not Lone Druid. Ursa against DK? I mean, sounds nice. There's a lot of options, I think. These three are nice options. There might be others that I'm not aware of.
I kind of feel like you want someone that can benefit from the cart somewhere down the line.
Every carry benefits from the card. I mean, ideally range hero. Range hero, you benefit more.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. Fits the task as well. Can harass the Dragon Knight from a distance. What are we doing?
Troll, yeah.
Troll hero.
Troll.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I
this
guess-
is nice.
I think they picked for the lane. It's not exactly like that. I don't feel like it's that great for the game. It's good for the lane. I think they ended up prioritizing lane winners, right? Thus, Troll Warlock, they want to win the lane and play fast because I don't know if it's considered a very good troll game here overall. I
What
think
makes it a weird troll game?
you could get kited, you know, like you can't hit the Muerta in Ghost form, and there's a blinking co-op, and Klings is a fast hero. Like there's a lot of heroes that you might not be able to stick to, you know. Like Troll's issue is you get kited. And DK is not exactly like the best hero to focus as Troll as well, you know, even though on the off lane he's pretty tanky, he's very annoying. He can reduce your damage, he stuns you, he kites you. I think it's just for the lane. They want to hit like some sort of timing with the Centaur, with his auras, and a Storm with the... So Greaves on Storm Spirit, maybe a Solar Crest on Tusk, and you have like Pipe plus obviously Crimson, both very, very important this game. And you play around the Troll with his whatever, like SNY, I don't know, whatever items he's buying on Troll this game, so they fight. You know, I think it's more of a vision and how they can ball up together as a team and just roll them over with claiming all the objectives on the map. You know, it's not so much about 23 Savage wanting to be the strongest hero in the game.
Sure, yeah. I like that. That's the idea going into it. I also see that Troll fits the bill with a Centaur Stampede, right? You stampede him in, you jump in with the Storm, get the initiation on the Klings wherever he shows up, and as soon as the Troll is on top of the Klings, it's going to be very hard to peel him off. So let's see how it all plays out here. This is game number 1 of your grand finals here in the Southeast Asia region. Execration had a bit of a break in the morning to slowly eat their breakfast, eat their lunch, watch the proceedings before them. Nemesis, on the other hand, had to deal and dispatch of KUKUYS. A 2-0. It could have been a 2-0, but unfortunately, they picked themselves a weird setup in the first game.
Yeah, not many weird facets here. Everybody has the general facets. And the important thing for Execration, I would say, is going to come down to Bob. This co-op against Storm matchup. I think Palos is going to somehow help him secure some runes and he's going to win the matchup. I could see that happening in this game. I mean, DK could actually be okay sitting alone on this lane, so he doesn't really need the support too much in the lane.
I'm not worried about being run down by the Tusk and the Troll.
If 2v1, sure, he gets run down, but then they're gonna lose like the runes. I think the main concentration for the supports is to make sure that the Queen of Pain destroys the Storm. You know, you want to move around on your Muerta, put wards to see the jungle, so that Storm doesn't get the camps beside the mid lane for free, the medium camps. I think the DK doing well or not is, I'm afraid to say, but not very important for their lineup. It's all about Bob, man. I'm sure the DK can find a way to get a dagger somehow. You know, he's going to be able to survive. As long as he survives, his team is doing well. Even if the Tusk is sitting in his lane, bullying him with the Troll, whatever, you just take it, you know.
Sure. We talk about the key items already on the side of the Dire, right? What they need to get in terms of their timings. What about the Radiant? What are we hoping for? Is it also kind of a 20-minute timing where they're going to try and gear up to fight for Roche, fight for Tom?
Item timings, I think maybe like Deso Klings, obviously the dagger on Dragon Knight.
30 seconds.
Sure.
to
I mean, a
battle.
co-op will just buy whatever you want, you know. It might be a blade mail game, like he just runs in and just tanks everything. I think it's not so specific which item timing would allow them to do that. It's more about the result of the early game, right? Can they snowball enough with Bob, with the 2 supports, and control the runes so that the Storm has a shitty game? I think that is more important than whatever item timings they have.
Sure. And if the Storm has a shitty game, then everything else maybe starts falling apart here for Nemesis.
What the hell? They're fighting here?
That's such a
weird place to fight.
Yeah, it started with a late smoke that Palos broke on the low ground, and then he immediately left. And I think that wasn't much of a fight, more like 23 trying to get back to his lane through the Twin Gates without using the TP. So, gonna allow Tino to just get a nice block off. Or maybe they're trying
he
something
is
here.
sneaky. Oh, he wants to get a first blood here. 4 heroes in the bot lane. Yeah, 23
Nice,
Savage is saying this game I'm gonna play for you. Okay, never mind. He TP back. I'm gonna, help you out, Raven. Since I know you didn't get your priority pick, so in return I'm gonna give you something. It's all about give and take, right? You take away something from a teammate, you have to give him back something in the future. You can't just keep taking away everything from Raven. Eventually Raven will take you out of the team, so you have
Oh
to
my
give him
God.
back something.
Oh, true, yeah.
You need to keep yourself, in a good spot on the team.
It's called the one true king for a reason. One true carry.
Don't want to piss off the captain.
Is Raven the captain?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know. Because
Oh,
bro, he was
I thought I
drafting-
missed something.
He was drafting before this, so I assume maybe
Sure, yeah.
maybe he was the captain, and then he got I don't know, demoted, or he got moved to a secondary position.
Yeah, I guess it's also coming off of the fact that they switched out 3 players, right? In the past, it was Ares or Grims, who on Nemesis, their POS 5 was the captain there, but then now that only you and Mac are left behind, I don't think you're gonna make Mac the captain. Not taking anything away from Mac, but I feel like you rarely see mid lane
Have you not
captains.
heard? It's very bad to give your mid laner the captainship.
Yeah,
Everything
I
is
have
gonna
heard.
be about him. I need the best matchup. I need the city support. I need that. I need this. I need that. And he forgets everything about the side lanes.
Is there any mid lane captain left in Dota 2?
I don't know. I don't think
Because
so.
that used to be a thing, right? Like S4 captain from the mid lane.
Yeah, it used to be a thing. Now I think the captain or the coach, that's a totally different role, right? All the players are just focusing on their game. When you talk about captainship, you talk about whether he's taking care of the matters in the game or he's taking care about the draft, right? It used to be everything on one person, but nowadays I think it's split between a couple of people.
Yeah, better division of labor than putting all that pressure. Also, I think in general, useful for more players to understand, like you kind of understand where your teammate is coming from when they're telling you about pick or a draft instead of having to rely purely on trust.
Well, obviously you still have to have some amount of trust, so you can't just sometimes just base everything off on statistics and what you feel like, right?
Sure.
Like,
yeah.
for example, the mid laner, he's going to tell you something that you might not understand about a specific matchup. And then in the end of the day, you just have to trust him sometimes.
Yeah. It's probably Bob telling Mr. Leon Arthur or Palos that, hey, you give me this quad, I'm going to absolutely shit on the Storm. Unfortunately, not the case right now. Shanks being aggressed upon might go down, but First Blood is drawn onto Zhao, and this is not how the lane was supposed to go. Kino and Shanks starting to run at 23 to maybe put on a little bit more damage.
I mean, this
More
is
stick
part of the
charges,
reason
flyer.
why I didn't really particularly fancy the throw into DK. Because I know the lane is actually not that bad for DK. DK has high armor and the minus damage from Breathe Fire. Kind of allows him to sit in this lane, They tried to be aggressive, they attacked him, but it just didn't work out for them. Moeta is a very, very strong laner, have to respect that.
Yeah. Also, interesting itemization choice from Tino. He goes for that very early Blightstone. Oh, sorry, it's called Orb of Blight now, my bad.
So you want to call yourself young still? Okay, fine. This is actually different. This is a new
Bro.
change. This is a new change.
You were waiting for that, or you're just waiting for me to slip up and pounce. I see you, Winter. But yeah, how often we don't really see this, but I guess Tino understands that this matchup is all going to be about trading right clicks. So, really
so
cool
it's also the
itemization.
fact that he understands that he can stay in the lane, He's not really under too much pressure against a troll because he has a lot of regen and base armor. This is definitely looking really, really good right now for Execration. If they can actually do well on the DK's lane, it means it's going to free up the Moeta to move mid. And Corp is already kind of pressuring the Storm. The Storm has left the lane. She has 10 denies right now.
Yeah, the thing about Centaur and Troll is that they don't really strike me as the type of heroes that can pressure out their counterparts without the help of a support, right? Especially if the lane goes like this.
Troll in the right lane, you can. But in this lane, I don't think so. I think they
Yeah,
maybe
so-
thought it would go a little bit better. They picked this hero knowing that already know the lane, they already know the matchup, but just didn't really go so well, I guess, for them.
Yeah. I'm just thinking once those rune fights start happening, Raven isn't really going to be able to do anything to Palos just free farming. And then you have a Jakiro along with a Moeta running mid. That's going to be pretty scary for the Storm Spirit.
Another fight, but Tino does not care because he has Dragon Blood.
Top tower.
Well, might have to start caring if the Shadow Demon TP's up here. Nice snowball to pick them up. Jokum getting a nice disseminate out and will take down Tino. So good rotation there from the Shadow Demon to secure that kill. Might be one more too. Disruption's there, holding Shanks in place, but he still has a big wand and a Queen of
Level
Pain
6.
by his side. Bob getting himself 2 kills up here in the top lane. Great rotation from the SD, but they overplay their hand and they give Bob a couple of freebies.
Yep, Bob is going to be thanking
Radiant structures
Jokem there.
are
Salamat.
fortified.
Thanks for the 2 kills there. Goes for the rune. And look at that. Jakiro is here. Moeta is here. Everyone's here. No rune for you, Mac. CML, with the
CML outclicks
quick
him, but
fingers.
CML might die because of it. In comes Bob, looking for the punish. Mac doesn't really have a lot of mana.
Yeah, Mac is dead, I think. He has no TP. He can't TP. Yeah, he is screwed.
Oh no.
That is actually not really worth it.
Can he survive? Body block? Just need a dead shot. Perfect. Yeah, nowhere to go. Up to the high ground, perhaps?
Oh, he's gonna live. Actually gonna
Wow.
live.
Dire's
Corp just didn't
bottom
have mana
tower
for
is
one
under
more
attack.
spell. I mean, after all, that was actually really good. It turned out for the Storm. I mean, Corp is still really big. I think he is going to be a force to be reckoned with this game. But at least he didn't really kill off the Storm. That Storm didn't die. So I think overall it's still acceptable for Nemesis.
I mean, no hit to the net worth, right, for the Storm. Still doing pretty well for himself overall. Raven
Okay.
getting the kill into Palos. That's
Raven.
4 members of...
Okay.
Dire are scanning.
Was that
Oh,
just
man.
the Storm TPing?
Yeah, I think it's just the Storm coming down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, this is the thing with Klings, right? He's still an easy target if he's exposed in the lane. He's gonna die to spell damage. I mean, I must say, you know, Nemesis is really striking back with the rotations, you know. The static laning not working out so well, but they're moving their supports around with Jokem going top and now the Storm going bottom. Kind of upsetting the balance of the laning phase, which is really beneficial for them.
So if you're Execration, is it the right play to try and mirror those rotations, or is there anything else you can try and
I mean,
do to stop that?
they don't have supports that can do that as well as the Tusk, you know, that's the issue. They're really abusing the Tusk at the moment. Rune fight. Who does Gaben bless with the rune? Oh no, Mac has a shield rune. It's time for me to shine, you know. Bob, you have been bullying me the last 5 minutes. It is my time now. Palos has to play very careful. They see the rune. I think they saw the Storm with the shield and he's good. He walks bot and he TP stop. Oh, okay, cancel his TP. It's too late. I thought he was trying to like bait them, you know, because he
Like
knows that
juke them out, right?
yeah, he knows there's probably some vision around the river area. He walks past there and then he TP stop. Didn't work
But
out.
he was TPing top as a response to Tino and the gang aggressing on 23, who's not having a great time on the troll.
Yeah.
Bottom net worth call right now, and Tino, despite this being a Dragon Knight offlane flex, is getting like everything he wants, right? Now he's gonna Dragon Form, he's gonna start punching away at the tower. I kind of feel like Mac needs to come over and help.
And he has no TP now because he cancelled his TP, so that's gotta wait. Yeah, I think they're very confused right now what to do, you know, after the troll died. That was your last pick hero, you know. Your last pick hero is not having a good time. That is what I always say, no bueno.
No bueno.
Bad news.
Very bueno if you're Tino though.
Yeah, DK is definitely free farming in this name right
Is
now.
it muy bueno? Is that very?
I don't know.
Oh, you only know no bueno. You don't know any word other than okay. You falsely advertised yourself there a little bit, Winter.
I'm afraid I have some limitations in my vocabulary.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I understand. Okay, Raven does have the timing on his Helm of the Dominator though, so he's gonna start pressuring this tower. But Palos is looking up towards the top lane. Has to be careful because there's actually a sentry potentially scouting him out if he's not careful. In the top gate, I mean.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's trying
attack.
to clear out the wave, you know, Palos here, trying to buy time, but he might be in trouble. Storm is tipping in. He's dead.
That's 4 heroes surrounding this Kling's Palos, playing a bit too over-aggressive, not respecting the potential of a gate rotation. The Klings will go down.
Tower is
Yeah,
under
this task has been like really, you know, I think pivotal for their success in rotating around. I mean, I can see why they really prioritize the hero. And this is one of the few supports that enables plays like this in the early game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And Bob, despite
Kinda
getting the
feels-
runes, he's not really keeping track of where the storm is going though.
Yeah. Doing a good job just kind of playing on the opposing side of the Queen of Pain.
So do we
Is
call him?
Shanks dead? Type yes. Type 1 if yes.
How is he gonna survive? If he has a skill point in ultimate, maybe, you know, but he's 3-3 and 0.
Okay. Not much of a discussion there then. Unlucky. Rest in peace, Shanks. Potentially one more galvanized stack for him. You do have to wonder whether it's right for Execration to still kind of send supports down here, because you can tell that Nemesis, they are very much keen on taking this tier 1 tower, and whoever's lives are
Radiant's bottom
Oh,
tower
up for the
okay.
taking. Shanks is not dead, actually. Shanks is the most alive he's been in a hot minute.
I guess they changed their mind, yeah, after the pause. They figured that probably a bad idea. I mean, this is why I kind of hate it when there's pause, you know, happening, even when I'm playing.
Yeah.
Like, makes you change your mind, you know. Sometimes for the good, sometimes for the worse.
Yeah, you just kind of feel like, okay, let's not risk it. Maybe it's not as good of an idea.
Yeah, because you're like trying to figure out whether the risk is worth it, right? Because you know that the opponents have the same time to figure out whether they should TP in. So yeah, you're like,
It also
okay.
didn't really help that Shanks already spotted them while that pause was happening, so he had a lot of time to be like, guys, you're gonna come and save me, right? And they're all like, yeah, of course, bro.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, Bob might be top of the net worth right now, but we haven't really seen this Queen of Pain do much other than that rotation to the top lane. I don't know if this is bad for them though, as Tino getting caught out, playing a bit too deep there. The two supports, it really goes back to what you keep saying about this task. It feels like Zhao alone is making everything happen for his team.
Yeah, this is the support that allows all this early aggression plays. You have a stun, you have a shot block, you have
Dire's
damage from
middle
tag
tower
team.
is under attack.
And Bob gets the rune again. So 2 runes for Bob, 1 rune for Mac. I mean, like you said, you know, I would like to see him get more involved, you know, on the Queen of Pain. He definitely needs to make his mark felt in the game.
There we go. Setting up, thinking about the Sonic Wave, but Zhao waits out with the Snowball, using the Sonic Wave now onto 23. It was a pretty early battle trance. I think 23 is dead here, but if he can get the kill onto Palos, whoo, that was close.
Where's the backup? Where's the backup?
Right in front of your face. Storm zipping in at the very
I
last
have
moment to
Stampede.
cancel that TP.
Still have Stampede.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Use it to save Jokum. I think that was actually good until Palos died. Then now I don't know whether
I
it's
mean,
still
it's
good.
still good. They got 2 kills for Palace. I think overall it's still good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, what? This
I mean, he's
DK
below the troll in net worth right now, so...
Yeah. What can you do? He's not the true
Were you-
carry. Queen of Pain.
Were
is
you
just-
gonna talk about this Tino pipe rush?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what the hell? He's actually not buying dagger on this hero.
Bro, you look back on every single one of Tino's games, no matter what hero he's playing, he's rushing pipe.
It's very, very good against the Storm Spirit. Only that hero. I think the rest of the heroes kinda don't really care. Shadow Demon.
Yeah, it's like mixed damage, right? Like,
Shadow Demon's like whatever. Toss is like whatever. Throw is like whatever. So it's mainly for the Storm.
bro's not respecting the level 1 double edge damage. I'll have you know. That's magical
I
as
think
well.
most players would maybe get think about itemizing like maybe dagger orchid or armlet dagger orchid, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't really like Dragon Knight buying auras. You know, what a waste.
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. Although, if you look at his team composition, someone's got to do the dirty work, right? You
And why it has to
basically
be
have 3
him?
carries.
He's a DK.
Well, who's going to buy the auras then? Not the Clinks.
Not his problem. You know, he's a Dragon Knight.
Damn.
When you play Dragon Knight, you have certain privileges. You know.
Okay, Tino clearly is a better team member than you are, because he knows what he needs to do, or at least that's kind of his elected duty, and
You
he'll
know,
fulfill it
I'm
to
the
the
type
very
of
end.
support where guys, I'm playing a wave clear hero. I demand farm. You know.
Wow.
This is my farm. You know. Get the hell out of my lane.
A support saying my lane by itself is kind of egregious already.
My dead lane, alright? Fair enough.
Raven's been quietly farming up the
Alright.
storm on this Centaur War Runner.
Damn it, you don't care.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, sorry,
tower
I
is
don't know
under
where you were
attack.
going. That you're just trying to set a PSA to all your pub teammates. Here's Mac, jumping onto Shanks.
Yeah.
Here's the Veil, trap with the TP.
Oh,
Oh, disruption a bit too slow.
nice TP.
The golden Poogie sticker, that's hilarious.
Yeah, forgot to
I'm gonna
say.
be so sad when the Monster Hunter event ends because there's so many funny stickers and little things. Oh, you alright?
He's definitely alright. Don't worry about him.
I won't.
I mean, Moita is like one of the better heroes against Tusk for that reason. He can't hit you, all that physical damage. Just TP out in front of his face and he has his ATOS completed. So the game is going to get sped up right now. They have a catch outside of the DK stun with no dagger.
About damn time, right? Feels like.
Yeah, Bob is like, where's my catch? Guys, my offlaner is my Dragon Knight, no dagger. Somebody play with me. And then you have a Jakiro and Moita holding your hands.
Are they gonna try for a dive here? It gets scanned out though.
Probably not the best idea to make a play there.
Scanning.
You're gonna give Nemesis a lot of opportunity to TP in and kill you. You must always remember there is a stampede in the game.
That's true. Easy engage,
And
easy
his ward
disengage
is
as well.
just giving them so many information. Like twice already, it sees Bob. Instant value right there. Finally they devoted it, but too late.
Yeah, already serves its purpose. No one's coming down here to really stop Raven from farming up the storm. I was already saying he's top of the net worth, but he's being allowed to just quietly build towards his auras. Kinda seems like a problem. Like, we haven't really seen Bob rotate down there to try and kill him either. Woo!
Bob has other ideas, you know. You know when you are a mid laner, right, and you're dominating the game, the one person you want to kill the most is the other mid laner.
Dire's middle tower is under
You
It's
want
a-
them to start typing mid-diff in chat, you know?
Yeah, it's a mid thing, you know. I don't think there's a specific thing on the other roles. Like the carry doesn't like to kill the other carry. You don't see things like this. But when it comes to mid, oh my god, you're gonna see a player trying to make a point.
Bob is the king for a reason.
Oh, he's the queen this game, not the king.
Ah, true. Queen and king. All crazy. He can do it all.
Dire's bottom tower
Get you a
is
mid
under
laner that
attack.
can do both.
I just want
Sounds
Bob.
like you use the Dragon Knight to push out the towers. Not often do you see this build coming out from Dragon Knight. Pipe
what?
and Yules.
Is under attack.
Man, yeah.
The troll is, I guess, another Ursa type of hero you want to buy use. What the
Yeah.
hell is this build?
Is under attack.
I'm pretty sure if you just bought like normal items, the game would be so good, you know, because you have
Nah,
another carry.
I like this actually. I think it's funny.
Get the hell out. Don't you tell people to buy items like this on DK.
I will see whether it works out for him. For now, the pipe's giving them enough confidence to actually group together and start pressuring these objectives, so I'm not sad about it.
Yeah, it kind of protects your supports against the Storm Spirit. They don't really die to the Storm Spirit jump, you know. And you know supports nowadays, they don't like to buy, you know, that item, that Glimmer item.
Dire's bottom
Nobody
tower
likes
is
to
under
buy
attack.
Glimmer.
You're referring to yourself, brother. I think everybody else doesn't mind a
No,
glimmer
no,
or two.
no.
It's just that some supports have better things to get to. Like,
Then
for example,
tell me
CML.
why. Tell me why they are not buying Glimmers on any of their supports against Storm. Because they
Well.
have pipe. They have pipe.
No,
that's
yeah,
enough.
that's true. And also, kind of, you back to that point that you were mentioning about when you give, you got to take away a little bit, or vice versa. You ask your rather your pos 4 to build an Atos, then you need to make sure she's protected, right? So that's the trade-off that you're kind of going for. She builds the Atos so you don't build the Blink. You build the pipe so she doesn't build something like a Glimmer.
Fair enough, Mike. I will ask you to buy my pipe next time so I don't get yelled at for not buying Glimmer.
Okay. Smoke move up now. Smoke's gonna break on the front lines. Tino there. All of them hiding around the tree line. This awkward though. All you got is a stomp onto CML. He'll go down. Nice Sonic Wave onto 2. Trying to focus down the troll, but kept alive by the snowball. Storm Spirit as well. But last hit is there. The Stampede couldn't get him out, and the troll trying to auto attack, but it's into a Dragon Knight. Will finally slay the beast. It takes a little bit of time though, and Zhao, he's found himself a really nice shot, trapping Palos in, and they will be able to take down the Bone Fletcher. still Bob looking very healthy in this fight. Will get disrupted for now as the rest of his team just gets cleaned out on the side. Trying to finish off 23 now, doesn't have an ultimate no longer. It's King Bob against the world, and unfortunately this time Bob will fall. 23 managing to survive in that fight and get through the end. Gets himself a triple kill.
I mean, this is precisely why I didn't like the DK's build. So the smoke broke, but he cannot initiate because he doesn't have a dagger. And then he tries to hide in the tree, he pops the pipe, and then he doesn't really get a stun until, I don't know, like somewhere in the middle where he stuns the troll. But it's like already so late. They couldn't kill off, they couldn't burst like important targets like SD or even the Tusk, you know. They already see them, but they cannot go on them.
And that was a 6 snowball save as well, right, from Zhao. Like, being
Yeah,
able to keep
the
the
guy
storm
has a
alive for so
dagger,
long.
you know. That's why you need to buy dagger. I feel like that really costed them, you know, not having a dagger.
Sure. CML, of course, not getting off a single spell, being the one getting jumped as well. And Ice Path Macropire would have really helped out.
Radiant
But
are
You know what,
even-
Mike? Maybe
Yeah?
he could have casted his spell if the DK blinks in and stuns somebody, you know. Just maybe.
Food for thought, food for thought. I mean, it's a big fight win for the side of Nemesis, but they don't get the Tormentor as a result. So we're going to see both teams smoke back up here and try
Round
again.
2.
You still have Sonic Wave. Still got Macropire. Ready to let it
Round
rip.
2.
All the ultimates available on the side of Nemesis as
Where's
well.
the
The pings
catch?
come through.
Where's the catch?
Where's the catch? Another double stomp Raven with the blink diff just eliminating the Muerta. The Sonic Wave doing quite a bit of damage again, but the problem is Tino, he just can't stand his ground. You've already eliminated most of the side of Execration, and Bob running for the kills, but Mac there with the chase. Just needs a little bit of mana. Another stomp Raven. He's on fire with this Centaur War Runner, and they'll take the 20-minute Wisdom Shrine to boot.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, same problem. That guy get the jump. The smoke breaks, then what, you know? The DK just runs forward, pops the pipe, then what? The backline just got stunned. I think Raven landed like a 3-man or 2-man stun there, and then the fight was again over. There's no
Palos very
stuns.
immediately knew
They
that there
can't
was
initiate.
nothing to be done. Yeah.
Wings can't initiate, Corp can't initiate, nobody can initiate. Alright, they
Radiant's
killed
top
the
tower
storm
is
there.
under attack.
Atos and Silence, I guess. Yeah, but they need to solve this lack of initiation soon, you know. I don't see any other way. Only with the DK buying dagger. If he doesn't buy dagger, I think this game is over.
I have bad news for you. He's just finished the Yules,
What
but
the
maybe
hell?
at his
Force
next item
down?
he'll...
What on earth is happening? I have no idea, man. I like the way he played the beginning of the game, but not how
Sure.
he proceeded. I think the pipe was maybe still understandable, but the yields is just way too much.
I mean, the thing is, with this build, it's clear that he thinks the problem is the troll, right? He wants to get enough kiting
No,
tools to get
he
away
is
from
the
troll.
problem. The troll is not the problem. The DK is the problem with this build right now.
Oh, I thought the problem was Raven with his Blink Stomp.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But you could eliminate or even make it even by getting your own dagger, right? So you can dagger stun him, right? Instead
Yeah.
of trying to walk in, I am a dragon. I'm walking in. My smoke breaks. I'm tanky. But guess what? The enemy ignores you. Just jump behind and stun your backliners.
The funny thing with the Disseminate, he doesn't even look that tanky. Right? I feel like Jokum in these fights has just been disseminating him and then he loses so much HP.
Yeah, I mean, the other reason why you need to build like DPS items on DK is so you can't be ignored, right? I think the purpose of having a tri-core with Dragonite is you are some kind of backup damage or you're the carry, you know, so the enemy has to focus you. But right now he's built like, you see this DK, you're like, what the hell? Just ignore him. Like what does he do? You just ignore him, you see him in front and then you just jump past him and kill the other heroes.
Yeah. And right now, Nemesis, they've just been jumping through him because it's not like he's that easy to kill, or rather that difficult to kill. Roche is going to fall to 23, everything going according to the Troll's plan here. The early laning stage didn't work out for him, but with some nice moves at these team fights, really, it's just come down to the fact that Raven has had himself a free time on this Centaur. He's not been contested at all, Bob never went and addressed him, and now you just have a Centaur problem.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Bob just wish he had a Centaur on his team right now.
So true. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he actually made many mistakes in early, you know. I think his moves were mostly precise. It's just the itemization of DK just really deliberated like the way they can play the game. You know, they can't really move. They can't really initiate.
Radiant structures
When you have
are
an Atos or
fortified.
Moeta, sure, you know, it's not exactly enough. You know, you need more than the Atos or Moeta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pretty interesting that this game Mac opts to go for the Manta instead of the Greaves that we've been seeing so often. Palos will go down in the bot lane as Mac gets himself what looks to be a freebie onto CML. Raven's there to make it a double for himself.
Yeah, Mac doesn't believe in the Greaves build. Actually,
No,
I think
Mac has built the Greaves before.
I
He
think
just made the decision not to this game.
he feel like this game because he has a throw, right? Like throw can be more active, and then he can be, or maybe it's the centaur. I think because having a centaur is like a low damage core, right? He's very tanky, but he doesn't do damage. So then you need someone else to pick up the slack, right? And throw is already going to be
Radiant's bottom
doing throw
tower
things.
is under
So
attack.
I think with that in mind, the Storm decided that he needs to, you know, pick up the stack in terms of damage.
Yeah, I guess also apart from the Muerta Atos, there's not much you're really dispelling other than like, let's say Shadow Strike, right? That you can't just ball lightning away from. Everything else is like a stun. So like you got DK stun that doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Like even if you have a Greaves or like Ice Path.
I can really understand it in the Ember matchup. Because usually you die in one slight chains.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And this
attack.
game has just took a huge turn, you know, for Execration. They were in such a comfy position the first 15 minutes, and then right now they're stuck in a position where they just want to leave the game, you know. They just want to start a new game.
Has fallen.
If 23 keeps going the way he's going, they're going to be out of this game real soon. Stampede coming through. Looks like they caught Palos trying to push out the wave Raven. He's just had Palos' mark this whole game.
Yeah, there's no play, you know. Without dagger, there's just no play. They have to wait.
Radiant's top tower is under
They
attack.
have to wait for the dagger. He has it. He has it in a bit. 26 minutes, 38 seconds. Your Dragon Knight has finally decided dagger is the item I need.
26 minutes on the clock. That's one of the latest DK Blink Dagger timings we've ever seen. I mean, I can understand Tino's thought process with these items, right? It just clearly has hamstrung them in a big way. There's no play to be made.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like so often when we see these Southeast Asian teams suffer, it's because they've put all their eggs in one playmaker basket, and then if the playmaker doesn't have a good lane, then it's so impossible for everyone to connect. Like Bob can have such a stellar time on the Queen of Pain, but then there's nothing he can really do. There's no catch.
I actually don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is he's just playing his style of Dota. Like he likes to, you mentioned he likes to buy pipe, right? And he likes to play the
Yeah.
utility style, right? But it's like the game needs you to do something else now. Right now, he's not playing the game because circumstances in the game have changed, or you didn't really have the start you hoped for, you know, in the early game, and then you didn't realize that you have to be the catch, you know, because they don't really have catch with their lineup, you know. So I don't think he fully understands the lineup. Like maybe he thought something else would have happened, and now it's already too late. You know, they've already paid the price for his.
Radiant's top tower
I don't know what build we're gonna call it. You know, just horrendous build.
is under
The
attack.
Tino build.
Just a horrendous build. You know, whatever. You know. It's just a game losing build. You know, like I think he single-handedly lost them the game. You know, with his build.
Seconds away was Zhao from catching the Queen of Pain, but a lot of damage laid into the Troll Warlord. That'll be his first life. Only possible because of the Blink initiation. Still a BKB available for the Troll. Holding on to it. Disruptions there. Might not even need to pop it. Should just be able to walk this off with the help of the Stampede. So he'll be able to walk this one off, like I said, and now has the fresh Satanic delivered to him. So even less of a threat, really, to his life.
Yeah, imagine being able to do that a lot earlier with the dagger initiation. Now he has to like find a lot more of this, you know. He has to, I think, be really patient. The only thing they can do is hide on the high ground, play some wards in the lane in the jungle, and find pickoffs with this DKs. But Nemesis, they're not gonna let it slide. You know? They're not gonna just sit back and wait.
Can't blink out of this one, unfortunately. There's Sonic Wave to help him out, but nowhere that Tino is going realistically.
So we have a gem on the center. Is Raven just doing everything the team needs, yeah?
Yeah.
They sort of found a balance between drafting for Raven or drafting for 23. They're coming together to reach a gentleman's agreement. Sometimes it'll be you, sometimes it'll be me. And if it's not you, I will help you. And if it's me, I will help you.
Croker assist. Seen many of those.
Can't even
17k gold lead now for Nemesis, and it's not really looking like there are many options for Execration in this game, number one.
can't even stun the storm right now. The Linkers is coming.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blink stun in. Raven continuing to be an absolute menace. Now will get stunned on the front lines, gets Lotus Orb reflected, and a snowball save. A little bit awkward as they doubled up there. Will snowball back to the creeps, but Mac, he's in, burned out all his mana pool, but it doesn't even matter. No one can punish him. So now start putting out the damage onto 23, but you still have your Stampede, you still have your saves from your supports. You're not really worried about a thing, and that's just a CML buyback expended for free.
Yeah, very, very good discipline. But Nemesis backing off right away. Initially, it looked like maybe Centaur was kind of a bit griefing the game, throwing the game, but then it all worked out. They were able to kill the Jakiro, back off, and reset, and throw his full health at the moment. I'm sure they're going to try to just take things slowly. They can even wait for the Roshan before they go high ground. Unless they get a big pick like this.
Bob would be huge to lose here, able to blink out to the high ground and escape back out to safety. Has to thank his lucky stars for that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But how many more lucky stars he's going to need to turn this game around?
The game was already in a bit of an awkward state with the Dragon Knight build and everything, but it does feel like they lost that game in the 2 consecutive Tormentor fights. So it's just like, you make that mistake the first time, you get blink stunned by Raven, you come back in because you want to contest the Tormentor, and then you get blink stunned by Raven
Yeah,
again.
but let me ask you, what do they do, Because your Dragon Knight's build doesn't allow you to do anything, and you can't afford to give away the Tormentor. So you have to go, No
They're
Lincolns
trying to
yet.
focus down Mac. Nice fear, Athos, but Lincoln's is there. Still silenced up, but they can't see him through the tree line, and here comes Zhao. Looking at Tino, 23's got his sights on him as well. Gotta fully focus down this Dragon Knight. Nowhere for him to run as per usual. It's a huge bullet to try and fear many away, but even through the Pierce the Veil, they will be able to cut him through. Mega kill streak now for Mac.
Yep, this game, I think, is beyond reach right now for Execration. It's too difficult. And they have lost all their timings, and their heroes can't really scale, If the DK has like proper items with an armlet, with maybe some Mask of Manners, with a dagger early, I think maybe I can see them, scaling through the mid late game. But right now, it's very hard, The Corp alone can't do it, the Klings alone can't do it, and they're both not very, very fat.
Bob, he might be tanky, but he is looking easy to melt when surrounded by 5 heroes. As you said, Winter, doesn't look like there's much else in the tank for Execration in this game, number one. The gold lead continuing to compound over the past 20 minutes. With not much of an answer, Execration tried to get funny with it with the Dragon Knight flex and giving Bob an advantageous lane, but they never really stopped Mac. Mac's still fine on this Storm, and now 23's reached the point where he can just tank all those spells, tank all the damage. With Mac jumping through the calling, they've locked up Tino as per usual while Mac's just dealing with the back line. Now Tino, he's still relatively healthy, but not for long, as the Ice Path doesn't save him there. Mac, he's jumped in and out at least 3 times at this point, making so much space for his team.
The end is near, Mike.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And his throw is unstoppable. Like, they have no damage to kill him, not enough damage. The Klings alone is barely doing anything to him.
Yeah.
Like with his build right now, Satanic, BKB, SMY, then he has a Solar Crest to back him up, and a Shadow Demon Disruption. Like, how do you even deal with this guy?
And Klings is also a hero that everybody right now is saying has one of the highest damage outputs. Palos just really not able to keep up with 23 in this game because of the circumstances. The Troll didn't really work out for them in the lane against the Dragon Knight, but it's certainly looking pretty solid in this game.
Sean has fallen to the dire.
I like the idea for the lane. It's just the way he built the hero. I think it's really bad. Like the choice,
But that's
the
how-
sequence. Like, I even feel like you go pipe first without buying dagger. That itself might be already a mistake, but not a very big one. I think you could still salvage the game by pipe, and then you buy dagger after. But the fact that he just completely didn't want to buy dagger, just oh my god, can't play the game.
Stampede forward. Looks like the game ender here as they focus down the Muerta. Pierce the Veil does come out, but look at the sideline. Palos being hammered away on by 23 has to run back towards the fountain as 23 not afraid of a thing. Whoever comes close enough will eat these axes and eat the dirt in the ground. Tino, you might have dominated me in the early stage of the game, he says, but 23 not gonna let that go unforgotten. Arrows, bullets flying out, whatever they can, but they just can't stop the troll. Not even his first life. Looks like a second lane of Rags. No buyback on two of the Execration heroes. Looks like the final blow will be dealt here. Jumping forward onto Palos. No follow-up chase. It looks like on the back line, they kill off Bob. 23 just turns his sights towards the Queen of Pain. GG is called, and unfortunate indeed if you're an Execration fan, as game number 1 goes the way of Nemesis.
Yeah, very well executed game. Maybe some hiccups in the laning phase, you know, the troll not really doing very well. They were committing onto the DK, didn't kill him and then died. But I think after that, the game was kind of like really smooth, right? I think Mac played a very, very good game in a bad matchup. He avoided the corpse laning phase by understanding he needed to jungle. Just farm his way to his level 6, hit his timings. They were able to find some kills here and there. And then eventually got to that crucial Tormentor fight where they were able to capitalize for the fact that the DK didn't have dagger, the Centaur had dagger. Centaur blinks in, stuns the backline, ends the fight, and it happens again, and the game is pretty much over after that, you know. So the story of the game, basically one team had an offlaner, the other team didn't. I don't know what they had, you know, with the DK with pipe and use.
Well, they had the Tino special. It served them well in the past Execration, but unfortunately, in this particular matchup, it's clear that the item build called for something else. Maybe something a bit more aggressive, maybe to turn him into some sort of a threat, some damage items perhaps, but that was not it. But hopefully, they can grab hold of the ship, turn it back into their favor in game number 2, which we'll have for you after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Rise above it till you reach your high, 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 high. Even when nobody's aching, get up right back on your feet. Feel the message of forgiveness as your heart begins to beat. When you feel the fire's burning, nothing left to be. Oh baby, get your signal up.
from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Hey, I've had days of struggle. Nothing quite as rough as today. Hell, I've been held up. Nothing seemingly goes my way. Oh, I not a man for crying. For a storm of tears I crave. Take all this sorrow from me. How much more do I have to pray? Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere. Foolish of me, you might say. I make my way out of this here my way. All reservations I have come to bear. It's clear that I'm not going anywhere.
Team Nemesis.
Execration might have been coming off of a nice little upper bracket run, but Team Nemesis are giving them a little bit of a run for their money, at least in game number 1. Execration, they had some pretty interesting components, but Winter, you had a lot to say about that DK item build. It just didn't impress you. Tino opting to go for a pipe and then a Yules before his blink kind of let the entire game fall apart around him.
Yeah, hopefully this time he has a a
10
different
seconds remaining.
different idea on how to play his hero. I think it might just be too much
5
tunnel vision,
seconds remaining.
too much tunnel vision of the matchup DK against Tro, where he feel like he needs to buy the use for him, which
Team Nemesis
didn't really
turn
help their
to
overall
face.
lineup. Okay, I think this is the Execration special, right? They open with Sky because CML really likes his hero. He has kind of like a very weird hero pool. He plays Witch Doctor, he plays Skyraf on a 5. Then he plays Trian, which is kind of normal nowadays.
10
Not the most
Yeah, I think-
conventional pool.
CML very clearly has a
5
different
seconds
idea of
remaining.
what he wants to do on the position 5 compared to some of the others, for sure.
Lane winner. I think he wants to be a lane winner. Sky and Witch Doctor are lane winners.
True.
He's
Trian
tired.
as well.
He's tired of getting bullied in the lane.
The last game wasn't so nice for him in Palos either.
And let's see where they actually bring this draft, which
Radiant
direction.
team
Usually we see Skies with a lot of setup heroes.
back.
There's no
Radiant
X.
team
X
back.
is usually their go-to. So probably you'll be looking at something like a Mars, hopefully to enable the Skyraf. I think this is a support where when you pick a Skyraf, you cannot just pick a Skyraf because you needed to pick a support. You kind of need to enable him. The same.
Yeah, I'd agree. I've played so many Skyref games where I'm just running around trying to find somebody to cast my spells with.
Yeah.
Like, you feel so strong, right? Like, he has so much magic burst.
but nobody wants to help you, you know, if you don't have the
Yeah,
right
no
heroes.
friends, no friends.
He's a very nice +1. A Sky with any spirit hero would mean a kill in
10
most
seconds
cases.
remaining.
There's no Ember.
If your Sky is high level enough, Sky with like any
5
long duration
seconds
stun and a few nukes, like the Mars, like you already mentioned, really nice. The Centaur is banned out, unfortunately, but that would be not too bad as well.
Yeah, no Ember, no Axe as well. Yeah, very limited options, you know. If Nemesis decides to remove the Mars here, I think that would actually limit a lot of potential that Skyrath has this game. You might have to pick like some Beastmaster.
Turn to pick.
Okay,
Radiant team
they ban out the Huskar.
But we did say that this Skyref is probably the CML hero, right? So maybe less
Yeah, but
important.
still, you play this hero on position 5, you still want to play with stuns. You don't want to play this hero with 0 stuns, you know. If you play Skyrath and your DK decides, I'm gonna buy pipe and use, you know, okay. And you're like, you have nothing, you have no purpose in the game, you know, as Skyrath.
You think they're gonna go back for that DK anyway? Right now, Team
No
Nemesis,
way.
they're switching gears. Shadow Demon, Earth Spirit. That's the Doom.
They should be the lane. I think Sky and Doom, likely. They like the Doom into the Earth Spirit matchup. You silence him, you don't allow him to stack the magnetized damage in the team fights. Yeah, CML is back to Ench.
Team Nemesis. Turn
New
to
hero.
pick.
Klings is gonna eat your creep. That was quick. And the one, the only, the Treant Protector is back.
Bro, I feel like right now I'm looking at the drafts. I feel like Team Nemesis, apart from the Earth Spirit, they got like 3 of the top tier heroes, right? They got SD, Treant, Klings. These are like top tier. And then Max on his comfort. And then on Execration,
Nothing.
you got End Sky Doom. Like, okay, you doom somebody.
Yeah, this pick better make some sense here. They need to pick some good hero here. Some carry hero that can deal with the Klings. Actually, don't even
This
think
has to be the craziest
You know-
18 pick you've seen in your life.
this should be a DK, you know? I think.
No.
This actually should be a DK.
No.
No, bro, it should be a mid DK. Like mid DK against Earth Spirit is good for the lane, and DK is good into Klings.
Okay, you weren't memeing. You were being serious.
Why would I meme like you?
I thought you were like making a carryover joke from how bad the DK pick was, or the DK concept was in the
Bro,
previous
they
game.
already have Doom. He's gonna play Doom, so don't you worry. Tino's not gonna play DK.
Now you never know with this team. What if Palos Doom?
Okay. I guess I never know. But unlikely, okay? It's unlikely.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Execration having a real big think about their 18 pick here. They are staring down a pretty scary Team Nemesis lineup, and they're gonna go with Void Spirit for Bob.
Why is Void Spirit here? The Axe is good. It's kind of good setup for Skyrath. Pretty tanky against Klings. Yeah, I guess it's alright. It's not like some brilliant pick, but I think
10
it's alright.
seconds remaining.
It's a little bit hard to catch, right? Without being too squishy.
5 seconds
Team
remaining.
Nemesis, turn to ban.
The only danger is I think the root from the Treant Protector. I think everything else is kind of like whatever, because you're gonna have Manta most likely against the Silence of Spirit. So
Yeah.
you should be able to get out of that. And the Manta is also useful for the Treant, obviously.
10
Pretty good
seconds
meta game.
remaining. 5
So Execration
seconds
probably
remaining.
missing a last pick carry, but they don't have overall last pick.
Radiant team back.
So Nemesis are free to choose what off-lane hero Raven wants. So this time round, Raven got the shot. They're taking turns, right? Raven got the shot there on the stick, having the Centaur picked early previously, and then now it's 23's turn.
10 seconds remaining.
Got to like passing around the responsibilities.
5
True.
seconds
Can't
remaining.
always have the same person tanking the shit, Gotta take turns.
The funny part is when you watch that Centaur Raven game, it doesn't look like he was tanking anything. He was just having a piss chill time in the bot lane, farming up a storm. Nobody bothered him whatsoever.
Can't be bothered, the Centaur. Right now, Execration. What are you going to do on Palos? I think they need another stun.
10 seconds
They
remaining.
need someone with stuns.
5 seconds
What do you even
remaining.
pick in this game?
I actually think DK.
No, stop it. I don't want to hear it anymore.
Okay, it's banned. It's banned. Relax, relax. It's banned.
Oh, they banned it. Holy shit.
Okay, what other stun? It's a terrible Sven game.
Yeah, I was thinking Sven, but it's so awful as
10
a Shadow
seconds
Demon.
remaining.
I mean, Abaddon, I
5
guess.
seconds
Abaddon
remaining.
should be okay.
Yeah.
Turn to pick.
What the hell? Morphling?
Okay.
It's greedy though, Morphling and Doom. I think the Abaddon kind of like rounds everything up nicely, but with Morphling, it kind of there's a chance that things might go wrong, and then you
10
don't have
seconds
room to
remaining.
recover and maneuver in the draft, you know. But let's see what Nemesis does
5
here. They need to
seconds
pick a
remaining.
Morphling counter. There's no Morphling counter. I think Tide, Underlord ban, Doom's ban, any anti-heal hero remaining. It's not many, it's not many answers. I'm drawing
The
a blank.
Morph's lane is not going to be too bad just because you have an Ench bodyguarding, right? I kind of see the vision because I feel like with an Abaddon, as much as you complement the rest of the team, then they just kind of build routes and like all these Yules and ways to kite you, and it becomes very complicated to really have an impact in the fight. But I can kind of see a future where the Morphling becomes really, really strong, so much so that the Klings cannot even face him off.
Yeah, but you gotta get there, you know. Your early game is a lot weaker with this setup.
Yeah, valid.
I mean, there's still a Mars if Nemesis wants to play rush at you, you know, like a fast game.
A mask could be nice, yeah.
But I think Raven doesn't like to play the hero because he's oftentimes opted to ban the Mars. He goes for the counter here. The silence against the Morphling. I think it makes some sort of sense, but I can't say I like it very much. The damage is going to be mainly from Magnetize. Like Night Stalker, I don't know if you can actually do enough damage in the fights. I mean, you're gonna kill the Skyra for free most of the time, but the other heroes are pretty difficult to kill, you know. You need Dagger to be effectively killing the Morphling reliably.
Yeah. I guess apart from just countering the Morphling, it's also really nice into Sky and the Void Spirit, right? The silence is going to screw them over.
Yeah, but the hero is just very unforgiving, you know. Like one bad move, one mistake, and then you are like useless in the game.
Yeah, yeah. We've seen a couple of Night Stalkers flop already in our games. I think specifically Raging Potato with Castons, of course. That was a very...
Yeah, I mean...
That's the type of performance that makes
can't-
you uncomfortable.
I can't say I like the Night Stalker at all.
Okay.
I think we are going to get a best of 3 after this.
You know what's funny? I feel like... And like, I agree with you, Winter. I can't say I like the Night Stalker, but does that mean I like the Execration draft? Can't say yes either.
Okay, fine. That's fair. And then you look...
It's
you,
like-
you look further ahead in the draft or further behind the draft. There's a Treant Protector and Klings, and then you're like, surely you can't lose with 3 and Klings, right?
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling. And Jokum Shadow Demon's been solid so far. And then you look at the rest of the draft, you're like, wait, they have a Ench, Sky, and Void Spirit.
Okay,
Like,
so let's put it this way. Both teams have a shitty ending towards the draft, but the beginning of the draft is way better for Nemesis.
yeah. Wait, you said shitty ending to the draft. You don't like the Morphling?
Not
Or
so
you were
much.
hoping for
No,
the
no, no.
Abaddon, right?
Yeah, I think Morphling is greedy. Very, very greedy. And I don't like picking Morphling when you don't see your matchup as well. It's risky. Like Morphling, Doom, Void Spirit. I think mainly the Doom. I don't like Morphling with Doom. It's like very farm heavy.
Prepare for battle.
Any chance that we see the Doom go for like an early drums phase run at you type?
He's going to buy auras for sure.
He's going to buy Pipe. He's going to rush Pipe this
Pipe,
time and it won't be flamed.
Pipe, Crimson, they're both very nice. I think they're kind of both needed. You can go drums phase and then buy either one first. Then you have the Vessel on the Void Spirit. I think they have a lot of early fighting potential on the Execration side. Nemesis might have a lot of imbalanced heroes, but I think objectively in the first 10-15 minutes it'll be harder for them to take a fight despite having Magnetize and Dark Ascension. I think pick-off potential wise Execration they have a lot with the Skyrath and Void Spirit. They could easily just gank one hero with 2 heroes. Whereas if you look at
30 seconds.
the other side from Nemesis, they kind of need to bring more heroes. I feel like 3 people at least, to kill people. I think things like this matter a lot in professional games. The ability to kill heroes with as little heroes as possible.
Yeah. I think the one thing that stands out to me about the Nemesis draft is exactly what you said. I'm imagining a world where Zhao is setting up a kill somewhere on the map, and does it have to be Mac? Like, it has to be Mac that goes with him, right? Because if it's just the two supports, they can't kill anyone. Even if it's just the Night Stalker and the Treant, I don't know if they can kill anyone unless they have, like, Dark Ascension.
Yeah,
It get
it's
pretty awkward for
uncertain.
them.
It's definitely uncertain. Whereas you look at Skyruff and Void Spirit, you know, it's very straightforward, right? For Execration, Shanks and Bob just ganking on anybody, you just get a kill.
You kind of got a bit of the potential ghost push game as well with the Eng creeps, like moving down a lane, forcing the issue. You don't have the best wave clear. It's just Zhao and maybe the Clinks if you want to count him.
Yeah, this should be a fun one on both teams. I think things to watch out is going to be the side lanes, right? I think the side lanes are going to matter a lot more this time. I think the Void Spirit against Earth Spirit is just going to be a wash. I don't think anyone is going to win the lane
Has been killed.
very hard. So doing well on the side lanes. You gotta look out for those gate wards to see the Enchantress coming through, or the Treant Protector coming through. Those are going to be very key things to look at in the game.
Halo's probably going to have a rougher early few levels, but once he gets to level 3, level 4, you gotta imagine that he should be fine. Unless he gets caught out by a crippling fear out of nowhere. I don't think he'll be at any risk of dying here.
Yeah, very low potential to die as a Morphin in this lane. I think the Night Stalker is not going to bully you in the early game. It's just he's going to be a threat in the mid game towards you when he gets dagger.
You were talking about the side lanes being the focus. Does that mean we're not going to see the usual Fiesta in the mid lane for runes and whatnot? Because these supports don't really strike me as the type to make the constant rotations.
They like to play on the side lanes, especially Treant, Enchantress. Enchantress maybe not. Skyruff and Treant. They want to be on the side to set up kills. I think they are still going to go for like the runes, the power runes especially. You can't really give away power runes. But other than that, there might not be so much focus on going to the mid lane, right? Because the other hero is also very hard to kill. You're trying to kill an Earth Spirit, and the other side is trying to kill a Void Spirit. They're both very, very tanky heroes.
Not the easiest lane to gank, that's for sure. Both with their own ways of escaping, and you don't really have the hardest lockdown in the world.
Yeah, I think this is going to be quite a slow game.
Dire are scanning.
It's going to be quiet in the early game, and then things are going to start to happen during the daytime. 6 minutes onwards, I think.
A small thing to note is that Tino managed to get the Chain Lightning, which means 23 is just dead in this lane.
Okay, I guess my fault. Quiet lane, my ass.
Yeah, and we see this so often, right? If the Doom is able to actually get Chain Lightning from Devouring, he just gets mana boots and spams it, and there's no more lane. Like, there's the Clinks cannot actually come back up here.
Has been killed.
Treant Protector is definitely not a hero that can heal you enough to allow you to stay in this lane. Did he go for the armor build this game? Yeah, he's going for armor build as well.
Oh, that was a very nice body block from Zhao to secure the Lotus and keep himself safe. So tanking some of the harass, but the mana starting to run low a little bit for Tino. Has to wait for that arcane boots to be completed before they can continue putting the harass out.
Okay, the
Solo
mid lane.
kill.
So much for a lane that nothing is going to happen. I mean, if anything, I expected the Void Spirit to have the upper hand, the side edge, you know, over Earth Spirit. Didn't expect Earth Spirit to kill the Void Spirit.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Maybe kick back into the tower, but it doesn't look like it from where he died.
Not sure. I wasn't even looking.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be the boring lane of trade farm and nothing happens. As Mac just understands something about this matchup that we don't. Raven, being run down despite it being nighttime. Quite a lot of damage being put into the Night Stalker.
Jokem's leaving him to get the rune now.
Oh no. Is this okay? I guess it's
I
fine.
mean, the
Like,
wave is in front of the tower. This is the only time I think it's okay for you to leave the lane.
CML's gonna get killed here. Mac. Similar scenes to the previous game where see a support. It's kind of running. In the previous series it was KUKUYS. This time around CML. I guess with how greedy Execration's draft is, if things go even or okay for you in the lanes, it should be fine, right? Like, you're not You're fine with that.
You're definitely fine. You're Morphing and Doom. You're gonna be happy farming. Any farm trading is good for you.
Yeah, but the problem is in your mid lane, you can see like the Void Spirit, he's not really doing the Hothas against Mac.
I mean, you can just Doom him later. I feel like he's not a problem where you cannot solve, you know.
True.
I think some games when you let a mid laner snowball, I think especially a Storm, you can kind of run into a lot of problems. And she just solo wins the game, you know. But with Earth Spirit, I think that is not very likely to happen.
Sure. A manageable threat.
Yeah. I mean, Storm is just a different type of Spirit Brother, you know. It's just way better at snowballing the game. Better at using runes. Kind of unfair, you know, to a certain point.
So what do you think this Earth Spirit does instead, right? It's not as good as snowballing, but what does it provide you?
Team fight. He's better at team fighting. Long, prolonged chasing. He's better at playing for the team because it's okay to be sacrificial on Earth Spirit. Storm Spirit, you kind of have to play for yourself, you know. I think both
Right.
Void Spirit and Earth Spirit, they are both better team heroes.
Sure. Earth Spirit gives you more team fight, Void Spirit maybe gives you a bit more of that early pick-off potential before the Aghanims, and then you can contribute a bit
Yeah, and
more
then
to the
there's
team fight.
Ember Spirit, which is somewhere in between. You can play for yourself, you can play for a team. Storm is literally just for your team, for yourself, you know, most of the time.
Yeah. CS-wise, both carries undisturbed. I mean, 23 did die that one time, but the Kling's still farming very nicely, thanks to Giles' help. Uh-oh. Might have just cursed him, but big one. 23 will be fine.
Yeah, this is definitely not a fun lane for the Klings. They're getting pressured a lot. A lot of chip damage. Lucky to have a Treant Protector in this lane. Keeping him topped up, and the Shrine is going to be popping up soon. 7 minutes. Enchantress already trying to make his way over to steal the Shrine. Jokem is ready. Should be able to defend it. He's going to try still.
TP coming through. Matt wants to punish CML again. A Blood Grenade to try and slow down Jokem.
Oh, he's dying
Warpine
to the
Raider
creep.
is beating into Jokem. Nice living armor at the very last moment. I think he'll actually survive even with an auto attack that comes through. But a bit too quick. One more siege shot. I don't think it's gonna get him. Oh, fogged. Oh, he's that worried about his life. I guess the living armor wore out and he was at around 100 HP. Meanwhile, bot lane Mac converting it into a kill onto Palos.
It wasn't even the silence, you know. Like, a nice sucker didn't even silence him. He just got caught by, I guess, a roll in into kick, roll into silence. That was what.
Way too much magic burst.
Yeah, very well done there by Earth Spirit. Mac just showing why he's really, really good at this hero. What the hero can do in the game. Now 8-minute rune. Wants to get a regen rune for himself. And Mac is just getting everything he wants so far in this game.
We talk about it in the previous series about how he's the key player to watch and enable, especially early on for Nemesis, right? And
He's the glue.
that's exactly what's happening.
He binds everything together. Both his side laners want to farm, you know.
Yeah.
He is the key. I think if you want to beat Nemesis, you have to make sure that Mac doesn't get a very good game. Take the runes away from him. Pressure him in the lane. Give him a bad matchup, you know.
Yeah, the weird thing is Void Spirit was picked into this Earth Spirit,
Void
right?
Spirit kind of doesn't do that, you know. I would prefer Bob playing some lane dominator, like co-op, you know, something along those lines. If you pressure him,
Yeah.
co-op, less red. You need to pressure Mac.
Maybe they're worried with the Doom already that they need a mid laner that's a bit less greedy. Because Quap also
Yeah.
another hero that
That's
needs a
definitely
lot of space.
That's definitely true. I mean, then again, you must ask yourself, right? Because the Morphling was the last pick, right? And you're building your draft in the first 4 picks. Like, should you have done that? I'm not sure, you know.
Yeah. Question for the coaching staff and maybe Execration to consider if they do end up losing this game number 2. Will put them 1 game away from losing their slot to DreamLeague Season 28 main event. It'll kind of be a sour affair for this team, right? They missed out qualifying for Blast after qualifying for Blast 4 and Blast 5. They don't get to 6. And then if they don't get Dream League Season 28 or Birmingham or anything, then it's going to be a very quiet season for these boys. Definitely some of the best that Southeast Asia has to offer, just haven't really been able to show it in this series just yet.
Yeah, it's tough, you know, competition is big. There's a patch coming in, if you slack off, you're gonna fall behind. Execration bringing in the backup here, Doom is here. Wants to get a Doom onto 23.
Full focus on to the Clinks. They ignore Mac and go past him. Saved by the disruption for now. Raven, he's in way too deep. And there's a bit too much healing and tower protection for the Clinks. That the Doom will do nothing. Very ambitious attempt there from Execration. Perhaps hubris. They don't respect the fact that the
forced.
response could come in from Nemesis.
Way too forced. I mean, it's always gonna be a big magnetize, right? If you're diving into the Nemesis lineup and you're not focusing the Earth Spirit, you are going to lose the fight, 100%.
Yeah.
Like the Clinks wants you to Doom him, you know, if anything. I think I want to tank the Doom, you know, if I'm the Clinks. As long as Earth Spirit is casting his spells, dropping the remnants, it's whatever, you know, he's gonna clean up. I mean, Execration.
Zhao is going the max living armor build as well, so that living armor coming in after the Doom along with the disruption, it's just...
Yeah, too much
that's not
save.
happening.
Too much sustain, too much
Radiant
save.
structures are
Like, seems like Execration, they are feeling the heat right now. Feeling the pressure after what happened in the first game. And right now, forcing things a little bit too much.
TP to the bot lane. Mac looking at Palos. A very nice kill for them to get. The silence is there. Jokum does fall on the side. The waveform away, but he's ticking low to the Spirit Vessel. And the last Void will find him. 3 cores of Nemesis coming down to punish Palos.
Yeah, what a play right there.
Dire are scanning.
They actually needed all 3 cores. Not even one less.
Yeah. It goes back to what we were saying about how Nemesis need to bring more heroes than Execration, but they've been assigning the roles very
Dire's
nicely.
middle tower is under attack.
You
Dire's
know?
structures are
Does he know?
A bit of a bait, dust off the mark. They'll now know that the jig is up. 23 in some trouble. Mystic Flare is there, but still half HP. Not enough sustain this time round. Zhao wasn't able to help with a Lotus.
Yeah, it's not level 6 yet. Maybe he would have been able to save him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
23 just tanking another gank for his team. And he's still really, really fat on the Clinks, you know, but I would say that because he's dying, tanking all the ganks, now Night Stalker and the Earthsway, they have a lot of free space on the map to play around, and Night Stalker getting a free start is also one of the better heroes to abuse that advantage, right? He's a very, very powerful hero if he gets to his early timing, especially the dagger.
Roll in onto Bob. 23 coming back from the grave. Lays in the arrows to his murderer. Bob, he's going to be able to astral step away, but the damage over time, it's way too much.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Bob is just not having a game at all, you know. Last game he had fun. He was kind of dominating the early phases as the co-op against the Storm.
Radiant's
But this
bottom
time,
tower has
it
fallen.
is not going well for him, you know.
I just feel like it's a bad sign because even in games where Nemesis are winning, there's a lot of times when Mac is eating shit, but he just barely gets enough to do his job, right? Like, he's always kind of left by his lonesome. Maybe
Yeah.
he has an open
The
pick.
fact that he has gotten so much is just
Exactly.
worrisome, you know. And on top of that, Execration's off-lane Doom has a Midas, you know. Like, this means that their whole lineup is actually so slow, you know. The Doom doesn't want to move. The White Spirit kind of has to move, but he can't. And the Morphling doesn't want to move. Then what, you know? Your two supports
I'm just thinking,
need to play with
even
someone.
if they... Yeah, the thing is, you want to run to this Doom, right? But Mac is not going to come up here for no good reason. I feel like you need to slow Mac down. Somehow, the Doom has to go and Doom him.
At the runes, I think you need to find an opening, right? It's probably going to be the runes because the Earth Spirit wants to fight at the runes. They tried earlier, but he doomed the Bone Fletcher, you know. That was bad.
Yeah, not to mention, Tino also died.
I think
in that fight.
one more wrong Doom, the game is going to be very, very hard to, you know, come back into. Right now, the game, I think, is still manageable. They can definitely still win some fights, get some important pickoffs, but they can't afford any more mistakes. They need to find a clean pick with the Doom, ideally on the Earth Spirit, maybe the Night Stalker, but Night Stalker, you kind of need to bring more heroes, you know.
Yeah. Also just feel like we're not really seeing the effect of this Ench or the Skyraf just yet, right? Like these two support picks have yet to really be able to exert themselves, not in the rune fights, not in the skirmishes, not really on the map
This is
either.
because the Void Spirit kind of messed up the early game. And that's why. They were meant to play with the Void Spirit. Things are tough, and Execration, they have to find a solution for this. Have to be patient, bide their time, wait for opening and take
Dire
it.
are scanning.
They showed a good amount of patience in their series against KUKUYS yesterday, but it's a 14-minute contest straight onto the richest hero on the side of Execration, who has nothing more than a Midas Vanguard to his name. Rolling on for more, they'll invade the triangle. Nighttime vision granted to them doesn't spot them Shanks though. But that'll be good enough for them to get that Shrine of Wisdom away from Execration.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, Bob picks up a shield rune. I think they have to try and do something with this. I don't know why the Sky is actually not really following him. I think the two of them have to like just hold hands and walk around to look for kills. Yeah, I don't like how they're assigning heroes. The Ench is following the Void Spirit and then the Sky is farming mid.
Oh, Mac picks Bob away from the Shrine of Wisdom. Magnetize coming out. You know you can't contest because it's so easy for the rest of Nemesis to TP to that tier 1. Zhao looking for an angle now. Overgrowth to hold Bob in place. And where's the Ench? Where's the Sky? No one's helping Bob in this endeavor for him to even out the scoreboard on the Shrines of Wisdom. Your Shanks is farming mid. Your CML's in the triangle. Execration, they look a little bit lost at this moment.
They have no idea what to do in this game, I tell you. And Palace is just the only one like sitting and farming, you know. They're deciding to go in a smoke, but what the hell? They're going with a Morphling. Where is your stun? Where is your catch? Just a slow from Skyraf?
They're hoping that the enchant will be enough, but Raven hiding into the tree line still has the backup of Zhao, and what the hell was that smoke move supposed to be?
Yeah,
I mean, maybe they were trying to take advantage of the fact that it's just turned daytime, but then you're 3-4 seconds too early.
Yeah, but I think the bigger problem is they don't have a stun.
Yeah.
They don't
Yeah,
have a catch.
both your one of your stuns is dead, and the other one of your stuns is still farming up a Crimson.
I don't
Maybe
see
the
them.
call is that Palos is strong though.
Yeah, but they need like another call to go in the smoke, right? I think you can smoke towards the Morphling's lane, but the Morphling shouldn't be in the smoke.
I can agree with that. I think that makes sense. You just kind of get ready for them to maybe jump the Morphling and then you counter-initiate and whatnot.
Yeah, they're just using the wrong heroes to do the wrong thing. The end should be permanently set at mid, and Bob has to hold the Skyraf's hand all the time. And this is the first thing they have to identify. I mean, Nemesis definitely knows what's up, you know. The SD is just sitting behind, just in case a Spirit needs a save from the Skyraf Mage. And KUKUYS is just sitting next to the Trin, just in case he needs. And they know Night Stalker is fine, you know, so Night Stalker is always alone. They have the right setup on the map at the moment. They're waiting for nighttime, they're patiently just sitting and farming.
And the thing is, you pick an Ench, right? To a lot of the times where we see an Ench rotates over to the mid lane, takes the safe lane tower through the twin gates. No such play against a Treant Protector because he's keeping all his towers healed up. You're not even doing any meaningful poke. You're not really expanding the map for your team. So what the hell are you doing on the Ench?
Radiant's middle
Good
tower
question.
is under attack.
You reckon they just like ran out of CML heroes?
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, he had the Witch Doctor. He had. I mean, I'm sure there's something he can play. You know, just I don't think that's just the sole problem. It has to be like some bigger problem that we're not seeing, you know, within the team.
Enchantress will be initiated upon Palos, trying to shoot away onto Jokum on the backline, but the Overgrowth holds him at bay. Could be a very easy kill to start things off, but Tino, the tanky boy, not sure whether you want to commit for this. Nice jump in from Bob. Now dooming Mac, this is what you were waiting for. You even buyback on the edge. I'm not sure how much her body is going to contribute, especially into Raven, who can just fly over these trees. The Enchantress slow onto Raven. Disruption still there, keeping the save, and Bob needing to dodge and dissimulate back up to the high ground. Raven looking to drop though, but silenced up is Palos, and Palos is killed. The Doom wears off on Mac, and he's back into the fight, ready to rumble. Spirit Vessel ticking him low, but he's still rolling forward, creating the space for 23 to barrage them down. The damage is there from the Klings, and he's just able to stand and deliver. CML on his buyback, it didn't net them the fight win. Over chasing and underestimating the side of Nemesis. They lose 3.
Yeah, they're definitely lacking in control there. They got the Doom on the Earth Spirit, but he somehow was able to just walk it off, he ran away. They couldn't finish him, and he came back, and with another round of spells, just won them the team fight.
Yeah, excuse me, not even 3 heroes, 4.5 at this point, counting the CML buyback. Although I don't know whether you can even count CML as a hero in this game with this Ench.
Yeah, it's tough, Like Ench, if you don't snowball the early game, then the hero feels pretty underwhelming. I mean, they do still have like a very good scaling lineup with Morphling and Doom. Like if they can somehow prevent the game from cascading further, they just trade kills. They keep farming items on Morphling and Doom. I could still see a way back, for Execration.
Sure. It's just gonna take them a long time.
Time is something that maybe they can get, if they make the right moves with the Void Spirit and the Skyra. If they can find pickoffs around the rune, around the side lanes, then that would give them time, I really don't like that 2 supports are just sitting here, Like they're not.
Yeah.
Like, why are they? I don't, why are they doing this? They're just showing all 3 heroes in mid, and 20-minute Tormentor is coming up.
Going to be in the bot lane because of the Night Stalker effect. So you can already see that the wards are set up there instead of the usual top lane. 1 ward on top of the Tormentor itself and a deeper ward within the jungle of Execration. Spotted out by Sentry at the moment, it's left over from the previous fight, but Execration have yet to revisit that area. So now it's nighttime. 23 is looking to set up on Palos in the top lane. TP's coming in, Palos. The alarm bells have to be signaling. Overgrowth off the mark though, no range.
He might still be in trouble.
Still has the waveform. Manta, can he get away from the Night Stalker? Slowed down now. Manta, waveform. There it is. Away to safety. Teleporting. They've missed the stun and they missed the kill.
Oh boy. That was a very, very lucky maneuver there for Palos there. I mean, props to him. He didn't pop Manta very, very quickly. He popped Manta after the Night Stalker slowed him, so he gave him time to escape and created I think a good enough distance so that the Earth Spirit misses. I think definitely you still have to give props to Palos there, using his items at the right time and choosing to TP at the right time as well.
Yeah. If he didn't start running at that exact moment, if he didn't do everything he did at those exact moments, would be dead for sure, adding to the tally of the free Tormentor. But this is still not great if you're an Execration friend. That's a free Eyes in the Forest for Zhao. He's gonna start lighting up the map, and Execration, their whole plan of maybe finding some of these pickoffs is just going to get harder.
Yeah, on top of that, he has Dagger. This is prime Treant Protector gameplay. Dagger and a shot, you're just walking around. And even though the game seems like it should be fine with just 1k lead, but I think macro-wise, it's not easy to play, for Execration, like playing the map. Yeah, there should be really, really pressure right now, especially during the night time. And there's a Klings running around invis, there's a Treant Protector invis. It's time to buy a gem.
Yeah, the sentries are going to be in high demand. The economical damage to the supports as well. You not only have to watch out for these invis heroes, you also have to watch out for the Eyes in the Forest. A lot of stuff to play on the map.
Yeah, it's not just the economical damage, Like if the game goes longer, like who has more useful support? Like Shadow Demon and Treant, they scale way, way better than Skyrath and Enchantress. Like that's gonna be definitely a problem like towards the later portions of the game, your supports being limited in what they can do in the team fights.
Yeah.
Like Sky is probably gonna die in like what, 1 swipe, 2 swipe from NS or the Klings. Enchantress probably gonna have the same fate as well.
Yeah, even if you ignore the Enchantress, it's gonna take us so long to scale up to the point where the impetus actually does meaningful damage.
Way too long. And the other side you have Shadow Demon, Treant Protector using their spells to disable your carry.
And the stronger the Morphling gets, the stronger the Disruption Illusions get as well, right? So it's like, you're building this entire draft around getting Palos to a peak that Jokum can just steal away for himself.
Yeah, this 1k lead they have is pretty deceiving. Even at this point, it seems like Execration has somehow pulled the game back in terms of gold. But based on lineup, it's way, way harder to play the lineup right now. They have to try
A lot of it is the
Doom, the Midas, the Devour. They have to survive another, I would say, another like 5-10 minutes. If they can actually do that, maybe they will have like a decent shot, you know.
Dire's top tower is under
Probably
attack.
gonna
Do
have
you think
to.
Execration can afford to give over a Roche?
Yeah, I think they probably have to give up the Roche. They might have to.
Radiant's bottom tower
I don't think they have
is
very
under
good
attack.
chances fighting at the Roshan against NS. Too much vision.
Been pretty bleak for Execration in the past few minutes, but perhaps when it turns daytime, that might be their moment to try and make a play. You finished up both the auras on Tino after his Midas, so Pipe and Crimson sorted out, looking towards that butterfly from Palos, and Bob almost finishing that Shiva. So it's pretty good timing to hit into daytime. And then you look on the flip side, the items coming through for Nemesis. No shortage of good ones there as well. Aghanims complete for the Klings. Looking at the initial stages, the Veil of Discord for your Earth Spirit.
The BKB on NS, that is a very big
Yeah.
item. It's gonna allow him to just click the supports, kill them. Even he can even kill the cores, you know, I think with his items. As long as he's just uninterrupted. The right clicking, the morphing, the White Spirit, the Doom. He has it right now, coming over in the career. This is a huge timing for Raven.
Radiant structures are
A
fortified.
difference in priorities between the offlaners, that's the one that stands out the most. Tino, the designated aura builder of Execration, not really finding his footing despite being the top net worth for such a long period in the game. The auras don't really matter if the rest of your team just aren't equipped to fight, right? You can have all the gold in the world if you put it towards a pipe, but your team ain't fighting, then it's kind of a dud.
You have a point, sir. You definitely have a point. Probably will be better off building his own greedy items.
Puts a Crimson up to try and defend this tower, but the full burning army and the skeletons left over. Raven's on the chase now. Nice Remnant to try and keep him at bay. The Shivas as well, but Shanks is basically forfeit. You need to get out on Bob, able to dissimulate right in the nick of time and Astral Step double away just to be safe.
Not the worst. Only losing the supports. NS ulti, magnetize. I think they should fight after the supports respawn. Maybe they can even go Rosh. I feel like if Nemesis don't take away the Roshan, when Execration has 5 heroes, they can actually just go and hit Rosh.
Yeah, because now it's daytime, right? You've used the
Yeah,
like the
this
tail
is-
end.
This might be good for them if they can secure the Roshan for Morphling.
Structures are fortified.
Let's see if they can actually find a way to get there. Palos is clicking the tower, is gonna finish the tower here.
I feel like Palos has been working on this tower for such a long time. The King's going to show himself. A 1v1 between the carries. Waveform and Skeleton walk away. Not feeling too confident on either side. The backup is there though. Zhao ready to help his carry out at a moment's notice. Yeah, like you say, the Roche might actually be an option, but it feels like Execration have to move quick. Your Magnetize is coming back up in 20 seconds. You got Night Stalker out in just about a minute.
I mean, if they don't go now, they can't go. They can't go anymore. It's mainly the NS ulti. The Morphling wants to finish his butterfly. It's quite close. I mean, Nemesis know, you know, they're grouping around the Rosh pit just in case. And butterfly is done. Okay, this should be go time for Execration. Butterfly with the aura items, they have to fight. They can't be just dodging.
Yeah, the problem is the Night Stalker ultimate is coming back up in 20 seconds and the Palos is just not in position right now.
Maybe he understands that they can give up the Rosh here, yeah?
Sure. But then if that's the understanding, then maybe you send the rest of your team to push other sides of the map instead of standing around the pit.
Nope.
Smoke move out.
It's gonna be
Ward's
big.
going to reveal Mac. They're on the low ground. High ground advantage granted. Zhao will get spotted in the tree line. Night Stalker ultimate is popped and Zhao gets eliminated. But Tino, he's taking way too much damage that the auras can't help him out from. Nemesis scrolling on for more, looking for targets. Mac, he wants to keep this Magnetize rolling and CML will drop again. Losing the supports is no big deal, honestly. If you don't lose Palos, if you don't lose Bob, they'll continue to get the kills and force it so that they just can't defend on Palos and Bob. Big overgrowth Zhao making use of that buyback. They found Bob, but Raven taking a lot of hits from Palos. The Morphling looking towards Mac now, laying into the Earth Spirit, but the problem is he just can't do it all by himself. Palos goes down, Bob survives, but at what cost?
At a heavy cost, Mike. This is way too much.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's
under
way
attack.
too much. I felt like they just needed to ditch, after the initial jump, The Doom dies, right? From the silence, the initial Dark Ascension. I think after that, they just kind of have to bail. Like choosing to fight, that was very, very strange,
Kind of impossible to get away from an Earth Spirit and a Night Stalker unless they let you get away. But I think props to Zhao, right? He ends up breaking that smoke, dies, but comes back with a huge buyback and Blink Overgrowth to just screw up Morphling, force him to commit. I see how annoying the Nemesis team is. They'll jump in onto 23 now. It's Bob leading the charge. They have a Doom available. You gotta guess right on Tino. Can't let 23 get his spells off. Tino will die, but trades out for 23. The silence out onto Bob on the sidelines. The roll come through as well. And with the geomagnetic grip, is it enough silence before Bob dissimulates? Up to the north, Magnetize still going. Astral Step available, but he's run out of HP.
Gem.
And he's lost the gem as well.
Oh no, that's disastrous. The Treant Protector and the Clinks is gonna have free reign in the game. No gem. No gem, no sentries.
Yeah.
Vision is gonna be a problem.
And you can kind of understand that Execration wanted to make a beeline for the triangle because there's no Night Stalker ultimate and it's daytime, right? But then you're losing Tino again, trade out for 23, you've used the Doom, and then you lose the gem, like you say. I mean,
the problem
Starting-
the problem with his build is like he can't initiate. He has no dagger, so he's just like a walking bot. Like you expect him to walk in with his auras and then doom the other guy. So it's very, very hard for them to run in there, right? So they got the kill, but they are in such a deep position that they have to die for it, I mean, that is the downside of having this sort of build, If you can actually group up and fight with it, take towers, that's great. But if the game becomes sort of like split pushy, you're going for pickoffs here and there, then your aura build kind of feels really, really underwhelming.
yeah, he's not done just yet. Just finished up the grief. So really trying to emphasize on that survivability, but not just for him, for the team. I
Yeah,
just
I mean,
don't
he
know how
needs-
much value you're getting when you're
he
dying
needs dagger.
first.
I think he needs dagger. The value that the Doom has for his team right now is if he gets the Doom on the Earth Spirit. I think that is the biggest value. Not even any auras that he provides right now. Like he needs to stop Mac from doing the damage in the fights. The silence, the slows, everything is so annoying.
Yeah, Mac's doing way too much, but then you look at his item build. He has a BKB, Shiva's, Shield Rune to boot, and looking towards that Linken's Nyx. Mac is so bloody tanky on this Earth Spirit. Even with a Doom, unless Morphling's focusing down the Earth Spirit, I can't imagine that you get the kill. And then you still gotta worry about the Glimmer Cape maybe from Jokum and the Disruption. Way too much sustain and save on the side of Nemesis right now. They'll be able to stroll into the Roche Pit and get that Aegis for 23 so they can push high ground with peace in his mind.
General, nice jump, nice tumble toy. Best item for Treant Protector.
One of the goated tier neutral items, I think.
For Treant, I think it's the best.
No, just in general.
Oh, just in general.
general.
Yeah. For some heroes, it's a must-have.
Yeah.
Hey, do you think it's too strong?
I think it's too strong. I think it's in the realm of probably being removed somewhere down the line.
It got
in these patches,
removed.
but it's,
It got removed like what, a few years ago.
yeah, it's way too good in my opinion. Maybe they make it tier 3. There's so much value.
Yeah, actually making it tier 3 might be a decent way to balance the item.
So while the Roche was being taken and Shanks was dying, Execration were able to sneak away the Tormentor, but that's like such a small consolation prize that doesn't really feel like it changes anything. Okay, so now your Enchantress has Spoink. Who cares?
Yeah, but you also have to address the fact that they're so far behind in kills, but the net worth stays at 1,000. I mean, it's still props to them. They have somehow managed to keep the game close, despite all the problems that they're facing.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I was gonna say I don't know whether I like 23's usage of the Burning Army, but I guess it's a very low committal way to just finish off that tower, and it's up in 1 minute anyway. So
There's no reason for him to take any risks, right?
I guess so. You can just slow push this with your archers every time your skeleton walks off cooldown.
You kind of put
What's the plan here,
you kind of put
Execration?
execration on the pressure.
Middle tower
You
is
need
under
to
attack.
force them to come out to fight. So you're just poking the towers. You have to force them to be the ones to make the first move. You know. Then you have a Shadow Demon entrance sitting behind you to save.
Radiant's middle tower
I think the worst
is
thing you can do in this game as Nemesis is you try to initiate, you roll in with the Earth Spirit, and then you're stuck in the middle of the team fight, you get doomed, and then you die.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't think he wants to be the first one starting the fight, you know, on the Earth Spirit. He's very, very aware of the Doom being a target on him, you know. He needs to wait until the Doom shows, and then he can jump in after.
I wonder if he even needs to start the fight. That's the thing that we're seeing from
On Earth
Nemesis so
Spirit?
far, right?
Yeah, probably not.
No, just in general,
Or just in
right?
general? Probably not, yeah. They can just wait for them to go on.
Bob being found here by Raven. Nice overgrowth blink in from Zhao, controlling the Void Spirit, but he's still able to get out. Saved at the moment. Tino might not be quite as lucky. Doesn't have any way, but Bob, his TP gets cancelled by Raven. Finds him on the high ground. Spotted out by the eyes in the forest. Tino's gonna go down, and Bob needs to fall. Rolled upon by Mac. This game has really been a bit of a mid-diff situation going on. And unfortunately, it's not in Bob's favor. Buybacks coming out from CML, but that is perhaps the most useless hero you could buy back on, because what the hell are you gonna do on Ench?
Nothing. Just sit and watch. There's nothing you can do. I mean, it's not just about a mid-div, it's just about also other things, you know. I think it's also important to note, once again, the Doom's itemization, you know. Like, why are you buying auras when your team is not fighting, right? You're just farming and scaling the game. Why not just go greedy, you know?
Dire's top tower is under
I think if he
attack.
goes greedy, he goes BKB Shivas on the Doom. Say at this point he should have like Dagger, BKB Shivas, right? And then I think the game is completely different. And once again, you know, Tino's itemization.
I'm getting a bit of deja vu. It feels like we've been saying the same things 2 games in a row. Not sure what this aura priority build is from Tino, but it's just not working out.
It's not working out because the other picks don't really use the aura, the early timings on the auras, you know. I think they have like very different priorities on how to play the game. It's not really in sync right now. Whereas for Nemesis, I think they are very clearly having one direction. They take turns in tanking the shit in the draft. Sometimes it's Raven, sometimes it's 23, and then they help each other. That is very clear, you know.
Radiant are scanning.
And then the Mac is put in a position where he has to play whatever he needs to play for the team. They have a very clear dynamic, whereas Execration, I'm afraid they are only going to have one more game to figure it out.
I feel like up until this series, felt like Execration had a decent dynamic, but it feels like it's gone out the window a little bit in these past
It
2
got
games.
exposed by Nemesis.
Fallen.
A little bit, yeah.
I think what they've been doing in the past clearly isn't the best, you know, but it just didn't show. Winning can be bad for you, you know, sometimes when you win all your games easily, you don't really know the underlying problems that you might have, you know. You might assume you have none. It's tricky, you know.
Because if you're winning games, there's no way there's any problems, right? Like everything you're doing must be working.
It's just a mentality, you know, human mentality. Everything's going well, you don't really try to figure out what's the problem. You have to lose some, you know, to win. I think.
So, okay, so just to clarify, I mean, it is old news at this point, but do you think that even with this draft, if Doom went for those items that you mentioned, do you think they'd be able to
Yes.
maybe win this game?
Dagger,
Because it's looking
BKB,
so rough.
Shivas.
I have to hold that thought. 23 leading the charge. Hex out onto Palos. Where's the save? Where's the save? The Morphling. He's being drunk up right now, but he's actually going to waveform in for the fight. Palos, he's not ready to give this game 2 up just yet, and he's beating away onto 23. Still surviving with his BKB. They just can't take him down. 23, he's overcommitted and has been slain. And now Bob with his BKB will repel Raven.
Guess what happened there? Earth Spirit rolled in, and then he got doomed. Can't do a thing. That's how they lost the fight. They gave the fight to Execration because they shouldn't initiate with the Earth Spirit. He got a little bit too antsy, gave the Doom a free ultimate on him. Like the fact that Doom was able to cast his spell without having dagger onto the most pusher hero
Illegal.
is illegal, yeah.
Dire's middle
Also,
tower
props to
is
Execration
under
mostly
attack.
for being so prepared for that, right? Palos, that has to be some of the big
it,
balls
it could
plays
have
that we
been
love from
a
him.
game ender right there, you know. I think Nemesis got a little bit too excited, you know. They felt like they
Dire's
had
middle tower
their
is under
opponents
attack.
right at the edge of the gunpoint, and they were going to finish off the game,
Dire's structures are
and got a little bit too antsy, you know.
Dire's middle
Forced things too
tower
much.
is under attack.
Starting to see the value of the Morphling a little bit, and the limitations of the rest of the team, right? Once the Earth Spirit is doomed, all your damage, and I mean all your damage, is coming only from the Klings. It's very hard for Klings to do that damage when he's being surrounded on all fronts by the Morph, by the Void Spirit, everyone just dogpiling on him. It's one of the weaknesses of the Bone Fletcher, and this time around 23 goes a bit too deep.
The Bone Fletcher can tank the Doom. Balana can tank the Doom, but not Kaolin. You impressed? I remember all the names.
I'm trying to remember Shadow Demon's name.
Yeah, I actually don't remember.
Yeah, what the hell is Shadow Demon? Because I was gonna say Shadow Demon's name is dying now to Bob and Shanks, but I don't even.
I give up. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Did Strian Protector got one? Roof Trellin?
Yeah, Roof Challenge. I mean, the funniest one is definitely Fuzzy Wuzzy. Everybody remembers Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Is that his actual name?
I mean, it's a fun name.
I thought it was like Oafsar or some shit.
Yeah, also. Like you have,
Fuzzy Wuzzy is an unofficial name.
you have some fun names, you know, like Anti-Mage with Burning, Yafets on Shadowfiend, Malini on Zeus.
Oh, true.
Those are the fun names.
Oh, Malini Zeus, man, brings me back.
Who can ever forget the 1v3, right? The Zeus gank with Tangos.
It's turning into an uncle convention over here on the cast.
Well, you decided to join me, you know. You could have
That's true.
rejected the offer.
That's true. It's more fun this way. More fun when Execration are putting up a fight as well. We can kind of see the power of the Morphling, or at least the idea behind it, right? It reaches a point where the Klings doesn't really do enough damage. In the 1-to-1, the Morph can actually win. And now, the Morph is the one inside the pit. Despite it being nighttime, despite them having the vision advantage, Nemesis, they need to try and contest this. Bob being hexed up now, focus down. Mac is coming through with the roll. Disarmed, disrupted, the Roche in jeopardy. Raven, he's gonna try and steal it away, but Palos gets the Aegis. Too fast with the fingers. Overgrowth gonna hold him in place. But Palos, he's in such a good position to win this fight for his team. Rolls on forward, turns into the Earth Spirit. Mac, how you like me now? Trying for the chase with the Boulder Kick. Are you serious? Finds him in the tree line, but doesn't know he's there. And somehow, someway, Execration get away with that attempt. They find two, and they get the second life onto Palos. He's just way too good at these high-pressure situations.
Yeah, definitely the best carry performance here throughout the qualifiers. I mean, somehow the Void Spirit didn't die. You know, Bob survives. Maybe somebody didn't use a spell, and he doesn't die. He comes out. I mean, they get the last hit on the Roshan, sure, you know, but they don't get the Aegis. Right now, Palos is the strongest hero in the entire game, and how are you going to deal with him?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is where the experience together as a team, the comms matter so much, right? You imagine in that moment, right when they're about to kill Bob, maybe a slight distraction. Jokum spots in the pit that the Roche is going low. Suddenly, they're split. They don't kill Bob, they don't get the Roche, and Palos walks away with everything. And they narrowly miss the catch onto 23. Any way of stopping this TP? Heads up play there from Klings to get out of that sticky situation.
Yeah, they're still in a very sticky situation right now. This Morphling is out of control. Like, he's reached a point where the Klings can never really fight him
Dire's
anymore.
bottom tower is under attack.
And you can't really initiate on the Doom, because the Doom has a heart. So how are you going to fight right now? You have to go on Bob and kill the backliners, you know. That is like your primary target. You have to kind of ignore the Doom and the Morphling first. I think Jokem has to try to cast Disrupt on Morphling. I think that's the only other way to kind of maybe win the team fight. You get the illusions and hopefully it kills somebody with the illusion.
You got to steal that Morphling's power for yourself. He was able to disrupt Palos, but it didn't really do enough in that Roche fight. Palos just way too quick with it, morphs into Mac. controls the fight and rolls onto Jokum, kills him off. This game is not quite as straightforward. We spent the entire game criticizing Tino's build, but now with the heart, like you mentioned, suddenly he's alive for so much longer, and the auras, they persist throughout the fight.
Yeah, now it's starting to work. It's gotten to a point where the morphing solves all the other problems, right? That you don't have, that you had before when your Doom doesn't have a dagger BKB. Now it doesn't really matter. So things are definitely looking really, really good for Execration. When that one fight where the Earth Spirit rolled in, completely changed the whole dynamic of the game.
The fact that this Doom was able to just single him out of the fight, that's a big deal. And you saw it in the itemization as well, right? Mac, all along, I think he knew that the Doom was going to be a problem, so he checked in for Lincolns. But then that decision to roll in and get caught there...
Yeah, because they were in a position where they could end the game, so there has to be some sort of urgency, and maybe they were rushing too much, you know, instead of thinking clearly, where they just needed to do as usual, let the fight start. Earth Spirit doesn't have to roll in, and just wait for Doom to show, you know. But instead, they were really, really, I think, stressed out at that point, or they thought they saw an opening to end the game right away, you know. So they decided to just jump, and that was the wrong decision.
Void Spirit also starting to reach the point of absurd amounts of tankiness. Is a universal hero after all, and the intrinsic edge, just gaining a bit more armor, gaining a bit more magic
like
resist on
who
top
do
of all
you
the
actually
items.
go on, you know? Void Spirit is so tanky, the Doom is so tanky. You can only kill the supports, I think.
Yeah, but even we already established this. Even if you kill the supports, does it even matter?
Radiant are
It's
scanning.
just
Yeah, I think right now it has gotten to a point where it doesn't really matter anymore. The supports are not doing much anyway, the edge and the sky.
yeah. I mean, if the Ench is alive, then it's nice, right? Because you get, like, let's say an Enchant Slow, or maybe you get a Solar Crest buff on your Morphling. Same thing for the Sky. Maybe you silence somebody, or break a Lincoln's, drop some magic damage from Mystic Flare, but their survival is not pivotal to actually winning the fight. It's really just about Palos. They've been trying to burst down Palos, but it's not working out. Zhao's getting away with a lot with this vision though. Very good about blinking out at the very last moment. Winter, did you expect this to happen? That have the tides turned completely in this game? Nemesis in control for so long of it, and now reaching a point where the greed has paid off. Execration, they looked at their wits' end. They looked so lost, but following Palos' lead, right now they're in this position.
You know, of course I don't expect the game to go this way, you know. But I also didn't expect the beginning of the game to go the way it did as well. And with the Doom itemizing like that, somehow Execration just... They kept really, really close in terms of goal the whole time with the Midas on the Doom. Didn't really give away too many pickoffs, they just played the map. The cost base basically didn't die, it was just the supports dying all the way. This is definitely a very, very interesting game, you know. Never expected how it would start and how it would get to this point right now.
Yeah. I mean, even after the draft ended, as we were starting this game number 2 out, you said this was going to be a pretty spicy one, just with the heroes that we have on both sides. Execration, they clearly had an idea about how they wanted things to go. It didn't go that way in the early stage, but they've pulled the reins back in on this game. Now they're the ones in control. Feels like they're 1 or 2 team fights away from taking racks and maybe even putting an end to it all.
Just one, I think. Just one. They're heading into the base with a smoke. Very, very sneaky.
Radiant are scanning.
Triangle on high ground will reveal that there's presence in the area. They'll eliminate the vision instantaneously, but the retreat is just as quick. Nemesis understand they cannot hold this position against the full 5-man force.
Yeah, Execration gets the outpost. I think this is pretty big. Roshan is going to spawn. They want to have map control over the midsection on the map. And obviously also the runes, right? I think something that isn't brought up enough is during this mid-late game stages, especially the late game, the runes are actually going to be super important, right? So if you have control over the midsection of the map, you place a wall, or you have control of outposts, getting a single power rune could just determine the game. Especially with the AD on Morphling right now. I mean, if a fight happens, he is going to make heroes go from 100 to 0 in no time.
Pops the AD rune, expecting a fight to come. All
Alright,
5
here we
heroes
go.
on Nemesis returning to the base and smoking up. An illusion up for the taking might just be a bait though. You can see CML thinking twice about it. Still waiting for someone to show. 23 is actually going to use the skeletons to deny the rune. That's how high pressure this situation is.
And they have to somehow use the hex to start the fight on the Morphling and hopefully burst him down with Disseminate. I think that's the only
So
way.
scary though.
That's the only way.
Found Matt trying to block the roll.
BKB.
Palos just jumping in. BKB gunning onto 23. Disruption at the very last moment. But someone get him out of here. They don't have the vision. The skeleton walk will help him escape. But Mag might not be quite as lucky. A nice roll up to the north. Escaping the clutches of Palos for now as the Magnetize keeping the rest of Execration back.
Oh, this might be their chance. Hex.
But try to find an opening. Hex up onto Palos. Palos is dead. 23 will find his opposition. And now this fight has gotten a lot more difficult. You have the buyback available on Palos, but you don't want to use it just yet. Bob's already committed his. Doom out onto the Earth Spirit. Save him with the disruption for now, but they found the tree in the back line. Jokum doing everything that he can to bail Mac out of this situation, but with the buyback from Bob, that's all she wrote. Execration, even without their carry, will be able to take that fight.
Yeah, all the other cores are as strong as well right now. It's not just the Morphing. The Void Spirit, the Doom, they all do a lot of damage, you know, especially the Void Spirit. With his build, Octarine Core, his spells low on CD, so the longer the fight goes, the more damage output that he has in the team fight. I mean, right now,
Not to mention-
buybacks are going to be forced.
The buyback now. Bob, he just bought back, but they just don't have the damage. Raven almost dying. Tino being kicked back in though. Still has the heart, still has the Greaves, and a nice false start from CML to help him out, but Mac's there with the chase. That's the buyback coming into play. Mac will find his mark. No way of stopping Shanks from getting on out of there. 3 buybacks expended for Nemesis. Feels like you had to find a little bit more.
They need to get Roshan. There's no other way. I mean, the Doom also had the Granite Aura. Don't think we mentioned that. That's what also making everyone really, really tanky. He's gone for the Ancients talents so that he can devour Ancients and make everyone tankier.
Helped them out a lot for sure. But the key thing is that they didn't use the buyback on Palos. That's still available, but same situation for 23. If they can secure the Aegis for themselves here, the absence of the Doom is going to be a big deal. Roshan's going to roar. Vision set up. Here comes Execration. Starting to clear out the Vision. Can you really go without a Doom though?
I mean, if Palos is allowed to hit heroes, he's going to kill people very quickly, you know. Like, finding the right jump with the Void Spirit is going to be very, very key. They're trying to just buy an extra 20 seconds right now for Doom. They don't want to rush things. They're just waiting. I mean, obviously Nemesis is also going to be nervous, right? They know that Doom might have buyback, so they're not trying to force things too much.
Yeah. We can see the reality is that Doom is 400 gold away from his, so there was no chance he could have rejoined that fight. But back to even now. All ultimates available. I'd argue to say each of these heroes have mostly hit their peaks. Just missing some
the
Aghanim
Earth
Scepter,
Spirit-
some last few items.
Spirit Aghanim's might be a thing, yeah?
Yeah. Save the Clinks in moments of trouble. To add on to the existing amount of insane save that they have with the Shadow Demon and the Train Protector.
You know what they need to
Growth.
do, Mike? They just need to delay. So, Morphling, once you use BKB, you have to kite. And once the Morph doesn't have BKB, I think one Hex or one something and Disrupt Silence, he actually might just die, you know, from full to 0. I
Yeah.
think they have the damage. So it's all about kiting the BKBs and catching him out later. Like, Force Staffs are going to be very crucial. They have 2 Shadow Demon and Train Protector. They have their Force Staff, and they have to use the Earth Spirit to kick people around, try to kite. I think kiting is the name of the game for Nemesis, whereas for Execration, once they go in, they gotta go on someone, and they gotta make sure they kill that one guy.
Not to mention 2 metamorphic mandibles being picked up by both Raven and Mac, increasing the magic resistance and move speed, so they'll be able to kite as well on top of their natural mobility. Into the Roche Pit Execration go though. Our Palos, he's been so good at these moments. This could decide the game. It's as even as it could be. Roll in, Palos in some trouble, instant disruption, Jokum. Not sure whether that's what you wanted.
Where's
You're
the
going
dome?
to result in some morphling illusions, but where's the Clinks? Where's 23? Nowhere to be found, not connecting to the fight. CML in some trouble. The Magnetize already used, they're rolling on for more. Looking to gun down CML to start things out. Mac, he's gonna pop his BKB, but he gets doomed. In comes Palos popping his own BKB. Try with the chase, turning into Earth Spirit, but his BKB is gonna run out real soon. He has to be so careful. The Burning Army is still dealing a lot of damage to the cause of Execration. But look at the Roche, it's dropping low. Palos looking to finish it off. Needs to get the Aegis, will get the Aegis, but Bob not quite as lucky. Not able to dissimulate. That's your Void Spirit out of the picture. And Palos to drop on his first life as well. Mac's gonna be able to cheese up and get back up to full HP. Rolling on, but Palos too quick with the blink. They just can't find him. Shanks might be the target though.
I need another
Spotting
hex.
out with the Shadow Poison. Need another hex, need a bit more control. DML, he's trying his best to stand his ground, turn around with the Mystic Flare. They should be able to get this Skyref Mage who has buyback, but at the very best, it's going to be a 3v5 situation.
They gotta save him.
Palos now caught out. Nice waveform forward. He wants to fight, eliminates Jokem from the fray, and now on to 23. 23, he needs to create the distance, but look at Tino walking forward. Nice Hurricane
Excellent.
Pike. Raven, he's trying his best to disrupt the Morphling. The Hex is there. Palos waveforms in and wins his team the fight. What a play from the Morphling at the very last moment. Gets it done. Are you serious?
That was some Giga chat play by the Morphing right there. You know, Palos just putting his whole team on his back. So heavy, his team. But he gets the job done. Everyone on his back. Solo carries the fight, waves in. He knows his limits. He knows he can lifesteal. He knows he doesn't die. That was
You
all
could not
Palos.
ask for more clutch performances. Like, what the hell is this guy? He's Nerves of Steel.
You can't even blame them for going for that kill, you know, because it seemed like they could actually just finish him off with the Hex coming off cooldown on the Clings. But they just lacked that little bit of damage to kill off the Morphling. They could have definitely ended the game right there.
They're gonna try now. Overgrowth, hold him in place. Oh no,
they
Palos.
grow.
This time round he'll die. This time round he'll go down. And Zhao gonna stop that TP. Shanks, he's gonna be too far. There's the buyback though. Palos,
Yeah,
maybe he wants to.
Why? Why?
What?
Okay. I mean, he.
Okay.
I guess he knows they don't have buyback, so he wants to.
Yeah,
end
I
the
mean,
game.
I guess. Okay, sure.
Let's see. If he
You
can
gotta
end
be
the game.
careful about that happening again.
I mean, does Strand have refresher or something? Yeah, he has refresher. They can do it again. They can definitely kill him again.
And the previous time, Tino and Shanks were not nearby. This time, Bob back in the fray. CML here as well.
There's gonna be like some 30 seconds before they have Earth Spirit up. Everybody's gonna be up for Execration. They're gonna try to end the game right now with a buyback.
Put the banner down. Ready to close things out. Ready to make this best of 5 a best of 3 Execration. They struggled through the earlier portions of this game, and they want to take this opportunity granted to them. 23 trying to do his best. Night Stalker ultimate out. Focusing on the throne. Where have we seen this before? Jokum stands no chance. 15 seconds left. Buying time with the glyph. But Palos, he's just beating away on your throne. Hex is there, but where's the damage? You've lost your chance. And Nemesis, not like this. This feels like it was their game to win, but they give it all away on the back of Palos and his Morphling. What a performance from the carry of Execration.
I mean, I think if your Nemesis losing a game like this, you kind of have to respect, you know, Morphling played so well. You know, Palos actually, he did so much in this game despite his whole team being under pressure. Like, I think the majority part of the game, they were always running away, avoiding, you know, trying to get scraps or farm anywhere on the map. And after that crucial team fight at the Roshan Peak, just turning the game around, I think you gotta give credit where credit is due. Right? Execration definitely deserve to have a comeback in this game and turning this whole BO5 series into a BO3.
Yeah, that is some crazy stuff, and hopefully more games to come of this nature, because I can't wait to see what these two squads bring to the table. We'll have game number 3 for you after a short break.
For a whole new generation, this will be a magic night to have together. No more limitation, united as one nation. This will be a magic night. You're my constellation. My vision's far from hazy. I need no confirmation. Take my heart and don't let it stray. True love and affection will come again another day. As the sight of your light always takes my breath away. Lady, can you see me? You're my everything. You're my lady. Lady, can you feel me? I fell head over heels. You're my lady, lady. Maybe you can hear me, my sweet little thing, my sweet lady. Lady, can you see me? You are my everything. You're my lady, lady.
Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right. Huh. Let's go, get the party started. You know how to get it going. I'm so fired up, I'm ready to go. The music's moving my soul, I'm busy going. 1, 2, 3, 4. I really feel like dynamite. I really feel like taking flight. Oh, I feel good, I feel so fine. I'm making moves and getting mine. And I need you to get in line. 'Cause if we're gonna make it, we'll make it right.
I haven't found the one. I never knew what others do. I hope and yet again, what do I know then? I believe it's all meant to be. All my dreams are so out of reach. I fool around, but we never know.
I sing the same old song. Been going on for far too long. I hope and yet again. What do I know then? I believe we're all meant to be.
Game 1 might not have been the best showing for Execration, and Game 2 was looking to follow in the same path. We were kind of confused with what Execration were cooking with the draft, but then Parallels just decides, hey, let me just put the whole team on my back and carry the game on my Morphling. That's exactly what he did. What an epic ending to game number 2. And Winter, from a best of 5, we're now down to a best of 3 to figure out which one of these two teams makes it to the main event at DreamLeague Season 28.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Team Nemesis turn to ban.
What is going to be on the menu right now? More clinks?
I wanted to
10
ask you
seconds
though,
remaining.
since
Team
so far
Nemesis
Klink's pretty
turn
low win
to
rate
ban.
based on the games that we've seen it. In that kind of game, I think near the end of game number 2, you said you can't even really blame Team Nemesis. You kind of just got to give props to Palos because he played so well, right? So if you're Team Nemesis and you just lost game 2, what can you take away from game number 2 to try and improve on in game number 3?
I feel like mostly just having the Earth Spirit and Night Stalker together doesn't really give you a lot of like leeway, in my opinion. Like you don't have a lot of room because those heroes they kind of fall off in the late game very, very hard. So you don't have enough damage and it's only just clings. And the fact that they still managed to pick off the Morphling like once or twice, I mean, shows testament to how strong of a hero Klings is, right? He's good throughout the game. Even in late game, he still has a lot of damage. They just needed a little bit more scaling from either the mid or the off lane. Like Night Stalker isn't really just that strong, you know, later. Like you could barely feel his presence in the game. I think towards the end, he doesn't do much.
Yeah, I can kind of understand the power of the Night Stalker and the priority they place on it, but I feel like so far the games we've seen Night Stalker, it's just not really felt too inspiring.
The hell, they banned Skyroth? Man, I think that they're in their own heads, man. Why did they ban Skyroth? Pretty sure the Skyroth practically didn't do much, you know, that game.
That's fair.
They're probably just trying, I think they're trying to put them out of their comfort zone. Right? I think it's common to try to ban out your opponent's opening picks to sort of like screw around with their either, even though you don't understand what the hell they're doing, but you just try to ban it. Because you
just force them into another
You
strat.
don't need to understand something, you just need to make them do something else.
Skyroth ban is pretty funny though.
Looking unreal, man. Skyroth ban.
Respect being shown to the Mac Earth Spirit.
Dude,
I can agree with that one.
Brother, you know, if they lose this game after banning Skyroth, I'm pretty sure they have no clue what to do next game, man. Like if Execration actually wins this game, I think the series will be over.
10 seconds.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Like, you think Nemesis are kind of like at the tail end of...
You'll be cooked,
ideas?
right? Because you, like, what the hell you do if you lose after banning Skyroth like this?
Well, maybe then in game 4, you don't ban Skyroth and see how it goes.
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
But
like,
mentally, yeah,
this is...
it's gonna be hard, you know, like...
I guess so. I mean, Team Nemesis so far, you talk about a tough mental journey. They've made an entire lower bracket run. So I think there are two ways to think about it, right? At first, you can think, oh, you know, they really messed us up in the late game with Palos and we're all tilted, like that shit sucks, we should have won that game. But then you also think about all the games that you had won previously. Maybe you didn't feel like you should have made those mistakes that sent you to the lower bracket. And then now you've climbed all the way back up. So now they're in the grand finals?
That is the mistake,
What's the mistake?
Mike. You cannot think of your past transgressions. You focus on the task ahead. Keeper of the Light and Leshrac. Unlimited spammage.
Okay.
It's actually not as scary as like some for sure Kotal Ember.
Yeah, that's what I'm like thinking, is it that bad? Like, you're like, oh, unlimited spammage. I'm like, oh, we cast Lightning Storm once every 3 seconds. Okay. Cool.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
I still think it's a bit tricky because Lesh is the type of hero that wants to go in the middle of the fight and deal damage to everyone, right? And I don't know how that works into a Shadow Demon because I feel like if you present
No,
yourself...
you're right. Shadow Demon is one of the biggest counter to Leshrac. You just purge that this scope board,
Radiant team pick.
and then he's stuck and he's going to die. Oh my god, finally he's back. I'm telling you.
Okay, you need to relax
Just
with this
don't-
Dragon Knight. Actually, I don't even know. I'm not gonna lie, I can't even tell whether you like it or you don't.
Just don't put it on the off lane, or if you put it on the off lane, just
10
write a
seconds
sticky note, attach it to his monitor. No pipe use
5
DK.
seconds remaining.
Okay, but Pipe Rush this game is kind of lit though.
Yeah, pipe is okay. Not pipe plus use.
Maybe we should revise the sticky note and just say, please buy Blink.
Okay, fair enough.
You know?
Fair enough.
I think that's the...
But I also
think we
kind of
can
feel
all...
like that game, right? He should have gotten Armlet Dagger. Like, just go for scaling, you know? He should be greedy. Become a core. But I guess he's not that type of player. No matter what, you need to include an aura item. Otherwise, he can't play Dota. I'm fairly sure that this guy, he cannot play Dota if he doesn't get to buy an aura item.
His brain just doesn't function if he doesn't have an aura he can press, is it what you're saying?
Yeah, something like that.
It's like
you
he
you
just
know,
like-
people who drink coffee every day, they can't function if they don't get that cup of caffeine in the morning.
10 seconds
It's so
remaining.
you look at Tino's screen when he doesn't have an aura. He looks like some drunk dude. Like he's like shaking.
Yeah,
he's in
he-
shambles.
he
He
do.
doesn't know. He's like pipe of insight.
We try making him play like a Mars, you know. I remember his Mars. He's not very good at that hero.
Damn, that's cruel.
Like, just make him play something that's not supposed to do that, and then you see, you know. Okay, right now he is most likely not going to play DK. I doubt he is going to be the one playing DK. I'm telling you right now. I don't think he's going to be playing DK.
Why is that? Did his DK privileges get removed?
Of course, bro, you are the drafter. You see his DK that game. Do you even, for a moment, consider giving him DK again? No, brother. Just no.
Maybe I'm more forgiving than you, Winter, because I think I would let him off with a slap on the wrist. You know, I'd be like,
10
you have your first
seconds
warning,
remaining.
and if you don't buy
First
Blink
warning.
after Pipe...
Brother,
yeah, first
you-
warning.
there's no
You gotta
s-
give people chances to
There's
change,
no
you know?
such
It's like...
thing as first warning, second warning in a BO5. Every game matters. There's no such thing as a warning. You suck at it, we're not going to pick it for you again.
Jeez. How are you ever gonna improve like that, though, Winter?
Improve.
You gotta let him
No,
try
no,
it
no,
out
no.
again.
There's no room for improvement right now. It's all about winning or losing.
Okay.
I'm glad you're not in the captain slot or whatever fucking team there is. You know, if they hire you, they're screwed. Fucking telling your players to improve in the middle of a series. Holy shit! Just imagine. All right, guys, it's okay. He doesn't know how to play the hero, but we'll give him another chance to play the hero.
Well,
You
okay,
imagine-
look, that's a bit harsh, right? Because I think we can agree we didn't like the items. But I remember that we were both agreeing as well that we liked the way that he played the early game. He
Yes,
just
yes.
itemized wrongly.
We like the way
So-
he played the lane, but we just decided that
10
he can't play
seconds remaining.
Dota without auras. You know, it's like a drug for him. You know, it's like he has to
5
he has to buy the aura.
He has to take a hit of the pipe, if not, he starts like debilitating.
Yeah.
Okay.
You-
Well, jokes aside here, I
Gotta
we see the
understand your
TA.
players, Mike. You know, you have to know their ins and outs. You have to know their habits.
Yeah, it's a good thing I'm not on Execration then, because I don't get that shit. But it's all good. We see a TA coming out and a Doom coming out. The Tusk as well. This is a hero that we talk about being high priority for all these teams. I would argue to say that in game number 1, it felt like Nemesis really ran away with the map because of that Tusk.
I agree. And right now, even Nemesis is convinced that there is no way Tino is playing this DK.
Team pick.
Look at that. There is no way.
Yeah, they're like...
Not after what happened again. Lord, man, save me. Use
Wait,
pipe.
how's the Lesh DK mid matchup? Is it okay for DK?
I
Because you said it's really rough for the melee
Yeah,
matchup,
but-
so much so that Slada can't even survive, right?
I
So
think DK should
10
be
seconds
okay.
remaining.
You can
Okay.
survive with I think your regen. I'm not sure because I haven't seen the
seconds
matchup, but
remaining.
I think in theory you should be able to at least survive. You know, I don't think you can win the lane, but you should be able to survive. I
there's like a bit of a weird setup here from Execration at the moment. Like DK with Disruptor Shadow Demon doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence. Like,
mean,
even
if you buy
blitz
dagger,
someone back,
if you
like, who's
buy
killing them,
dagger
right?
as your first item, I'm sure you'll be fine. And then you pick an aura hero, tight underlord hero last. You know, okay, fine, give him Undying, sure, you know, Undying, but it's not an absolute last pick. You don't see your matchup. So what now? They're gonna pick an Undying counter to lane. What is an Undying counter that 23 can play? Phantom Lancer?
10 seconds remaining.
Oh,
That might be a hero here. Phantom Lancer.
yeah,
5
I can see
seconds
it.
remaining.
Or he's going to try his Morphling. Seems like also a pretty good Morphling game. Except for the
Yeah,
lane.
Morphling versus Undying would
And
be
the
nice.
lane might be rough, but it's good in the game. I think either those two. Morphling, Phantom Lancer. These two.
still the Morphling versus SD situation. It didn't really pan out for Nemesis in the previous game, but
What else is he going to cook? My brain is not coming up with anything else.
yeah, Morphling's a pretty good suggestion. What other Undying counters do you even have?
Yeah, the thing is, those two heroes are greedy, you know, with their lineup, Lash, Doom, Morphling, or Phantom Lancer. Everybody wants to farm, you know. But I guess that's the reality you have to face here when you have 23 on your team. No matter what,
True.
he's going to be rising away. And just be glad that he doesn't suggest an anti-mage here.
My teammate looks like shit right now.
You may now
Okay,
select
draw.
your heroes.
So Drow plus Tuskar into a DK Undying. I think he might just die quite a bit. Your Disruptor Gate Gank with the Undying, because Undying, he might create a scenario where he pushes the wave under the tower.
Yeah, Tombstone under tower.
Tombstone, and then the Disruptor coming in from behind with the gate, and then you just die, you know, as Draw Ranger.
I mean, I think in isolation, I don't really like the Undying, but paired up with a Disruptor, it's really nice, right? It's the classic, you want to run away from Undying, Disruptor says no. So, I like that combination. I wonder why they go for the Drow Ranger though. I know it's a decent combination with the task, like you get one range from
It's
melee,
good
but
against DK. It's kind of okay against TA. Like late game, you definitely outscale, but it's always like getting there, right? You have an unstable early game, and they're kind of hoping that the Tuskar, Kotal, Lashrak trio would stabilize the game for him, right? And I also feel like maybe if the Doom actually goes Aura this game, I think it's good. This game, you buy the Pipe and the Crimson to allow your teammates to survive this kind of horror phase when the TA, Undying, DK. I'm sure there's going to be a time in the game where the Undying is running you with some crazy item timing with the TA, Dagger, Dragonlance Desolator with the Dagger on DK. That timing is scary. So you need the Doom to buy Pipe and Crimson to allow you to live through that time. Once you get past that time, the Drow will start to shine.
yeah. How surprising though, Team Nemesis once again with a strategy that relies purely on using Mac as a vehicle throughout the early game. They're all getting on his big pony back and saying, Mac, please hold them off until we're ready to fight.
I mean, Lestrak is not exactly the best initiator, though. He has no way of initiating. Like, it's only Janelle on Tusk. Like, how are they going to start the fights? I don't think it's going to be that straightforward with this lineup, you know. I think what they're kind of hoping to happen is more when he gets level 6, then you can blow up the DK with the Kotal, the Lash with the Kotal, plus the Tusk. At level 6 would somehow break the game apart through the mid lane.
Yeah. I wonder whether we're going to see the Lash go for the Greaves build that has been so popular, or whether you want to get something like an Atos.
Yeah, is it
because right
good?
now the catch is lacking, right?
Is it good? I think it's kind of good, yeah, because you need to survive. Like, all you need to do is just survive, and then you're doing damage. The Greaves is, I think it's kind of nice this game. I mean, if you don't go Greaves, then what do you do? What do you actually build, right? I think you need to...
I was thinking maybe an Atos for Mac.
Atos Rush?
Yeah, for the catch. Because
It doesn't feel
you were
good.
saying they don't really have any good
He just has
ways
to...
of starting the fight.
He just has to play around the Tusk, in my opinion. A Solar Bind
Sure.
plus Tusk. And then whatever Doom has, you know, if he has a Centaur or if he... Actually, Ice Armor is kind of nice this game. TA Dragonite. And the Undying
Let's keep
Tombstone.
Let's keep an eye out for whether Raven ends up going for that. A late smoke here from Nemesis. Same for Execration.
30 seconds.
Look
to
at that, man. TA with a Sobby mask at level 1. Why you're not reacting?
What is that about?
I'm giving you a chance.
No, as in,
I call it
No, it's fine.
Sobby mask.
you can have it. You told me to let you get away with more things. Like why every time I say anything, you're like, why do you have to call me out? So I'll let that one go. You get your one free pass every game. You were hoping for a reaction.
Yeah, I intentionally call it
Sorry
Sobby
to
mask.
disappoint
You know?
The battle begins.
Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, Zhao? You're gonna be able to steal that one away. Very cute. It still ends up being a 2 for 2 just because CML was in the right place, right time. Put a lot of damage onto Raven, but CML, wonder if he's gonna go back to base and reset. Turns out he's just walking over to the lane, so... Okay, no, nothing crazy. I think the only facet that I wanted to address was the drinking buddies from the Tusk.
Wait,
It makes
what?
sense to try
This
and
game?
save the... Yeah,
Okay, it's good with the draw, I guess. But
yeah.
But I think the lane is very weak, you know, with drinking buddies. I like it, but I think it might be bad. I think a lane is too weak, you know, without tag team.
Yeah, my only read is that they're worried about that tombstone dive that you talk about, and then with the drinking buddies, they can actually maybe pull the Drow out of trouble.
I don't know. I think it's good mid late game. Even with the Lash, you give him move speed, or even the
Yeah.
Doom to chase people down. But early game is just very, very weak. You know, let's just see if they can actually get away with it in the early game.
Yeah, the first wave was really nice though. Zhao basically used his ice shards to block all the melee creeps, send the range creep forward. They got the last hit and then they denied their own range creep. So the safe lane for Nemesis already starting out pretty nice. How's this Doom and Kotal lane? It's a bit awkward, no?
You can't really kill heroes easily. I think it's more just playing for your farm. Stack, push out the wave, take XPs, and just secure your own farm and XP. Maybe there's a chance to kill a level 3 when you have second point in your Scorched Earth. I mean, Disruptor TA is not the strongest lane.
Is it because of the Disruptor or the TA? Because I feel like TA is pretty solid.
Maybe the Disruptor and the synergy between TA and Disruptor. Not really that amazing. I think Disruptor you kind of would prefer to lane with something like Ursa, Gyrocopter, maybe a Kaz, you know, something with kill threat.
He is more of a poke and prod type
Yeah,
hero, it seems
it's
like.
not too bad, you know, but just not the best.
The one kind of awkward thing with this Shadow Demon that I've seen is, you know, when we see this hero, we always talk about the triangle stacks. I guess the DK can farm triangle stacks, but it's like really slow.
Probably not meant.
you're-
I don't think it's meant for the DK, you know, it's meant for the TA.
Yeah, fair.
You do that. I mean, I think the
need
DK
a-
needs to brush dagger. You can't actually afford to buy armlet in this setup because Undying doesn't buy any initiating items. He can't initiate. So the dagger on DK is mandatory. No discussions, no compromise, nothing. You just have to buy dagger.
Yeah, you better buy that dagger, Bob. If not, you're gonna lose the DK privileges as well. Next thing you know, CML's gonna be playing DK position 5. They already lost Tino to those itemization mistakes, so. Bob's doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, he has the regen, like I expected. Should be able to sit in his lane. And just
We saw
wait,
the Slada
just
struggling,
wait.
we were a bit worried.
Just you wait until the quarter casually comes over and just gives him a chakra.
Yikes, yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
There's the tombstone that you talked about, but the drinking buddies to pull Zhao back to safety. They're still gonna try and
Still
chase under
gonna
the tower
die?
with this wave though.
He's still dead.
Managed to kill off most of the
Oh
zombies.
my god, pause. I mean, Janna should be dead. I think they have Mango, they have Mango and Undying. Shadow Demon has Lotus, yeah, they have more than enough mana. They're so screwed. I think once
I was so confused.
once the toss dies, the draw is... I think he might be in trouble also.
They can just run at 23, right? He has 9
I mean,
one
they
charges
still have
though.
Disrupt on SD. I think he might actually just die also. Unless the
shit.
Kotal TP down.
But no mana on Tino. And
Mango,
9 seconds
he
until
has
the
Mango
next
and
like
Lotus. Relax, he has Mango and Lotus. He will have mana.
you know what's stopping 23 from just like I don't know, TPing away after
There's
the
a
disruption?
disrupt. Oh, after the disruption, I mean, I guess you can
Vibes.
try, you know. But if you TP back to base, then what? You walk back out. I mean, maybe he much rather die, you know.
Dire's top tower is under
That's the disruption. They know they've chased Zhao away. A big one charge, 23 gonna turn around, slow them down, and
What?
it's actually Shanks who takes the
Okay.
most of that damage. Zhao doesn't even die.
I might have overestimate how much damage they have.
That was only level 1 tombstone.
Yeah, I guess. Back to
Is that a
farming.
big deal, you think, that they don't get a kill there? Does it matter that the Undying has to snowball?
Yeah, it definitely does matter. Like for a hero like Undying, he's like a hero that must win your lane.
I'd say he's winning, though. He's getting a lot of CS. He's not killing the Drow per
Yeah,
se,
not
but...
enough. Like Drow has to die, you know. This hero,
Okay.
if you don't take advantage of a weakness in the laning phase, you're gonna get punished later. Like you have to slow this hero down. I mean, surprised the Disruptor hasn't made his way over to this lane, you know? Like, this is... Like, imagine the Disruptor is here, that's a kill, you know? Like he hasn't really been coming. Like, Janna would have definitely came over with Disruptor. Like, this lane is
Seeing
super
the-
punishable.
Ooh. 23 living on a sliver there. We're starting to see the effect of the drinking buddies, right? The fact that you can just get pulled out after disruption. Pretty nice.
Yeah, but also the fact that because you have Ringing Buddies, you have no kill threat on the lane without tag team.
I guess so.
Is this finally happening?
Letting the zombies build up.
Disruptor?
Snowball.
Disruptor is here.
Yep.
Finally.
Took them a while. Here's the TP from DJ, but it comes far too late. Zhao's gonna try and turn around and deal with the tombstone. Will be able to take it down, and actually drinking buddies over to a creep. Might just be fine. Soul Rip damage is there. CML's tanking quite a bit. The last decay and Tino will get himself a double kill. CML living with just about 10 HP.
He's gonna try to snipe him. Oh,
Dire's structures are fortified.
not enough.
Too short for
He's
CML.
gonna glimpse him. He's gonna glimpse him. Oh my god, no!
Bruh.
That was worth.
Woof.
Hashtag worth.
Woof. Hashtag
Hashtag
woof.
woof.
Hey, tip his ass right now. Tip his ass right now.
Dire's top tower
Oh my
is under
god.
There's a walk of shame. No, Observer, put it back on 23. We gotta watch him walk all the way. We're looking. Oh my goodness.
I mean, the Disruptor wanted to die anyway.
This is perfect for look at 20. Oh my god, that's so
Yeah,
much
now
time
they-
wasted. He doesn't even want to go back to the lane
Enough,
anymore.
enough. They're fighting mid. Come on, don't distract
Okay.
our Observer.
Sorry about that, Eric. Had to do it for the memes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so the Disruptor TP back mid, secures the runes, and now they have tower pressure with DK level 6.
Yeah. Illusion rune somehow happens to be the best rune who could possibly get there just to amplify the tower pressure.
Glimpse? No. Okay. Glimpse the Lash. It's the Lash. Oh, he doesn't see him. Unfortunate. Okay, he still tries. He still tries.
I gotta respect it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he gets it, it's a pretty big deal.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
At least try.
You know, in some trouble in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you really feel like, okay, that was a kill if I was tag team. Like, what do, you know, with drinking buddies? You don't have the slow. Yeah, I love the facet, you know, don't get me wrong. I just feel like there's a lot of things that you're gonna miss out on in the early game if you don't have tag team.
Yeah, for sure. I think you are just kind of... That's the problem, right? If you just looked at drinking buddies in isolation, what a cool concept. Great way for Tuts to play. You have that save component. But then the problem is you're always comparing it to its cooler, buffer older brother who's more successful.
Cooler?
You got drinking by... This guy's chugging alcohol. Your brother is a top-tier brawler and doctor at the same time. You know, how are you ever going to win that comparison?
You don't. You gotta be yourself. Shurun?
Shield rune snagged away by Bob. Really difficult to take him down now. They're still going to try. Snowball over, but CML's joined the fray. Mac now in trouble. Will get glimpsed back into the clutches. Not even needed as Zhao now being chased down. Bob is just a bit too strong, and the drinking buddies, again, might have just saved his life, but
Oh, Bob is
it just
going in.
doesn't have enough physical presence. Bob is going in and finishes off the job, and the tips come through to his counterpart and the voice lines. That's how you know Bob
Another
is feeling
kill.
good.
Glimpse.
Another glimpse. Pull him back. All three members of the Nemesis trio going down to Bob.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower
this is snowballing too hard right now. This drinking buddy is just losing them the early game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What? Raven?
Dire's middle tower.
Now, he has to come, right? There's just too much pressure from the Disruptor, DK, and the Shadow Demon. Like, he feels like he needs to just come over and check things out, you know, if everyone's okay.
Well, everyone's dead, Raven. You're a bit too late.
Yeah, you gotta
Dire's top
pretend you're
tower
part
is
of
under attack.
the support crew, you know. If everyone's dead and you're in your lane last hitting creeps, how does that look, you know, on you?
Nah, that's true. I think he just came over to the mid lane to pay his respects and then leave. Very short visit, though.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta...
Walked over into the river, pressed F to
Yeah,
pay
you
respects, and
gotta
then just
make
got
those
on out of
moves
there.
and then say, guys, you guys are dead. Why are you asking me to come? Just pretend like you care, you know. So you're not the person on the pizza party. Very
Yeah,
important.
Okay. Don't even need the ledge to rotate or anything. Bob's just strong enough that he's taking this tier 1 tower without any
Yeah,
contest.
Bob is-
And I have great news for his Dragonite privileges. He is rushing a Blink Dagger, so
Nice.
he will still be allowed to
We
play
are
Dragonite.
saved.
We are so saved if you're Execration.
Dagger into Armlet. He has my permission to go whatever greedy items he wants after Dagger. As long as you buy Dagger first.
You think he still want Armlet this game? To like scale up?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, you could go Dagger BKB if you want to, but I think you could go Dagger Armlet into BKB. Make sure you scale.
The armor's really nice.
The Dagger is the item that you already buy for a team, right? So you're allowed to buy one item for the team and one item for yourself.
Dire
That's fair.
are scanning.
Flying out in the courier now to him is the Dagger, so Execration choosing to smoke with just the 2 supports ahead of the DK joining them. Pretty interesting attempt here. They are trying to breach towards this outer region and might just find
Ooh,
23.
can they kill him, bro?
Daytime vision,
No damage,
spotting
they
him.
have to back.
Zhao is around the area. They do have to back indeed. Zhao gonna try and block off Shanks, but just off the mark with the shards. I'm not sure whether they could kill him anyway. It's a bit too deep of a commitment, but
Yeah, but just pressure, you know. It tells you that they're feeling
Yeah.
the heat. They're definitely feeling the heat. The TP in the Lash, they get nothing. Now he has to go back to farming. Whereas Execration, Bob gets a dagger. Guys, it's okay. Relax. We can still hit creeps. I think that's the correct play right here. He already claimed the mid tower. Top tower already went down. There's no need for him to rush anything. You can just sit back,
Sure.
chill, and farm.
so what? Okay, noob question, but just so everyone understands. If you want to get a Blink Dagger, but you're not immediately rushing to make things happen, is it better to just get something else then?
You have a point. That is also true. But he could do something right now, you know. Like he could just farm a little
Sure.
bit. Doesn't mean that he has to buy an armlet first. You can just farm.
Right.
Even when you have a dagger. You show yourself in the lane, and then the enemy thinks that you're missing, you know. It's always the threat, you know, because the enemy can't play greedy. So if the enemy knows you have no dagger, you bought an armlet, they can always push the waves very, very far. But if you already showed you have a dagger, it limits how the enemies can play.
Yeah. Sick mental game going on here where Bob, as long as he's off the map, they have to be so careful. But for now, there's a ward that spots that the rune wasn't bought. So they will in a moment see that an AD rune has been picked up. And
I
huge
thought-
stacks being farmed away by Tino.
I thought this belonged to the TA. How dare you, Tino?
I don't know if you've heard about Tino, but someone told me that if he doesn't get a pipe, he starts debilitating. So
Yeah, but that's
I think
not
it's
a
in the
pipe.
best
Bro, that's a stack. It's a different thing.
no, as in he's getting the stack to build the pipe.
Ah, gotta give the man whatever he needs, right?
Yeah, you gotta give him his hit. You know, if he doesn't get his hit, he's gonna,
Tower is under
I don't know. You get a DK pipe mule situation. Well, all jokes aside, I will say I do like seeing Tino on this Undying. I feel like it's one of his signature picks that Execration relies on from time to time. It's clear that they like to pick it when there's limited amounts of damage. They feel like they can double up with it as a frontliner. And he's one of the only offlaners I feel like has a good understanding of this hero and makes it work regardless of the matchup.
Yeah, you definitely have to be some sort of hero specialist to play Undying as your offlane. I mean, he has this very weird hero pool, right, as an offlaner. Like, he plays the Zoo heroes, but kind of, they got nerfed because of the Helm. And then he somehow finds a way to play his genre of heroes, right? It has to have some sort of summon, you know.
Yeah.
That's why the Dragonite was
the
wrong.
Tombstone as a summon.
I mean, the zombies are summoning. That's why the DK doesn't fit the bill, you know. That's why he can't play DK.
Right. Okay. I see.
Like, if you give him Mars, you give him DK, like, it's a big no-no.
scanning.
Bit of a setup here. For Nemesis, they're looking for a fight. They want to put that Doom to use. Mac waiting on the sidelines with his freshly completed Greaves. This is a pretty decent timing for Nemesis. But it's actually
Undying's
Bob who
coming.
goes in first. Blinking in. Here comes Undying. Could be scary. Doom out onto Bob. They need a way to save him. They don't have the disruption. There it is. At the very last moment, Shanks was waiting it out. Now with the blast, they still don't have the damage. And it's Mac who's going to get run down despite
the
his
pipe.
Greaves. Hino there and the pipe. That's what I'm talking about. Bob still jumping in, so ballsy on the DK, just knows they don't have the damage. What a play, coming in with the HP
Lotus.
pool for the Undying to heal him up with the Soul Rip, the Lotus, everything being thrown at Bob, but it just is not enough. Kalos rewarded with a triple kill, and Bob, is he seriously looking for more?
Bob is
Oh,
on
what
a
a
roll.
crazy man.
Bob is on a roll.
He's great. Indeed.
Who the hell gave him a Lotus? Must have been the SD or the Disruptor. Somebody fed him a Lotus there towards the end. Keeping him alive.
Yeah, there was Lotus, there was a Soul Rip, there's the Pipe.
Is under attack.
What a play. I mean, the fact that Bob blinks in to find more and baits them in. Dude, this guy's on crack, man.
He's building an Orchid Nyx, so that's going to allow him to get solo pickoffs.
Dire's middle tower
Maybe I
is
would
I
have.
think this is what you always say about Bob, right? Like, this man likes to go psycho. So when you have, like,
I don't know,
Undying backing him up,
I
Disruption.
kind of prefer if he actually just played safer. Go Arbor and just farm by BKB.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but that's not Bob, right?
Yeah,
That's
you're
not-
talking about the wrong guy.
Who plays like that? That's probably like
That's Abed.
yeah, that's actually
Abed's
kind of
your safe
Abed. That's
play.
out.
And Abed ain't ever gonna do anything crazy. He does the job. He's honest,
are
you know.
scanning.
Sometimes he clutches up, wins you a lane, wins you a game, but then you get what you pay for with Abed. You know what to expect. Bob, on the other hand, I think he's really fitting the bill of the character you painted out for him, right? He is the type of player that you don't necessarily need to
Wait, he
enable
changed
to
his mind.
succeed, but if you give him more, he just like crushes
He
it.
bought a Mage Slayer.
I like that.
It's good against Lash. Very good against Lash.
Yeah. Great into Coddle. Great into the Doom. A lot of spell damage coming
everything, actually. And he also has a different sort of skill build, max stun. I didn't notice that.
Radiant's bottom
Just wants to
tower
fight.
is under attack.
Uh-oh, 23 Savage.
Things starting to fall apart here for Nemesis.
Yeah, this
He
game...
found all about the map.
I think it's safe to say this game is Jover once more.
Dire's
Damn.
middle tower is under attack.
Pretty safe.
One thing about working with Winter is by the 15-minute mark, I know who's gonna win. It's true. I think it's your specialty.
Bro, you don't need me to tell you, right?
That's true. That's true. It's not looking too bright here if you're a Nemesis fan. Straight into the Roach Pit they go. This is an insane timing from everyone on Execration. They've done a great job playing around Shanks and Bob. I mean, the early glimpses as well from CML were on point. I think in comparison to the previous game where it felt like in the early stages, the supports didn't know where they need to go. Right now, Bob's like, come with me. I'm gonna mess them up. Just cast your spells wherever I show up and it's working out.
I mean, this is just his Drow pick, right? You can hate it.
Radiant's bottom
It
tower
allowed the
is
supports
under
to
attack.
gank him, and it gave the Disruptor such a good start, you know.
Yeah.
You got the kills, you got the levels. This made everything easy. And this drinking buddies definitely doesn't really sit well.
Yeah. Plotting Raven out on the ward here. Mac, much bigger target. Static Storm out. I think Raven already decides it might not be worth trying to save him because there's no shot. Raven now is gonna run away, but there's the glimpse. Saved it for the Doom. In comes the Drinking Buddy, snowball over to an illusion. Nice play there from Zhao. Tries to block them away with the ice shots, but still chasing his Bob. Putting the damage out, Zhao a bit too quick with the Drinking Buddy's move speed buff and will be able to hide under the tier 2 tower. But again, more ground continuing to be lost on the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, Bob is literally just not afraid of anything right now. He's playing so aggressive. They're just
Dire's
cutting
top
off
tower
every part
is
of the
under
map,
attack.
so Nemesis can't really farm. And Drow is really struggling, 7k net worth, 18 minutes. This is really bad
Dire's
news.
bottom tower is under attack.
A big difference between Bob and Mac, right? Mac, very much a cornerstone, the glue that holds the entirety of Nemesis together. But you don't get games like this if it's not Bob, right? Bob's the type of guy who will push things to the absolute limit. When you see a Dragonite diving at tier 2 at minute 15, you know that's gotta be Bob.
When Bob's going, you better follow him.
Dire's
Yeah.
top tower
Yeah,
Enough
don't let
said.
Bob go alone.
Bob's best friend is Dawnbreaker, Keeper of the Light.
I mean, in this case, Bob's best friend is his Disruptor and the Shadow Demon. They've been playing so well around him. Now you're looking at an Octarine core being worked on by Tino. This is his classic build that he really likes on this Undying. Lower cooldown on all the spells. Higher impact in the fights. Nice bit of stats as
Dire's
well.
middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they don't really have much items to work with here. No Crimson Guard yet. There's only a Holy Locket on Keeper of the Light. That's like the only thing that the locket and maybe the mech, you know, the grease on the lash, right? There's not much they can fight around.
Yeah, I wonder whether Raven stopping over for the Midas was actually a good idea, because it feels like without this Crimson Guard, I
Yeah,
don't know how
think
you even survive.
Actually, it
this
doesn't
though.
really matter. Like they're just so far behind.
Sure.
I mean, they can't do anything because they don't have damage, you know. If you have tag team, you can maybe set up some kills, you know. So it's like so hard to play when you're drinking Buddy, Tuskar with Keeper of the Light. They're both very defensive supports.
Bob's gonna get doomed, but Bob's just gonna get out. Meanwhile, can't really say the same for this task, unfortunately. Zhao was sticking around. Will somehow manage to survive and snowball over to Palos. That's probably still gonna be his death though. Will Walrus punch to allow 23 to escape.
He didn't get the.
It felt like
rings.
Nemesis were ready for that move, but it doesn't even matter.
No damage. They have no damage. I mean, Doom has no dagger. There's like no way of initiating. You have, like, there's no way. It's so difficult to play that lineup. I think they did the best of what they could do. You know, they just placed Observer Sentry in a location that hid behind the trees, because you cannot initiate, right? So you can only wait for the opponent to come into your trap, and that's what they did, because that was the only play.
Yeah, I don't know who the trap was for. That's
Okay, fine. If you want to play that, sure. Okay, the trap was kind of like probably for themselves, you know, in a way.
They low-key baited themselves.
Yeah, but they don't have a choice. There's no other play.
Yeah, that's true.
There's nothing they can do.
That's kind of why we would have liked to see something other than the Drow, right? I think that's your main criticism for
even
the
the
last pick.
draw, right? I think maybe it could work if it's tag team, so the lanes would be better, and then you can maybe gank with the Keeper of the Light at some point onto
Oh.
the lane.
23 might be in trouble.
he missed.
Being aggressed upon by Palos now. The last 30 seconds of the Aegis will try and TP out. But the rest of Nemesis are heading over. Palos just very quickly blinks away.
Yeah, good recognition. His team is also coming over. Do they know somebody is in the neighborhood? Nope, they do not know. Palos is back to the bottom side. And Bob is on the high ground.
Yeah, they see 23 in the top lane, force him to TP back to base, and then they just dive him under the tier 3. Glimpse finds Jokum onto the sidelines. Don't think they're interested in taking him down though, because they're looking at your tier 3 towers in the bot lane.
Should be a lane of Rex here. Not much they can do. Yeah, I think the Lash should just YOLO buy a dagger and just go and try and kill something.
Quick question, who is he going to kill?
Good question.
No, genuine question.
Yeah,
'Cause
good. I just said good.
I'm gonna be real with
good
you.
question.
I'm looking at the health bars. I'm looking at the pipe, the Tino special. I'm looking at a Mage Slayer. I'm looking at Refraction.
Yeah, I know. I'm acknowledging. I said good question. You know, because
Yeah.
probably nobody.
Oh, catch the glimpse. TML, a bit too slow on the Raptor. Literally doesn't matter though. Like 1.5 lanes. You don't take the second lane of
I
Rex,
do-
but you basically take the tower.
Do they get a dinner break after this? I think they need a dinner break.
Oh, Nemesis?
Yeah.
They've had a long day. They've had a really long day. They came from the lower bracket, right? They've had a long run, but it's not over just yet. It might be over in this game, though. 20k gold lead at this early stage is... Whew, that's gonna be real tough.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. You know, maybe they deserve a dinner break. You get some of that Lechon in, or Jollibee, whatever they like. Can't forget that Mang Inasal.
I don't even know if they're in the same country. Bob on the high ground. Bob back to the low ground.
When Bob is fluctuating between high ground and low ground, you know, it's a very good game.
Sometimes when it's not so good of a game, Bob goes up to the high ground and then you never see him again.
Yeah. Well, you do see him again, but a minute later.
In your fountain in like 40 seconds. He's like, I'm back, guys. What did I miss?
This is a good problem to have when you have Bob.
True. It's still proving to be a little bit difficult for them to breach out onto the high ground, though. Maybe needing an Aegis before they feel fully secure. Max gonna get found here. Doesn't have a TP. Nice little Hurricane Pike over the split earth, and that would just be a very dead Lash. Thanks. Holding on to that disruption.
There is only
No need, I
one
guess.
kill. One kill on Nemesis. They only managed to kill CML one time the whole game.
Yeah, do you remember how he died, by the way?
I don't believe you remember. You actually.
I remember how he
You
died, and the
actually
second I
remember?
tell you, you'll remember as well. He died glimpsing the drow.
Oh, yeah.
He died
This is
glimpsing the drow
gross.
in a move that we both immediately shouted was so damn worth it. And now he'll glimpse the drow again. Nice gust there. We can just pull 23 back into the fray, but no vision, unfortunately. Lost sight of him through the defender's gate.
So technically, it doesn't count as a death, right? It should have been.
Yeah, I don't think so.
15-0.
If I'm the referee, I'm not counting that death. I think that's a CML win, if anything.
Bro, I can't believe you actually remembered it.
Yeah. It was so funny when it happened, I had to, you know what I mean? Had that whole walk of shame thing, you know, 23, it's been a rough game for him on this Drow Ranger. How many more minutes do you think Nemesis need before they're actually able to stand up to Execration?
20? Okay, maybe not.
20?
Maybe not 20.
That's pretty generous. I thought 25, maybe.
No lah, brother. 10, 15 minutes, I think. Good enough.
Because Execration are also scaling up this entire time, no?
Yeah, but it's a Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger, I believe, is the strongest hero in this lobby. Late game. If you get to
doesn't
that
look like it right
point
now,
with
though.
Axe but Daedalus, then you have the drinking buddies on you and you're hitting on the high ground with a shot. Yeah, I think you can definitely kill everything. Just takes time, to get there.
Roshan being attempted, the Raw's gonna come through, which alerts Nemesis to something they were already preparing for. A smoke move out to try and contest this Roche. Gen's there, you gotta watch yourself. Tombstone in between them and the entire Execration lineup. Aegis is already claimed. Meanwhile, a punch on the sideline. CML, that allows him to get a nice... Oh no, that wasn't even a static storm. But meanwhile, Palos just kills off Jokum. Onto the high ground is Bob. They are eliminating Raven. There's no chance for this Doom, and the TP away from the Drow. 23 will survive, but it comes at such a cost. Zhao as well, spotted out by the Vision. The last few auto attacks. Palos will find him. Snowball. Nice try on the side blades. Not gonna connect, but still. Huge win there for Execration in a very Hail Mary move from Nemesis.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, that should be the last attempt. Maybe they're gonna have one more. They still have Doom, and he's alive.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they're probably gonna try.
10 more seconds until Doom is up. You really don't want to use this buyback just yet. Question is, how do you start a fight? It has to be some sort of shards block off into split earth stun, but then you got a couple of hurricane pikes to get Palos and Bob out of the question. Immediately there. There's that static storm. There's that tombstone, and heroes are about to drop. On the side of Nemesis, they don't stand a chance. You're banishing the Drow Ranger who's found herself in such a bad position. Buybacks coming through, they're trying to punish Bob with the Doom, but meanwhile 23's just dead. GG is called, they're tapping out, and Nemesis, they'll have to look to game 4 to make this a best of 1, because as it stands, Execration are 1 game away from securing the slot that remains to DreamLeague Season 28.
Match points for Execration. The Nemesis, they have to figure out something soon, Like if they don't have a dinner break, oh my god, they only have like 15 minutes to figure something out.
That's not enough time for dinner. That is not enough time for even a short snack. That's enough time for, hopefully, the coach of Nemesis, March, to talk some sense into them. Because in game number 3, they were banning the Skyref mage. Winter, you said if they ban the Skyref and they lose game 3, the series is over. Do you still think that's the case?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Your memory has
Alright.
obviously improved a lot, this game. You remember everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not a very long game to forget things about. 28 minutes is all it took for Execration to dispatch their opponents. Hopefully, regardless of how it goes, we end things off with a bit more of a bang. We'll find out in game number 4 after a short break.
Don't go messing around with a girl like that. A girl like that. You know she's gonna take your heart and you're never gonna get it back. So don't go messing with a girl like that. love is true. Deep down, there's only one companion who's there for you when you need him to be. Your heart was broken in 1,000 pieces. So much pain that you've been through. Here stands a man who's your salvation. Just ask yourself, am I ready for you? 100% now. I'm ready. 100% now. Yes, I'm ready. Eyes wide open. I'm ready to move. 100% now. Take a chance in a new direction. Any place you wanna go. I don't have
Game of Execration versus Team Nemesis here, as Execration seem to have put Team Nemesis in a very uncomfortable position. The first game, Execration, not really sure if they were fully warmed up yet, perhaps, but in game 2 and 3, Execration were able to turn things around first with a very nice comeback thanks to the morphling of Palos, and in game number 3, things just looked a little bit messy. Team Nemesis ended up their draft with a Drow Ranger that me and Winter didn't really like, and now they're on their last chance for the one slot from Southeast Asia to DreamLeague Season 28's main event. Of course, OG, they've already qualified. They're the 1C representation that we have right now, but of course, we need to decide which one of these two teams is going to make it all the way there. Will it be all decided in this game, or will we get ourselves a game number 5 grand finals? We'll have to find out, but game 3, the bans were a little bit weird because Team Nemesis, of course, they lost to the Palos morphling, but they kind of got into their own heads a little bit by banning the Skywrath Mage. We didn't really understand that one. Maybe Team Nemesis have a different idea now that they're first pick. They're going to grab themselves that Tinker that has served them so well back to Jao Noel, probably on the position 5.
Just annoying hero. You push out the dead wave and then you kind of like keep people alive. It's pretty good at fighting on objectives. I mean, I don't think he's like overpowered or anything. It's just like very annoying to deal with, you know. And Execration have finally found the answer. Pick DK, but don't put it on Tino.
What a wonderful thing.
Sometimes Dota is just that simple, you know. And if Nemesis wins this game, the simple solution is just to not ban Skywrath, you know, ban something else.
5 seconds.
I'm just curious whether DK is such a strong hero that you can pick it up early, because I think previously in a previous series we were discussing that this DK is just not as good as it used to be. He is essentially picking this completely blind, right? He doesn't know what his matchups are.
I mean, you can move him from mid and carry. I think that itself is sufficient for you to pick it early.
10 seconds.
And if you look at the bans, no SD, no Timber, no Viper, Huskar.
5 seconds remaining.
I think these are the 4 heroes that are really, really good into DK. I mean, what else? I mean, you can definitely pick some of like some supports that are annoying, but I feel like overall DK is in a pretty good spot at this point. Not many counters remaining.
I wonder if there's a little bit of lack of respect coming out from Execration towards the Tinker, because like you said, the Tinker's not very overpowered, but with DK, a majority of his damage is going to come from those right clicks, right? So you're dealing with the repair bots on whoever you jump, you're dealing with the defense matrix and the laser, all great tools for an otherwise pretty low damage hero. Even on the call when he blinks in, he takes a while to kill someone from 100 to 0, so I'm just not too sure. Maybe Execration will show us something different though.
Support Tinker, I'm not really that big of a fan. I like core Tinker a lot more.
10
Okay.
seconds
I think support
remaining.
Tinker kind of maybe just works for Nemesis because of the way they play.
5
Because they like
seconds
to
remaining.
use the position 5 hero to go to the offlane to cause a lot of disruptions, right? I think Tinker's kind of nice to do that. And this is something that Tinker's afraid to face into, right? Spirit Breaker. He finds you, he charges you, he locks on you, and he stops you from doing your annoying wave shoves, annoying ganks. SV is the one ganking the Tinker, you know, instead of the Tinker ganking the other heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
Picking Spirit Breaker blind could be a bit of a
5
scary
seconds
situation.
Yeah,
because now
but-
you know.
But because they know it's a position 5 Tinker, right? I think whenever you're picking SB, you're quite concerned about your lane matchup first. I mean, I'm sure there are other heroes like Ember mid or Mars off lane. These are heroes that make it very difficult for SB to play the game. But right now, I think their concern is Pos 5 with no stun, SB is there to ruin your day.
Surprised that both these teams are ignoring the Train Protector for now. Out comes the Tiny that was a very big factor in our first few series, and then since then we haven't really seen it. I think the
Kotl?
big talk about Tiny was, yeah, true, Kotl's still available.
10
I feel like
seconds
Kotl, Tiny would
Kotl
be pretty
Tinker.
insane.
Kotl Tinker support duo is
5
so
seconds
ugly.
remaining.
Maybe not.
Ugh.
Yeah, maybe not. Actually,
Yeah.
I retract my statement.
What about, and this is crazy, Kotl 4, Kotl mid, Tinker 5, Tiny 4.
Maybe, but still no.
Insane magic burst for the Dragon Knight.
Yeah,
No?
we definitely saw it like from who? Who was it? KUKUYS, right? They did the Kotl mid against DK.
Yeah. Kinda ended up not really working out though. Execration were able to defeat their opponents. But I think that particular series was low-key Cuckoo fault. Because Ogre Magi from the 5 was just not doing anything. No, not the Skyrim.
There's some funny shit right here. They went the Skyrim in the first phase. Okay, they lost. This time they picked the Skyrim.
Do you think the Skyref really is not as valuable as Nemesis think it is?
I think it's okay. The hero is actually he has his place in the game right now. He's good against DK. The spell damage, he's like sort of like the replacement to Snapfire. You used to see a lot of Snapfire against Dragon Knight, and now Snapfire is nerfed, so they go for Skyraf. So this means the Tiny is going to be a core Tiny with Skyraf, silence, and you amp up the Tiny damage. I think I kind of like it as well. It's much better than Keeper of the Light and Tinker support duo.
Sure.
No
Well, isn't
damage.
Ancient Apparition kind of scary to pick here? Because I know that it looks great in combination with the Dragon Knight and the Spirit Breaker, but then it feels like you're so easy for the Skyriff Mage to bully in lane. Anytime the Tiny looks at you with an Avatos, you're just dead.
And this is to enable the SB. SB wants some global spell to help him when he's charging. Nature's
Okay.
Prophet, Sunstrike, or Ice Blast. I think it actually makes a lot of sense. This is almost entirely solely to enable the SB. And it's also kind of good follow-up for the DK. I think CML has his own kind of hero pool, He plays different position 5 heroes right now. I think it's pretty nice here in this game. I think the lineup works very well with AA and SB. Mars, DK to set up everything, and A and SB to throw in the damage.
Yeah, I like the Mars especially a lot as a low-key deny pick, right? The Mars would have been pretty nice. Like, to deny the Spirit Breaker. I think that's the main offlane hero that comes to mind in terms of easily stopping the charge.
Yeah, I guess nobody wants to play Kings anymore. Kings seem like you keep losing.
Yeah, nah, it's... I think these teams have figured it out. Like, it is low-key OP in terms of the damage, but you need so much setup around it. So I think in this particular game with Execration, they got a Mars, they got a Dragon Knight. It makes sense that Nemesis banned the Klings, but I don't think it's strong enough that you pick it first phase anymore.
5 seconds
I kind of don't want to blame the Klings for everything. Like some of the games that we saw that Klings lost is due to the other factors, right? The draft around the Klings not being maybe as good as you want for Klings. There's definitely a lot of factors here. I wouldn't say Klings is the reason why they lost that game. Klings is just not good enough as a carry. I wouldn't say that.
I think what we're trying to say is just that Klings is the type of hero you need to build your draft around and then let him have the last pick rather than revealing him at first and then trying to like bandage everything else.
That kind of goes both ways, right? I think if you really prioritize on a hero, you should pick the hero first and build the draft around it. Because if you build the draft for something specific, you might not get that hero.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless it's like a broad spectrum of setup where multiple choices are okay, But if you really want to abuse a specific hero, then I think it's better to just pick the hero out early.
I like this Bristleback ban. Basically, something that Palos has brought out versus a Beastmaster before. You've talked a lot about this Beastmaster, and I guess it fits Raven's style of being a bit greedier. I feel like Beastmaster's the type of offlane hero that basically
You
asks
sure
his
he's
support to
gonna play
connect.
it? You sure he's gonna play it? You don't think he might be like a carry beast? Because I think usually when 23 is drafting his past few series, he's always getting the priority pick. I actually feel he might be the one playing the beast. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe, but if you go the conventional off lane, I guess it's really good against AA. AA doesn't do anything to the Beastmaster.
Yeah, the Beastmaster Skyriff lane also feels really scary to go up against.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's just
Dude,
gonna be
AA needs like a bodyguard in lane, low key. Like he can't trade by himself, right? So right now you don't really have a lot of options. I feel like Gyro is the conventional, like
yeah, Gyro is the
answer.
best one.
Yeah, but
The
get
other
banned.
ones would be not sure what else is remaining. You definitely don't want to be with Dragon Knight, I think. But before that happens, Nemesis have to decide what to pick for 23 if the Beastmaster is indeed going to be the offlaner. I mean, they just need like some. I feel like even a balance will be fine, you know. I guess, but it's not nice against AA. Like you need something to enable your team. You don't really need to be the ultimate carrier of the game. Oh, they have chosen Spectre. This is actually quite nice. Global, Tinker and Spectre, and then you can play with the Beastmaster role. I actually quite like this pick. It's a very smart pick. Good against AA
Yeah.
too.
Not the
Very
first time
smart.
23's brought out the Spectre. Ever since the change, it seems to be one of the heroes that he's really enjoyed. What do you think about this new Spectre after the rework?
It's cool. I like it. This is not the new Spectre, it's the old Spectre, my friend.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The new, like the, I guess the revisit version 2? I don't know.
The new old Spectre.
Yeah.
Spectre counters, I mean, usually like Spectre counters. I guess it's also the hero that might be good against Spectre is not good against Beast. Like something like Lifestealer is good against Spectre, but it's terrible against Beastmaster. I mean, they might
What
have
kind
to.
of factors are you looking for to counter a Spectre? Like what aspects make
I think you have
someone
to
good against
counter the Beast more than the Spectre. I mean, you definitely consider something like Troll with X this game. Okay, so you go
right on
Troll.
the money.
You can dispel the Tinker, and then kind of. I don't know if it's going to enable the AA, but it will definitely be much nicer than laning with a DK because you can kill the ball with the Troll. So I think that will help the AA survive in the lane. But after the laning phase, Spectre is kind of like, yeah, this hero is very hard to play as AA. But I guess the Spectre now, because the cooldown is long, so maybe it's not too bad. The old one, okay, the previous one is kind of bad with the single target Haunt. You just die every time on a 60-second cooldown as A. But right now, I think maybe it won't be so bad. This is like a pretty contested draft, I think. It's hard to say who has the upper hand. We are going to have a real Dota game.
Were we not having real Dota games up until
Oh,
this
okay,
point?
fine. Like based on strategy, maybe not, the last couple of games. It's just played out in a different way. But this game, I
fair.
think just based off strategy, I think both teams kind of got what they wanted. There were some clear ideas about the bands and how they're picking their heroes in the sequence. And I also felt like at crucial junctions, they picked really, really good heroes like this 23 pick Spectre. It was a very good pick. And this last pick Troll also makes a lot of sense to enable the A and round up the lineup.
Any particular lanes you want to keep an eye out for? Because I'm looking at all 10 heroes and it looks like there's going to be quite a bit of trading back and forth across these like side lanes especially.
Probably the side lanes. I think the side lanes are going to be very, very, I think, contested for sure. There should be a lot of kills, and there's a lot going on, basically. I think especially the Troll AA lane. The Spectre lane, maybe not so much. You just want to farm Spectre, Tinker. And you don't really expect to get kills, right? If you're Spectre plus Tinker, you just want to farm. And you want to play for the other lanes.
Prepare for
I think once your supports get level, the heroes are going to burst into action really, really nicely, especially for Nemesis. They have the global presence with the Beastmaster. I think he's probably going to go at least Helm. I don't know if he's going to go level 2 Helm. Because the X kind of loses value against AA, right? Because you don't have lifesteal. So maybe you just go level 2 Helm and you just try to boss the game with the Tinker. I kind of like that idea. AA and SB, they don't do anything to the creep.
I think it makes more sense as well, especially with the facet.
Yeah,
I always
Helm-
look to the Beastmaster facet to tell me
Oh,
what
where did he go?
item build he's going.
Oh,
Wild Hunt.
he went Wild Hunt. It means he's going level 2 Overlord, most likely.
Yeah.
Overlord into Pipe. I think that should be the build this game for the Beastmaster.
Yeah, and then you can look at other auras down the line. Maybe something armor granting for your team would be really nice against the heavy physical.
AC, drums, they're all viable.
It's a bit of a different faced draft compared to what we've seen
What
from
is
all
going
these
on?
other teams
Let's
so
look
far.
at what's going to happen here. The carry and the offlaner is camped here for First Blood. Like the moves are evolving and changing every single game.
Halos breaks a smoke, walks back up to the high ground to scout it again. And here comes CML trying to bait. Tino waiting in the wings. They reveal that Tino is here and they're just trying to mess with Raven. Out come the axes to slow him down. CML, he's been successful in his attempt to bait in Raven. The last axe will come through, but with the boss slowing down CML, he's not getting out of this one either. First blood drawn, but Zhao will get a return kill on this Tinker.
Definitely better for the troll here, getting the first blood. Troll is going to be really, really happy in this lane. A little bit of a faster, stat items coming to the lane, faster phase boots. Because I would say this is the crucial lane, because against Beastmaster, you do not want the Beastmaster to ever get a good start. So I think with the current setup, it's already a good matchup for Troll. And if the Troll gets first blood, I expect the Beast to struggle even more here in this particular lane. So I think this is going to be really, really good for Execration.
Yeah. I especially like how they sent Tino to be part of that kill, because Lord knows the Spirit Breaker level 1 ain't doing shit. You got the God's Rebuke, you got a nice slow, you got good damage. You're right, the moves are evolving at this level 1, whether we see full teams trying to contest a Treant Protector, having his trees cut down, or whether it's some sort of advanced smoke wraparound play. Didn't even catch who got what bounty rune. I think it ended up being 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. 2 for 2.
Should be quite a bit of harass going both ways. This is like one of the most value magic stick lanes we've seen in a hot minute. All the Skyref mage spells and all the axes non-stop.
I mean, mid lane should be also quite a fun lane. I think this lane, it should be DK favored. Like they're gonna be both trying to just last hit. I don't expect the kills to be happening, but it should be DK favored if I'm not wrong. You get to stun and deny creep, so you have some advantage there. And Spectre, I mean, until as old as time, you always lose your lane as Spectre.
Yeah,
You
that's
get
not
bullied.
looking too hard for Mr. 23.
Yeah, nowadays you can actually, I think, have a better experience in the laning phase because of the phylactery. You get a ring to help you in the laning phase, the perseverance. A lot of players are going that route at the moment. Where is he going? He's queuing. Yeah, he has Phylact queued up. Phylact into Radiance. Seems like this is the go-to build right now.
Yeah, it's the build that they've gone for. Shanks with a very nice bash. I'm sure Zhao's a bit frustrated about that one, but nothing you can do. That's a Spirit Breaker. Now, Joe come a little bit out of position. He'll get slowed down by the AA and the Troll, but should have
He's
the move
fine.
speed to just walk on out of there. They're
He
not
is
gonna let
fast.
23 get that Lotus for free, but meanwhile,
Ooh.
Raven already getting a nice position in the pool, so...
That is huge. That could be a lifesaver for him. But Troll is still having the time of his life. 20 CS to 4 denies. Beast is only half of it, 10 and 1. So this is kind of what we expected in this matchup. And not to mention the Troll has first blood, right? So it's going to further increase his advantage in this lane. I mean, laning phase wise, it's going well for here.
Yeah,
Troll.
Jokum's just dead, I think. Last
Jokum.
hit. Oh, can't get the move speed. Nice try there. He tried to switch stances to give him the additional melee move speed. It didn't really make a
Yeah, I
difference.
actually
in the
just
end.
realized the Mars is not really getting a lot of last hits here on the off lane. It's only 6 and 4, despite like pressuring the Spectre. Spectre has actually more CS. Yeah, I guess there's a big wave under the tower. He's gonna have another wave coming in. Should be fine.
Yeah, they did a lot of weird creep pulling shenanigans with the Tinker and the Spirit Breaker, so as a result, the Mars lane has been suffering. Zhao has had access to both this small and hard camp, so he's just been making the most out of it.
Yeah. He's also one of the better supports to get levels on, right? So if you get into a situation like this, not Jokem. Jokem's definitely not the one that's happy at the moment.
Lord, no. This is more like it, right? I think in the previous games, we see the last picks, we're like, oh, that was the last pick hero, doesn't really feel like it. But now you see this troll, you're like, yup, that's the 24 troll right there. What was that about?
His job is to win the lane
Is under attack.
and enable the A. I think later in the game, maybe he will have some problems getting kited by all the tiny, the toss, the Beastmaster roll and
Radiant's
everything.
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, I don't expect the troll to like solo carry the game, This is not that type of pick. It's mainly for the lane.
Poor CML. That was bound to happen.
I mean, they've already gotten, I think, as much as they can out of this Beastmaster lane. I think overall they are very happy. I mean, the next thing to look at is like the DK. Like when you get level 6, can they use this advantage from the side lanes, the trolls lanes especially, to just snowball and get all the outer towers and take control of the map? Because you have to try to stop the Beastmaster from clearing his jungle stacks, you know, if possible. I mean, they're trying entirely to just ruin Raven, you know. I really like this.
Not entirely successful though.
Yeah, but still a lot of pressure, you know. Now he can't farm the lane. He's gotten kicked out and they're leaving to control the 6-minute rule. Bob's level 6, they're moving to mid lane. To pressure the tower with catapult. I think the moves kind of all make a lot of sense, you know, for Execration.
Rune will be in the top lane. Unfortunate there for Mr. Bob, but Mac will net himself a nice shield rune.
Yeah, that was actually really unlucky. If the DK gets a rune there, this is going to be like a lot of damage onto the tower.
Yeah.
That is the slowest bull I've ever seen, ever.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's courier has been killed.
It's been a while, yeah, since that change. Maybe 1.5, 2 years ago, where you take some time to get up to your move speed.
Radiant
1.5
Concussive
seconds.
shot, of course, not helping that regard.
Yeah, nope.
So what's the plan here? Raven obviously is eating shit a little bit in this lane. Do you need to maybe bring some attention over here to stop
It's
Palos
Mac.
from dominating?
It's just Mac, you know. If he can move, he'll move. But right now he can't move because it's a DK. I think this is why DK is really good into teams that rely on the mid laner to move a lot. Because you make them sit in the lane. Because you're hitting the tower.
Actually, that's a really good point. We've seen time and time again, Nemesis, the way that they draft relies solely on Mac to be the space maker, especially in the early stage of the game. But because Execration are so brazenly picking this mid DK, Mac cannot go anywhere. And when Mac's not going anywhere, Nemesis don't go anywhere.
Yeah, this could be something that was really thought, you know, of, you know, before they picked the DK mid. Because they pick it really early. And also they realized that Tino shouldn't be the one playing DK, I am sure.
Alright. I mean, in this particular case, I think they probably also had that same idea in the game that Tino was playing the DK. Because they also picked the DK really early, and it was just like perhaps a Bob call to ask for the Queen of Pain at the end there. Just to dominate Mac. But I think they realized they need more than just to kill Mac once or twice, because he'll still find his way to make things happen on the map.
Yeah, he's definitely figured that out. No more switching heroes, no more flexing. Just give him the hero, and Mac on the other hand gets the second rune. Shield rune and AD rune.
Nice arena in the top lane. Punishing 23 Savage. Nowhere to run, charge in, and a nice victory feast. Execration, they're eating good in this game number 4 for now.
Taking control of the map, abusing the weak lanes, the Spectre lane, and the Beastmaster not having a good start. I mean, Mac got all the runes here, but he's just unable to move, you know? Or he doesn't want to move. I think he should... Maybe he should just leave the Tinker in the lane and just go and do something, or jungle, so he's off the map.
Doesn't this remind you of the game where Bob was playing the Queen of Pain? Bob ends up getting all the runes, but it ends up being Mac that's making the moves instead. Same kind of scenes here where the DK is the one taking advantage of his strong side lanes.
Radiant's bottom tower.
23 wants action to happen somewhere else, right? He wants to use that on, he just doesn't have a chance.
But if the Tiny is not moving, then what is going to happen? I think nothing.
Yeah,
you know, it's like
great question.
If Tiny is sitting and farming, then who's supposed to do something, you know? Like the Tinker can't do it. The Scarab alone can't do it. Because the Beastmaster is low, it's not level 6 yet.
Yeah. I mean, I think Execration, they've identified in this early game, they've taken all the steps to make it so that Nemesis are just straight up in jail. Your only options were either for Mac to make a movement, or if this Beastmaster is strong, maybe he takes a tier 1, maybe he gets good item timings, but you screw over Raven's game completely, and then Mac is left with no one to play with.
I mean, this is the problem with Tinker support. When the early game doesn't go well, what do? You know? You can only farm. And you're another baggage to the team, you know, as a Tinker support.
Maybe you're hoping for a point in the game where you can actually farm up and get towards those items, but that's so far away for Zhao.
But somebody has to do something, right? The Tiny has to go somewhere and do something. So for the first time, he's not getting the rune, and I hope that kind of makes him go somewhere to to do something, because he picked up both previous runes, but he didn't do anything.
23 might be dead to this haste rune from Bob. You need TPs and you need them fast, but an arena comes out quick. The spear there to follow up, and even the ultimate from Shanks just to further put 23 in the dirt. Looking at a Battle Fury, but at this rate, he's not going to get it anytime soon.
Gotta move, Tiny. You gotta move, man. Game's not going well.
I mean, if this is really what was...
Did they lose the shrine? It's level 4 on Skymage? Or maybe the Beastmaster took the shrine. So one of the supports didn't get the XP. It must have been that.
No, Jokum actually took the Shrine of Wisdom.
What the hell? How is he so low level?
Yeah, what? Has he just spent so much time giving Raven solo EXP? I mean, now they're making a gank over to Palos deep in the jungle. This could be good. Just need to get the silence off before his ult comes out. I don't even think he has a point. Oh, the avalanche off the mark. The haunt is in though, and 23 will be able to net himself a very, very nice kill. Ice Blast stopping that TP with the spear. It's perfect. Skyref Mage will just have to leave Mac behind. So you asked Mac to move. Mac moved, but now Mac is going to crumble into little bits into the ground. Nice kill there. Raven can't help.
Space. That was good for them. Good for Nemesis. Spectre got a kill. They got out. Troll's dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I don't think you can ask anything more than this, given the situation.
Yeah. And he did that without a Blink Dagger as well, right? He just walked in with...
Yeah. Now he has to do it again. I think he just has to keep doing this. He can't actually sit and farm his dagger. I think it would be really, really bad for the state of the game if he does that.
Ruh-roh. Zhao in trouble. Rooted up. Nice play from Palos there to recognize he could get that done.
Yep, dispels the laser. Instant kill.
Yeah, just like that. Back on track for the Battle Fury. Not even slowed down one bit. Top CS, top net worth in the game.
Bob is here now with the Ice Blast and dagger. Raven or Raven?
You see him in the tree line. Awkward position though. Need to guess right. Jumping forward. Ice Blast is there. Lineup is perfect. Starting to do damage onto CML though. Looks like it'll be a trade. The move speed there from the Raw will not save him from the charge though. Shanks is right there to finish the job. And get the creeps as well.
Yeah, overall very nicely done by Execration. Immediately taking advantage of the dagger from Bob. Getting again another key kill on Beastmaster. Mac is like, I have to farm my dagger. He's like, I'm done.
There's no point running in there. I mean, at least they get the kill onto CML, right? That's something. Shanks trying for the setup there. Should be an easy spear and kill. Here comes Zhao, Raven, and Mac though, ready to try and capitalize, but Shanks, he's a bit too quick. They make that look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, if the Tiny is farming stacks, nobody's gonna be doing anything. So you're gonna lose heroes on the map. And he's gonna have his dagger soon.
Dyer's middle tower is under
30 seconds.
Dyer's
Actually, he has it now.
structures are fortified.
Mid lane being pressured up by Palos though.
This is really, really bad, Like, by trying to farm the dagger, he's gonna lose his tier 1 tower in mid.
No choice though, he might lose more. Lots of magic damage coming out onto Bob. He blinks forward, but regrets it just a little bit. At least hangs on to his life. There's just not enough firepower on the side of Nemesis to take down Bob.
Execration just been playing really, really wonderful as a unit. Like, every single move they make has a lot of purpose. They're having the right heroes, moving with the right heroes on the right section of the map, going for the important targets. Just creating space for one another and enabling one another, It's very nice to watch. Nemesis, they have to kind of string together some moves with the Tiny right now after he gets his dagger. There is no other way. They need to stop the bleeding. They need to make their opponents bleed.
This is the last chance for them to do so. If not, their shot at DreamLeague Season 28's main event is going to slip away before their eyes. After a long and grueling run in the lower bracket, 80-minute games, 70-minute games, Nemesis, they managed to come out on top 2-0 after 2-0 against difficult opponents, and they've really leveled up. This team, they've come out of difficult situations before on the back of Mac, but again, every time we cast a Nemesis game, you find yourself saying the same thing. It's just so much for Mac to try and pull off.
Yeah, the side lanes has just gone to to the dumpster. You know, I think it was really smart that they just picked something to win the lane with the troll,
Dire
and then they utilize this SB charging around, upsetting the balance of the lane, and then the DK to force Mac to sit in the middle lane. I think it's a pretty well thought out strategy.
Yeah. Specifically catered to their opponents. Charge on forward. Ice Blast there as well. Just trying to bully this Spectre. Shanks will run for the hills, but maybe a bit too deep. A commitment in from both supports, trying to punish the carry of Nemesis, but this time round they'll give over some much needed gold to 23 instead.
Yeah, just lacking a little bit of damage, you know. Maybe if CML is nearer and he can cast his Vortex, they would have enough, you know, to kill him. I think they probably would have enough if he can cast his Vortex. Jokem trying to just play some wards. I think maybe he was spotted. The pinging. Yeah, he was definitely spotted.
CML is dead here. Easy Mystic Flare, but manages to get himself out of the area. In comes 23. Haunt in, haunting out. Understands that Mac is gone for, and Bob will blink forward looking for more. Needs range for a stun. Used it a bit earlier. Jokem being charged down though, so there's no real escape for this Skywrath Mage. Looks like they're trying to TP in to try and help him out perhaps. 2 more seconds until the blink. Bob, waiting for it. We'll find him. The vision from the charge, like I said. No way out for the Skywrath Mage, even with the help of the Tinker.
And Bob is going armlet. He's going for the scaling. And he knows this game is going to be very, very stable for the next couple of minutes, you know. They have a lot of space and he just needs to farm the space. He used the dagger to create the map advantage, the space, and now he's going to use the armor to farm everything up.
Yeah, y'all can't see Winter right now, but let me just tell you, he has a big-ass smile on his face because Bob's going the right DK item build. No Yules in the quick buy, no Pike, no whatever the hell, no Orchid even. Just clean, standard. Arbet like some might say.
I am pretty sure you can't see me.
You panicked for a moment, right? You thought maybe you had your camera on somewhere. I've worked with you long enough. I know how to. I know how to poke.
You got me worried for 1 second.
Yeah, no.
Like, how the hell?
5k gold lead for Execration as they continue to exert their dominance around the map. This could be a big kill onto Palos though, but just not enough magic damage. Now Palos will turn around and perhaps put the axes out onto Jokem. Thinks twice about it though. They don't want to commit with the threat of the Haunt. They're not entirely sure about that cooldown. Of course, we know it's still 80 seconds. It's a very, very long cooldown ultimate.
I think it was a very good play though, no matter what. Maybe they could kill the Sky, but no point taking the risk backing off.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of discipline there after surviving the initial gang and to just back off, even though there seems to be an extra kill that you can get, you know. I like that. I like the way the troll just immediately just backed off. He didn't even think about trying to kill the Sky.
Yeah.
Because the SB definitely thought of it. He stopped and he wanted to cast his ultimate.
This is the key difference that sets the, I guess, weaker Southeast Asian teams apart from the better ones, right? We've seen a bit of an evolution in terms of discipline, moving away from that, let's go get all these kills, to understanding we don't need to do that at the moment. We're playing for an objective, we're playing for a timing. The next one we're probably looking at for Execration is this 20-minute Tormentor that's coming up in just a bit.
Yeah, this is a spot where they have to really fight, you know. You have Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster. You definitely cannot just give another objective away, you know. They have to fight.
Yeah. Some key items coming up for the Nemesis side as well. Holy Locket complete for the Tinker. You've had your Blink on Mac for quite a while now. Those are the big ones. Of course, 23. Whether or not he wants to participate is up to him. He has that Battle Fury, so he's farming away. But Execration, wasting no time. They're into the Roche Pit. They know that there's no contest. Because Nemesis, they're busy grouping up around the bot lane for some reason.
I think they kind of just have nowhere else to go, and they have to be ready to to go over to the Tormentor. I guess that's probably the reason why they're doing this. Because the Spectre is using the top section, right? So the Beastmaster has to be in the bottom section, and the rest can't really stay at mid because of the threat of a SB charge with Ice Blast. So you can't really stay there. Only Tinker can stay there. So the other two heroes has to be hiding near the Beastmaster. I think that's probably the logic.
Immediate
Okay,
charge,
that was
but way
quick.
too quick is 23.
Where-
Where's he
where-
gone now?
where?
Straight to Shanks. Where the hell is he? What?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh, okay.
Dire's structures are fortified.
He's
Okay,
just
I
gone
have an
sh-
idea about what happened.
He just got straight to the grave. Did he like just?
No, so I think what he did is that as soon as he got ganked, right, the Spirit Breaker started charging him, but then he jaunted to the illusion that was left behind in the Spirit Breaker. So the Spirit Breaker was near bot. He jaunted to the illusion, but because Spirit Breaker had already started charging him, we saw Spirit Breaker turn around, U-turn halfway. At that point, the Ice Blast already landed on him. So then he just dies to the damage from the Spirit Breaker. So that's my deduction of what happened. If we had a replay or anything, we'd be able to find out. But whatever the case is, 23 does get caught by a great attempt there from Execration. And because of that, free Tormentor.
That's probably how he died, I think. There's no other explanation. It looked weird, but I think that's probably the only explanation.
Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out why the hell the Spirit Breaker U-turned halfway. It must have been because he came from the bot lane. What's going on here? There's a little courier hiding in the tree line that Kino just immediately pokes down.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Battle Fury, SNY, Aegis. By the time the Aegis is out, he's gonna have a BKB fresh. You got the 21-minute Wizzy Shrine. Everything's looking so nice for Execration, and they're not even gonna let Jokum get this wisdom.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
This map split is just so nice from them, right? Like the Spirit Breaker being the one to TP means that he can clear the waves on his way. He knows he can connect to the fight if need be. And right now I feel like Execration are making a very educated guess that Nemesis just want no part of this. Palos is gonna start beating on your high ground just to mess with you, force you to come back, force a glyph.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Look at where the rest of Execration are. They're just piss chilling on the other side of the map looking for a target.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They can only try to find some scraps around the map. It's so difficult, you know. Like you have a Spectre, but the Spectre, there's no place for him to find a kill. Wait, Hon, this is like the worst possible Spectre again. Like whenever you play this hero, you don't even care if your lane is bad, you know. You want your teammates to have a lane and have a game so that you can have somewhere to haunt to get kills, you know. But right now he's only using them to escape, and if your Beastmaster is dying, I think pretty much the game is just over. There's no anchor on the map for the Tiny and the Spectre to gank to.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
why
your
this-
Beastmaster is left trying to farm Ancients right now.
I mean, that's why the Troll pick was very, very good. They realized they only need a pick to win the lane and enable the AA. They don't need a hero to win the game, you know, like because Troll gets kited by a number of the heroes on their team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And
Hard
that's
to
it.
really kite Troll as a tier 3 tower though, because you can't really go anywhere, so
This is it.
Dire's bottom tower.
seems that way. 8 more seconds until Raven's back in the fray. The high ground defense on paper should be pretty decent for a Tinker lineup. You're putting out a lot of magic damage onto Palos, but Bob's already gotten himself a kill.
Dire's bottom barracks
Touch coming
has
in.
fallen.
Looking at Mac for now, the cold feet's gonna proc, but they realize they don't need to force it. Execration are playing with the type of discipline that tells you they want this online tournament qualification. They want to get something for themselves at the very least this season. Missed out on Blast 6. They won't be missing out on DreamLeague Season 28. Aegis gonna go down. There were 20 more seconds on that anyway, so makes sense that Palos wanted it expended. Here comes the toss back. Troublesome now. Tossing the BKB. Palos needs to be able to pop that ultimate. Turns around, manages to do so. This is really bad news. Nowhere for Raven to run as Palos will chop him down and look for more. Silence up, but no one's stopping the troll. And now 23 is the one in trouble. Getting the blinds out, nice spear back onto 2. They're running for the kills, but they're on the wrong side of the base. 23 will get chased down. You'll charge away into the fountain area. Under the tier 4s, just pressuring Jokum away from potentially helping Mac. And here comes Tino, ready with a spear, walks back into it. Mac, not what you want to see from your Tiny, but the Yules is going to buy him precious time. Bob's not done, looking for more. Might have been a mistake though. Here comes the toss. Mac, magic damage, more than enough. And the charge coming through. Do they have enough to burst through Mac?
Don't
Again, the
get
defense
baited.
matrix.
They got baited by the Tinker.
They did. Mac, that's a buyback from him. So they really wanted the dieback. They're still pinging. They understand if they kill Mac, they will be able to just close out this game. But maybe Palos, the one making the call. Boys, we're out of gas. Let's just reset and go again.
Yeah, it seems like he's the one making the call because he was standing on high ground. He was like preparing to see if he can actually help his team, and then he turns back and everyone turns back. I think that's a really, really good sign of maturity. They're not really taking risks whenever they don't have to take any risks. Just backing off, not giving away anything to their opponents, and making sure that they don't throw the game.
Isn't this such a cool coming of age story? Because I know Palos has been in the scene for so long, but I think in the past, everyone used to think of him as this very erratic player, right? He'd have his highs, he'd have his lows. You never really knew what to expect with Palos. But then now he's become this captain figure, this really reliable head on his shoulders, and when you need someone to get you through the hard moments, I mean, all those clutch situations, he's just always clicking the right buttons, right place, right targets. Feels like you just can't fault this guy.
Yeah, you can't. I think he has been the best carry in the qualifiers so far. At least from the games we've watched, I think his performance shows a lot of maturity. Like the way he makes decisions about what items to get, especially the Luna game where he built Wind Waker, Swift Healing.
That's crazy.
That is something that you can only do if you have a certain amount of understanding about how to play the game, right? He realizes that they cannot really fight 5 versus 5, so he has to rap.
Dire are scanning.
Same level of understanding that got him to pick this troll in the game, and his positioning as well. He's always on the front lines. He knows that his team is ready to follow up. I mean, the way the Execration are moving, you gotta imagine that their team communications are just clean, right? There's barely anyone panicking. They all kind of seem to have a good idea about what's about to unfold.
Yeah, this all happened after the
The
disaster Dragon Knight game, yeah.
Dragon Knight privileges from Tino removed. Qualifier 1, boys.
Attack.
Yeah, I can't wait for some interviewer to ask him about his pipe use Dragon Knight.
It's a shame we don't have the interview after this series. If not, I would have definitely asked at least someone in the team. I'm sure the boys would like to flex a little bit. It's been a nice run through the upper bracket for them. Nemesis, like we said before, this is their last chance, but 17k gold lead. This game is falling very much into the same trend as we did in game number 3. It's just very limited options for Nemesis to really get anything done. Mac spotted. The vision lingering from the Spirit Breaker means Mac is going nowhere and can't even use himself out of that situation. He would have been toast either way.
Yeah, I think the early game just... Okay, the early game didn't go well for the Beasts. It's one problem. But after that, I think they have tools to solve the problem. I think they need the Tiny to move no matter what. He needs to leave the mid lane and let the Tinker defend the tower against the DK. I think if they did that, it would have allowed them options to play the map. The Tiny will just move with the Skyruff even though he doesn't have dagger. I mean, right now,
Bombs in with a stun. Jokum's just almost dead. Really big heal coming out from Zhao though. The charge still gonna come through. Shanks heads back to the safety of his team. Discipline is there, like you said. But yeah, the options, they might have been available a bit earlier in the game, as you say, Winter, but right now you're staring down a troll that just looks monstrous to deal with.
it has to be some toss back into the fountain to kill him.
Dire's middle barracks.
I don't know. Like, it's so
Fountain is
difficult.
crazy though.
Tier 4s, okay, Tier 4s. Toss back to the Tier 4s into a Raw. That's what happened the last time, but he had Aegis. Actually, it was after the Aegis. He got saved by the arena, and then he got his ulti off, and that was it. Yeah, you better leave the game, Tinker.
Oh, relax. What the hell?
Making Tinker
I
here.
can understand why they picked the Tinker, but okay. I can also understand why they picked the Skyref Mage, right? On paper, Beast and Sky, strong
yeah,
lane.
everything is okay. It's just the way they played the game. I think there's definitely
Yeah.
a way to play the game with their lineup. They just didn't really realize it when the Beastmaster got shat on so much, right? By the
Yeah.
troll and the AA, and also the SB TPing bottom to gank the Beastmaster. I think this is something that maybe you wouldn't read, you wouldn't expect that to happen twice in the early game. So you need to do something to rectify the situation, right? So I think the Tiny just has to vacate the mid lane. He needs to walk with the Sky to the Beast lane or just play around the jungle there. So if anything happens, he can actually help him. And then Tinker can just take the XP in the mid lane. I think everyone's happy if they do that. They don't really need to forcefully wait for the dagger on Tiny to play the game, you know. I don't think that is actually necessary.
Yeah.
Because
I
at that
completely agree with
at
you.
that at that time the 23 Spectre also had ulti, but he just had nothing to use his ulti on. Like nobody is doing anything.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I think the point I was trying to make is just like with Jokum on the Skyref Mage, right? I feel like he's usually so good about finding his pairing and making things happen on the map. It just didn't really happen that way. Might be the final fight here. There could be a chance for Nemesis to pull something crazy off. Gonna get the vision with the Spectre ulti, jumping towards CML, but now 23 is in a rough spot. Jumps back over to Palos. They ping up the real Spectre, in comes Bob. Stunning up onto Mac. You still got a Glimmer, still got a Yules, but you don't have the vision is the problem. Mac's gonna be able to escape and oh. That's an uncomfortable pause. Makes sense though. Take a look at the way Zhao is moving. It's just, he's clearly not in the game. I think Mac should be able to get out of this just fine. They used the stun already. Bob did pop his BKB though. So this could be an opportunity for Nemesis if they reset. The only problem is they traded it for the Spectre ulti. So now you don't have that available. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out whether there's any way for them to stand their ground. I think at the very minimum, Jokum's probably dead. Because he's being charged right now by the Spirit Breaker.
Well, at least 2 heroes are gonna die.
Why'd you... Eric, why'd you do that? You
4%.
worry we have nothing to top 4%.
4% is
Damn.
very generous.
You think so?
Yeah, I think it's 0.
Nothing
Jeez.
beats a Dota 2 holiday. And right now, you can get up to 50 gold off per person.
That's how you know, actually. I think we've watched enough Execration. When Shanks is feeling like a game is in the bag, he pops that Gary B voice liner. That's how you know Shanks thinks they've already won. He very rarely throws that out in a losing game. When he's crushing, when he's owning, when his Bob is going sicko mode, that's when nothing beats a Dota 2 holiday.
Okay, the pause has created a temporary retreat for Execration. Pretty sure that would have gone in if it's not because of the pause.
Tino's dealing with some problems. And it's kind of a big deal, right? He needs to be the one on the front lines to stop this potential invasion from happening. If 23 can somehow sneak past him, Mac there with the stun as well, they might be able to clutch up and steal it away from Palos. They gotta be real careful. Lotus Orb available on the Mars though. Should be able to dispel this silence and put the walls up if needed.
Correct.
Palos, he's been good in these moments before, but it's getting real tight. Toss back. Immediate burst through. That is cruel. Bullying the guy who just DC'd, and now Roche dropping low. Palos will get himself the Aegis, but it feels like you just need to retreat in this instance without your mask. Palos still trying to fight. They'll roll up Shanks, putting the damage in. Nice storm from the Centaur. Toss back. Chain stun is there. But they've nullified up Mac on the sideline. Shanks trying to jump away and save CML. I don't think he'll be able to escape. Nice toss. I mean, Mac, he's been making the most out of this situation for sure. Stun on the... Oh, okay.
Might have to
Palos
buy
is-
back.
Buying back on mass. Palos popping the BKB, and the tail end of that ultimate lifesteal will save him there. Buying back on many, but the spear and the arena will punish 23 Savage thanks to the buybacks on both CML and Tino. I mean, everyone else gets out though.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good for Nemesis, I think. 2 kills, double buybacks, only losing your carry. This is actually quite annoying. But it still went down 1%. So Gaben says this is not good enough.
The thing is, you gotta imagine, not to blame this all on the disconnect, of course, but in the moment where Tino disconnected, it was right when he could have lotused himself and maybe pressed a spell before being tossed back and killed, right? So the fact that they got him on the first life, and then he now has to buy back to even make it even. Sure, you're 50 seconds without the Spectre and you got yourself an Aegis, but even though it's 3%, kind of feel like maybe that's carved an opening a little bit for Nemesis to potentially do something. We're starting to see what happens when the Tiny goes unchecked as well, right? Toss after toss after toss. The backline is just in shambles because the magic damage is overwhelming.
Unlucky. What can you do? Bad time to DC.
Still 18k gold lead at the 13-minute mark though. Execration. Halo's still very much on top. What's he looking at next? Disperser is the item selection. I thought we would see the Aghanim Scepter. I thought that was what the idea was here from the Troll Warlord.
It's owning too hard already. Doesn't really matter. I mean, the Aghanims is like nice to dispel the Tinker. The other heroes, there's nothing really much to dispel.
I guess so.
You can dispel the barrier, but it's not really needed. The sky barrier. The Shield of Zion.
Okay, real quick, without checking, what's the Skyref Mage innate ability name?
Ruin of something, right? I don't know. Ruins or something.
Ruin and Restoration. Which I just... Okay, you know what I mean? Like, whatever. Hope Tino's okay here. A bit of a lukewarm end to this game if that's how it happens. Where Tino's disconnecting back. I'm sure there's a degree of restlessness as well on Nemesis, right? They
Yeah, I mean the
have
game
such
is
a big...
the game is like close to being over, and then this happens. I think it
Yeah.
probably affects Execration more because Nemesis is like they have nothing to lose. They're already
Yeah.
in such a shitty position. It's like whatever, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a bit weird. Hope Tino's okay. From what I understand, they're all in the same boot camp or facility anyway. So it's weird that it's happening to
But
Tino's
he's getting
PC
DDoS. Only one
don't
PC.
know. I mean, the one thing that he said is that it was some Steam issue with his account. So maybe it's an account thing. I don't know.
No, that's never happened to me.
That's because you're upstanding fine gentleman who doesn't build pipe yules on your DK. You do some shit like that. Weird things don't
Maybe
start
that
happening.
is precisely why it's happening to him. Yeah, have you ever thought about that?
They have to punish him for his transgressions. I feel like from now on, every time we cast Tino, you're just
Alright,
gonna bring that up again.
this
Like
is-
you're never gonna let that shit go. I feel.
It's never gonna be the same, man. Yule's Pipe Dragonite. You think you've seen everything?
How many years have you been casting at this point, Winter? Have you ever seen Yule's Pipe Dragonite? Has that ever been a thing?
No, bro. Definitely no. Like, what the hell? Like, who does that? His build looks like he was playing Underlord. I think if you play Underlord,
Oh, true. Yeah, that would be nice.
it makes sense.
Bored.
He's back. He's back to end the game.
All right, Tino. Okay, so just in case you're just joining us for whatever reason at this very late hour in Southeast Asia, we are looking like we're at the tail end of this best of 5. This is DreamLeague Season 28's close qualifiers for Southeast Asia. Nemesis, they had a really long run through the lower bracket, defeated everybody in long-ass games. They had 80-minute wins, 70-minute wins, 60-minute wins. And just earlier today, we saw them dispatch KUKUYS in some pretty tight games as well. To make it all the way here to the grand finals, had a great first game. Maybe some might say at the fault of Execration shooting themselves in the foot with a weird build. But then, ever since then, it feels like Execration has just been back in their usual form. Nemesis are struggling to find anything on the map, and a large part of it is because Execration, they've kind of identified a weakness, right? If you keep Mac down or keep Mac idle, the rest of the team just doesn't really get together and do much.
Were they actually keeping him idle? I felt like he chose to be idle.
Maybe he was scared. And I mean, understandably so.
Yeah, I don't exactly agree if the Dragonite just forced him to be there. I don't really think he needed to be there.
Sure.
Like, he just felt like he needed to be there, but in reality, he could have just left.
Yeah. You gotta keep in mind this is basically his 7th professional game of the day. The tiredness starts to set in. I think between the series, maybe they had like 15-20 minutes to maybe grab a bite, but I wouldn't be surprised if these boys have even Haven't even had a proper meal yet today other than breakfast, so definitely the fatigue aspect is something to be considered.
What about the breakfast of champions? You only need the breakfast of champions to get you through the day. It's one big breakfast.
Well, not everyone has your eating habits, Winter.
What do you mean my eating habits?
I mean, aren't you telling me non-stop about how you only eat dinner every day? Smoke, this might be the game ender here. Pylos spotting out Jokum, trying to TP out. That's not gonna happen, buddy. Jumping in is 23 Savage, trying to find the backline, look for CML, but he just doesn't have the damage. You buy back on Jokum now, but 23 is in a very compromising position. Saved by Zhao at the moment, but huge arena, locking in Raven and locking in 23. The magic damage is threatening Shanks, but it's just not enough. Ice Blast is there, they toss the Spectre out, but he still dies anyway. As Shanks, he's stopped by the Defender's Gate, but that's not the main event. It's Palos on your front lines, cutting you all to bits. GG Grats is called, and Nemesis, they'll tap out. Happy birthday, Boss B. What a great birthday gift for the boss of Execration to see them qualify into DreamLeague Season 28. GGs are called. Execration will take this series 3-1 over Nemesis.
Yep, what a journey Execration had this qualifier. I think they came in maybe not looking too hot, you know, they didn't do well in the last couple of LAN events. But in this qualifier, they definitely showed that they understood the team better. I think they drafted better as well. They played better as a unit. I think a lot of very crucial improvements being made to the team, you know. And I hope that with all these improvements, they're going to make us proud, make SCA proud in DreamLeague Season 28.
Yeah, DreamLeague Season 28 already having OG, who finished top 6 at the previous DreamLeague, and because of that, now we got 2 teams representing our beautiful region. But of course, we gotta take a moment to give our flowers to Nemesis as well. You gotta keep in mind, even though they are an organization that's been around for a little bit, because they have new players, they had to go through the open qualifiers, right? So this team fought all the way through open qualifiers, fought all the way through the lower bracket, to end up here in the grand finals. I'm sure it's a sour note for them to finish this competition on, but still, maybe great things ahead. I think in the next qualifiers, Birmingham next weekend, they're going to be real contenders that Execration have to keep their eyes out from, because you know, they're starting to come out with more and more ideas. They're not afraid to try things. If they can just break past some of these issues that, you know, we keep pointing out, seems like Mac is a really big player for them, and if he gets shut down, it becomes really difficult. Maybe getting a better balance in the draft between Raven and 23 Savage, going away from the greed. I think, you know, they could be a real nice team looking forward into the season. But again, the 1 slot will be awarded to Execration. So yeah, you heard all of them. It's a big birthday gift for their boss B there, but they will be the winners of that slot. Of course, that does wrap things up for us here on this stream, but DreamLeague Season 28's close qualifiers are still raging on. I believe we have Eastern Europe happening right now on the ESL_Dota 2 Earth stream, and the rest of the regions are going to be happening on their final day for the rest of today as well. So keep your eyes out if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, just search up ESL_Dota 2. But myself and Winter, we're done for the day. Thank you so much for watching again, and we'll see you guys really soon.
There is laughter I need to share. Joy and love all around. I can feel it in the air. Oh, nothing can stop me now. There's nothing at all that can make me fall. Nothing can stop me now. I'm standing
up in blue. I thought it would be easy to make it on my own. But baby, now I know what it means to be alone. Lost in the shadows. Tell me, what can I do? 'Cause baby, without you, I'm all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue. You don't miss the water till the well runs dry. You never see when the truth turns into a lie. Hey. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue, can't find my way out. No, wrapped up in blue. Tell me, what can I do? Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue, somebody got me now. Wrapped up in blue, all wrapped up in blue. Wrapped up in blue, somebody tell me what to do, 'cause I